The letter at Hartwell. Mr. Belmere's letter lay in my lap all the way to Hartwell House. By the time the carriage turned between the stone pillars and began its slow progress over the frozen gravel, I had read the threats so often that the lines no longer looked like ink. They looked like a future I had not agreed to, written in a gentleman's tidy hand and closed over me like a door. Clara sat beside me wrapped in our aunt's dark traveling cloak, her cheeks pink from the cold and her lashes still damp from the little sleep she had stolen against my shoulder. She was not a child. At 17 she was too tall to be gathered up and protected by force. Yet every law that mattered still treated her as though she might be passed from one hand to another with the rest of a household's goods. I folded the letter again before she could wake properly and see my face. "Too late," she asks at him, her voice rough with sleep. I could never lie to Clara with any grace. "Yes." She straightened at once. Even half awake, she had our mother's instinct for dread. What does he want now? The better question was what he did not want. Marsh End Cottage. My aunt's little income. The authority to decide where Clara lived, what company she kept, and which man with sufficient acres and insufficient soul might be called suitable for her. Respectability, in men like Mr. Belmer, was often only greed taught to wear gloves. Outside, Hartwell House lifted itself from the white land in a long, golden line of windows and pale stone, grand without being fanciful, severe enough to shame any weakness out of a person before she crossed the threshold. Smoke rose from several chimneys. Light moved warmly behind the lower windows. Somewhere beyond that measured brightness I was expected to smile, bow, and appear untroubled. "Only what he has wanted from the first," I said. "He means to challenge Aunt Eleanor's will. And he wishes me to understand that, if the matter grows unpleasant, the court may decide a young lady is better placed under male direction." Clara went still in the way she did when hurt forced her into dignity too early. "He means me, Wes, and you, not if I can help it." The carriage stopped. For one bright, dreadful second I saw myself reflected in the glass pail, composed older than my 24 years and 2 stubborns, perhaps to save myself in the easy manner the world preferred. Then the footman lowered the steps and cold swept in. Hartwell House received us in warmth, candlelight, and polished order. A great fire burned in the entrance hall beneath, a portrait gallery of stern veils and women, with proud throats and diamonds like bits of captured winter. Servants moved with the silent precision of people long used to consequence. Wet cloaks vanished. Names were repeated discreetly. Somewhere deeper in the house a door opened on ladder and the thin rise of violin strings. For one dangerous instant, I understood how easily a woman might accept the protection of a place like this and mistake it for safety. Then Mr. Belmere stepped from the shadow of a side arch and cured me of the illusion. He bowed as though he had been summoned by my thoughts. He was handsome in the narrow, deliberate way some men are handsome only because they have studied the effect. His coat was perfect. His smile had all the warmth of a locked cabinet. He said, "Miss Hale," softly. "Miss Clara, how fortunate that we meet before the evening begins." My heart struck once, hard enough to make the room tilt. But I made my curtsy. There are moments in life when a woman must use manners the way a soldier uses a bayonet. "Mr. Belmer." Clara gave him the smallest acknowledgment permitted by civility and no more. I loved her for it with a violence that nearly made me foolish. His gaze moved over us, pausing on Clara with a satisfaction he did not trouble to hide. "I had wondered whether your courage would survive my note." "My courage was never in doubt," I said. "No." His tone might have suited a man discussing the weather. "Then perhaps your judgment will improve where courage has not. It is not too late to settle these matters quietly." The fire behind me felt suddenly too warm. "There is nothing to settle. My aunt made her wishes plain." He said, "Your aunt? was a sentimental woman in uncertain health, much given to impulses that would not withstand close legal inspection. The insult landed on my skin like ash. Aunt Eleanor had been many things. Sentimental was not among them. She had kept accounts to the penny, read sermons with a blue pencil in hand, and considered weak tea a sign of moral decline. But she had loved Clara and me, and because she had loved us, Belmer called her unsound. Clara took one quick step forward. I caught her wrist before she spoke. He noticed that too, of course. Men like him noticed every strain they caused and counted it as power. "You forget yourself," I said. "I forget nothing." He lowered his voice. "I merely remind you that courts rarely admire female defiance when property and a younger girl's welfare are concerned. A prudent elder sister does not force gentlemen into public action." The words were quiet. The threat in them was not. My fingers tightened around Clara's wrist until she looked at me. There it was, the old choice. Anger or caution. Pride or shelter. A woman may burn with any feeling she likes in private, but in company she must choose which emotion can best be made to look like composure. "I do not force gentlemen into anything," I said. "They usually arrive there of their own inclination." For the first time something sharpened behind his eyes. Not rage. He was too polished for open rage. Annoyance, perhaps, that I had not folded at once. He smiled again, which was worse. "Then let us hope your wit serves you better than your circumstances." A footman approached to ask whether Miss Hale and Miss Clara would wish to go up before dinner. I said yes at once, if only to remove Clara from Belmer's orbit. But before we could turn away, a pair of ladies passed near enough for their voices to carry. "That is him, of course." "The new Earl?" "Yes. Though I still say the title fell rather suddenly." "It fell where the lawyers pushed it, I dare say." I ought not to have listened. I did nevertheless. Through the open doors of the drawing-room, I caught my first clear sight of Julian Vale. He stood near the far hearth speaking to an older gentleman in regimentals, one hand behind his back, the other gloved and resting lightly on the marble. Nothing in him asked for attention. He did not have the bright ease of a practiced flirt or the indolent confidence of men who inherit everything before they are old enough to deserve it. He was too still for that. Too self-contained. He wore his black evening coat as though it belonged to him, and the earldom did not quite do so yet. I had seen handsome men. Society always produces them in batches. But beauty was not the first thing one noticed in him. It was force held under discipline. As if he felt observation, he turned his head. I looked away too late. Not enough to signify. Far too much to comfort me. "Combe," I said to Clara, and we followed the footman toward the staircase. I might have escaped then with nothing worse than a disagreeable interview and a racing pulse. Hartwell House, however, had already begun to show me that simple exits were not to be the rule under its roof. At the foot of the stairs, one of the maids came hurrying down with apologies to everyone in her path, carrying a bandbox nearly as broad as she was. Clara, who had always made room for other people before they asked it, stepped aside at once. Her slipper caught on the edge of the carpet runner. The sound she made was very small. My body moved before thought did. I reached for her. My reticule slipped from my wrist. The silk string snapped. Its contents scattered over the polished floor in a humiliating little rain handkerchief, vinaigrette, calling card case, and Mr. Belmer's folded letter sliding farther than the rest beneath the nearest table. Several heads turned. That was inevitable. What made it worse was that the nearest table stood in the open threshold of the drawing-room. And the man who stooped first was the Earl of Hartwell. For one suspended beat the whole scene arranged itself around that fact. I had Clara upright again by then, though she clutched my arm and whispered that she was unhurt. The maid had gone scarlet with horror. The footman was already moving. A lady in lilac pretended not to stare with all the energy of a person staring very hard indeed. Mr. Belmere took one smooth step forward, no doubt meaning to reclaim his letter before any other eye might fall upon the superscription. Julian Val reached it first. He did not open it. He did not even seem to glance at the direction beyond. What was required to know it was mine? He rose and crossed the small distance between us with such quiet assurance that the room itself appeared to make way. He said, "Miss Hale." His voice was lower than I expected, controlled, and entirely without curiosity. That last quality nearly undid me. A lesser man would have smiled. A crueler one would have enjoyed the moment. He did neither. He held out the letter and, on his other arm, my calling card case. A servant had gathered the rest. I put out my hand too quickly. Our gloves touched. Nothing so vulgar as a shock passed through me. This was not a novel, and I was not 17. Yet the brief pressure of contact startled me precisely, because it felt so ordinary and so perilous at once, as if the smallest civil exchange might already contain a consequence. "My lord," I said, hating the heat in my face. "Your sister is not injured, I trust." Clara, who had gone pink but not witless, answered before I could. "Only my dignity, sir." The corner of his mouth changed. It was not quite a smile, but it came near enough to reveal that he possessed one and used it sparingly. He said, "Hartwell has seen greater disasters, though very few with such an audience." A few people laughed softly. The sound released the room from its pause. The maid nearly wept with relief. Even I breathed again. Then Mr. Belmere arrived at my shoulder with solicitous concern, so practiced it might have been hired by the hour. He said, "Miss Hale." "Allow me?" Julian's gaze shifted to him. It was only a glance. I could not have said why it altered the air. Yet it did. Mr. Belmere bowed. "My lord, Mr. Belmere." Nothing in the exchange was rude. Nothing in it was warm. I became acutely aware that other people had begun to observe not merely a clumsy little accident, but the arrangement of bodies around it. My sister on one side of me. Belmere close enough to imply authority. Hartwell himself standing before me with my private correspondence in his hand a moment before. Small incidents are the seed of half society's conclusions. "I have embarrassed your house within 10 minutes of entering it," I said, because saying something was safer than hearing what silence might invite. "You have done no such thing." His eyes met mine properly for the first time. Gray, I thought absurdly. No, not gray. Gray would have been simple. They were the color of a winter sky that meant to clear after snow. A house that cannot survive a dropped reticule deserves to be empty. The answer was light. The look beneath it was not. He had seen enough to know I was shaken, enough to know Mr. Belmere stood too near, and perhaps enough to decide that either fact interested him more than a gentleman ought to permit. Lady Hartwell's housekeeper appeared then, all competence and tact, and declared that Miss Hale and Miss Clara should be shown upstairs at once before dinner lost its temper. The servants moved. The moment broke. I ought to have gone immediately. Instead I glanced back once as Clara and I turned toward the stairs. Julian Vale had not resumed his conversation. He stood where I had left him, one gloved hand at his back again, watching the room in that composed, unreadable way of his. Yet I had the strangest certainty that his attention had not returned to the room at large. It had narrowed. On me, and on the gentleman who had just tried, before half the house, to look as though I belonged under his hand. By the time the maid had finished with my hair, I felt as though I had been pinned into a version of myself, better suited to battle than to dinner. Hartwell had assigned us a bedchamber that overlooked the south lawns, where the last of the daylight had gone blue over the frozen ground. The room was gracious without being soft. The curtains were thick, the fire burned steadily, the washstand gleamed. Clara stood at the window fastening one pearl button after another with fingers that had not yet recovered their calm. The maid withdrew with a curtsy, leaving behind the smell of warmed linen and rose soap. The door had barely closed before Clara turned from the window. She said, "He watched Belmer." I had been pretending not to think of that. So did half the room. No, not like that. I sat before the dressing glass, though I had no need of it. The woman in the mirror looked collected. That was always useful. "You have known the Earl of Hartwell for nearly 7 minutes. I beg you not to assign him motives already." Clara came nearer. She had our mother's eyes and Aunt Eleanor's inconvenient ability to notice what others wished left unspoken. "Then assign them yourself. Was he merely courteous?" Merely was not the word I would have chosen. I removed my gloves one finger at a time and set them beside the brush. He was exactly as civil as the moment required. Which means no. I almost smiled despite myself. Which means I do not intend to build my hopes upon a gentleman's good manners. Clara's expression altered. Youth giving way to that strain of steadiness life had forced on her too early. "Lydia, if Belmer means to press the will now, he will do it quickly. He would not have spoken so openly unless he believed he had the advantage. He usually believes that, He usually has a reason. That was the trouble. Belmer was not theatrical by nature. He was careful. He threatened only when he had already set part of the board in order." I reached for Aunt Eleanor's small ivory paper knife, which I had placed beside the candelabrum out of habit rather than need. It lay there like a harmless trinket. In my aunt's hand it had always looked like judgment. "You are not to speak with him alone." "I know. You are not to walk with him, dance with him, or let him hand you to a carriage. Lydia." "I mean it, Bot." She knelt before me then, which she had not done since we were children and conspiracies lived mostly in kitchens. Her hands came to rest lightly over mine. "I know what you mean. But you cannot stand between me and every danger by force. You may only do it by strategy." The words should have comforted me. Instead, they sounded too much like surrender dressed in wisdom. A knock came at the door. Clara rose at once. I expected the maid returning for some forgotten pin. Instead, a middle-aged housemaid entered carrying a silver tray. Upon it lay a single folded note. "For Miss Hale, if you please." My stomach tightened. The direction, however, was not in Belmer's hand. Miss Hale. Nothing more. The paper was thick, expensive, and sealed not with wax but by the simple pressure of a fold. Clara watched my face while I opened it. "Miss Hale, if I may ask 10 minutes of your time before dinner, I would be grateful for them. Your sister may remain with you, or Mrs. Anstruther may be present, as you prefer. I will wait in the morning room until 6:30. If the request gives offense, ignore it and I shall not renew it. Hartwell." For one strange instant I did not breathe. The note was short, proper to a degree that made refusal difficult, and so carefully structured that every line seemed designed to take away any possible objection before it formed. "Your sister may remain with you. Or a matron. If it offends, ignore it. No man writes like that unless he wishes very much to be obeyed without appearing to demand it." Clara held out her hand. "I gave her the note," she said. "He knows." Softly. "What?" "That Belmer cornered you. And he knows you would not come if he summoned you as though you were already under his command." I stood. "Or he knows how to write to women who prefer not to be cornered." Which is not the same thing. What is not the same thing at all. But yet I was already deciding what gown allowed movement without looking severe, which ought to have warned me that the conversation had been decided in me before I admitted it. Clara read the note again. "Do you wish me with you?" Yes, I thought at once. No risks. No impropriety. No chance for the house to build a story around a closed door. Yet another thought followed close behind it, far more dangerous. If the Earl of Hartwell wished to speak plainly, I wanted to hear the plainness without anyone else's breath in the room. "I think not," I said. Clara lifted one brow. "The morning room door can remain open," I went on. "And Mrs. Anstruther, whoever she may be, is almost certainly one of those ladies who hear better than they appear. If I choose a matron, the whole house will smell significance before the soup is served. And if you go alone, I shall not be alone if the door is open and half the corridor is alive with servants. Clara folded the note once more and gave it back. Then do not let him do all the arranging. Men mistake tidiness for authority. I kissed her forehead. You are 17 and already impossible. I have had excellent instruction. The morning room lay at the quieter end of the west passage, lit by 2 lamps and the low gold of a coal fire. The door stood half open before I reached it. That, too, was deliberate. Julian Vale was standing beside the mantel when I entered. He had changed nothing about himself that I could see. Same black coat, same measured stillness, yet out of the crowd he looked different. More dangerous, perhaps, because there were no witnesses near enough to soften him into mere elegance. He bowed. Miss Hale, thank you. I have not promised that gratitude is due, he said. No, I noticed. The answer should have amused me less than it did. I stepped into the room, but not too far. From where I stood, I could still see the corridor runner beyond the door. A footman crossed at the far end carrying decanters. Good. Let the house have eyes. You ask for 10 minutes. My lord. Then I will try not to steal 11. He did not invite me farther in. Another small courtesy, or another calculation. I had not yet decided which, he said. I understand Belmere has attached himself to your aunt's estate matters. There are some men whose voices grow more commanding the lower they go. His did not. It became more careful instead, as though precision mattered more than force. Attached was an elegant word for something that felt like infestation. He has done more than attach himself. So I gathered. I folded my hands to keep from fidgeting. If this conversation is no more than sympathy, I thank you for it and advise you to spend it elsewhere. Sympathy rarely survives a solicitor's letter. His gaze stayed on my face, steady and unembarrassed. I did not ask you here to offer sympathy. No. No. The silence that followed was not empty. It felt measured, as though he believed haste would insult both of us. He said, I will be plain, at last. Belmere wants leverage. A challenged will give him one kind. Your sister gives him another. If he persuades the right people that your household lacks stable male protection, he may improve his chances with indecent speed. I ought to have bristled at the phrase. Instead, my mind caught on the fact that he had said indecent, as if indecency offended him in practice, not only in theory. You speak as though the matter already concerns you. I suspect it soon may. That stilled me. He came no closer, but something in him sharpened, not visibly, exactly, but in effect. My situation has changed very quickly, Miss Hale. Faster than gossip can properly digest, and much faster than my family connections intended. A title newly settled is a title newly examined. Every invitation I send, every guest I receive, every woman to whom I show marked attention is read for motive. There it was again. Not a confession, a line, drawn near one. I see, I said. You require a wife. The plainness of it might have offended another man. It did not offend him. Yes. The word landed between us with absurd calm. Outside in the corridor, someone laughed and moved on. The fire shifted in its grate. I felt my pulse in the base of my throat. I am glad we have reached the point before the performance begins, I said. You need not rehearse tenderness to make the arrangement sound benevolent. One corner of his mouth moved, not enough to call it a smile. I had no intention of insulting you with benevolence. Then what had you in mind? A bargain. The room seemed to grow quieter. He went on before pride could make me leave. You need immediate respectability strong enough to check Belmere. I need a marriage that cannot be mistaken for scandal, convenience to others, or panic to myself. If we are seen to move toward one another by ordinary degrees, the house will do half the labor on our behalf before breakfast. You have considered this very quickly. I consider most things quickly. That, at least I believed, and if I refuse, then I remain grateful you granted me 10 minutes, and Belmer continues under my roof, without having been disappointed in anything except my hospitality. There was no pressure in the wording. That made it more dangerous, not less. A forceful man can be opposed. A disciplined one must be measured. I stepped farther into the room despite myself. If such a bargain existed, it would not be on your terms alone. I assumed as much. My sister remains with me until she is married or chooses another arrangement herself. Of course. I control my own correspondence. Yes. I am not to be managed through allowances, delayed information, or well-meant masculine omissions. His eyes changed on that line, not softened, marked, as though I had struck a chord he had not expected me to touch so soon. He said, "No omissions. If Belmer or any solicitor approaches you on my behalf, I am told at once." Agreed. If we marry, Clara's position must be secure whether I live, die, or quarrel with you. At that, he did the smallest thing he had yet done, that suggested feeling before calculation. He drew a breath and looked at me as if measuring the cost of the sentence I had chosen. "You make a cheerful bride, Miss Hale. I make a cautious one. That may prove the greater virtue." I should have disliked how easily the answer came. Instead, a traitorous warmth moved through me, quick and unwelcome, because he had not mocked caution or attempted to charm me out of it. He had simply met it. "And what," I asked, "do you gain besides a wife above reproach?" He was quiet for a moment. "Not long. Long enough," he said. "Stability. And someone who does not wilt when threatened in an entrance hall." The absurdity of it nearly made me laugh. A searching qualification. Not at Hartwell. For the first time, I smiled outright. I saw the moment he noticed. It did not alter his composure, but it altered the air. Which was exactly why I let the smile go. "This is lunacy," I said. "Very likely. And yet you expect me to sit beside you at dinner as though the matter were already in motion." "I expect nothing. But yes, that would be the useful beginning." Useful beginning. It ought to have sounded cold. Instead it sounded honest, and honesty was rarer than romance in rooms like these. I looked past him to the fire, to the clock on the mantel, to the harmless elegance of a room where a woman's future might be rearranged between 1/4 hour and the next. Then I looked back at him. "No announcement," I said. "No declarations. If we do this, we begin with attention, not certainty. Wes, you do not touch me without warning in public." His gaze held mine. "Then, I will warn you." The answer was so softly given that my pulse betrayed me at once. A gong sounded somewhere beyond the corridor. Dinner. We had used more than 10 minutes after all. Julian moved aside so I might pass first. "One thing more." I waited. He said, "Belmer believes pressure works best when it looks like inevitability. Tonight I would prefer him disappointed." The words should not have pleased me. They did. "And how?" I asked. "Does one disappoint Mr. Belmer before soup?" He said, "By letting the house wonder whether he has already come too late." He offered me his arm then, not touching me, not presuming, merely holding the possibility between us. I looked at it, then at him. I had the strangest feeling that if I took it, the evening would cease to belong to itself and begin to belong to consequence. So of course I took it. A woman may accept a gentleman's arm for a dozen different reasons. Convenience, politeness, warmth, curiosity, calculation. Weakness. I took the Earl of Hartwell's for all the reasons I was unwilling to name, and because Belmer was waiting at the far end of the passage when we reached the head of the principal stairs. If disappointment could be rendered in perfect evening dress, he managed it admirably. Julian felt it too. I knew he did, not because he stiffened or tightened his hold, but because nothing in him changed except the angle of his attention. Some men become more impressive the more plainly they display their power. Hartwell became more dangerous when he seemed least to use it. We descended together into the stream of guests, moving toward the dining room. The stairwell blazed with candlelight reflected in mirrors and polished banisters. Jewels flashed. Silk whispered. A gentleman behind us was explaining with heavy authority why no man should ever trust a French cook. A lady in blue velvet was laughing too loudly at something that had not been amusing at all. The whole house had shifted into that collective state I had always thought of as society at dinner, bright, hungry, and gently predatory. Julian said, "Do not look at Belmere yet," under his breath. The nearness of his voice startled me more than the instruction. "I had not planned to obey you so quickly, my lord," he said. "No, but in this case, obeying me has practical value. That will become a habit you regret. I begin to suspect that already." His tone did not change. Mine nearly did. We reached the lower hall before I trusted myself to answer. "Am I meant to smile?" I asked. "Only if you can do it without looking warned." "I have been warned." "So have I." That answer sat with me in a most inconvenient way. At the doors of the dining room, Lady Ashburn, who had the air of a woman born to manage both flowers and foolishness, was marshalling the last arrivals with practiced grace. She greeted Hartwell by title and me by name, and I saw the exact moment her excellent composure registered the fact that we had entered together. Nothing in her face altered beyond what the most suspicious person in England might have called ordinary surprise. Yet I knew at once that by breakfast every lady of consequence under this roof would remember having noticed it. Julian released my arm only when the seating cards came into view. I ought to have expected that dinner would place him far from me. A host could hardly seat himself beside one unmarried woman without doing half his own courting for her. Even so, when my eye found my card between a widowed baronet with weak eyes and a young vicar's sister with heroic shoulders, disappointment touched me with ridiculous speed. Julian, however, was not far. 3 seats down on the opposite side. Close enough that one need not raise a voice. Far enough to preserve decency. He had arranged the beginning with more care than I had allowed for. Belmer's name lay at Clara's right hand. My breath stopped. Before I had fully understood the insult, or the accident, or whichever it was, Julian had already seen it. His gaze moved once from the cards to Clara and then to Lady Ashburn. He crossed to his hostess without haste, no urgency, no display, only a brief, low exchange so ordinary that several people near them continued their own conversations without interruption. Lady Ashburn looked at the table, then at Clara, then toward Belmere, who had not yet reached his place. A small, decisive intelligence sharpened in her face. By the time dinner was called in earnest, Belmere's card had been shifted 2 places lower, beside a chatty matron with a passion for county drainage. Clara, with a composure that nearly made me proud enough to cry, found herself beside Lady Ashbourne's married niece instead. I had not moved. Neither, outwardly, had the world. Yet one fact stood plain before me. Hartwell had seen a danger I had only just noticed, and removed it without once making my sister feel handled like a parcel. There are many forms of competence. That one, I confess, went straight through my defenses. We took our places. The first course arrived in stately procession. Conversation unfolded around us in overlapping ribbons of politeness. Crystal caught the candlelight. Silver moved from hand to hand. Footmen performed their miracles of invisibility so well that they were only noticed when one had cause to be grateful. I did not look at Julian immediately. I refused myself that weakness for nearly a minute and a half, which I considered a triumph of character. When I did glance up, I found him already listening to the baronet's account of Post Roads with the same grave attention he might have granted Parliament. It was an absurdly attractive quality. A lesser man would have let his impatience show. Hartwell listened as though all people, once speaking, had earned the courtesy of being heard to the end. The baronet, who had probably bored entire counties into submission, was flourishing under it. Miss Fenwick, the vicar's sister, leaned toward me before the fish course. You came down with Hartwell. There are times when surprise is useful and times when it simply wastes its breath. Yes. Her eyes shone. How fortunate. He is thought proud by those who do not know him. And by those who do, I asked. She considered. Reserved, which is a kinder word for a more interesting flaw. I shall remember that. You need not sound so cautious. I am neither malicious nor stupid. No, no. If I were malicious, I should ask whether Belmer intended to escort you and was forestalled. If I were stupid, I should ask it loudly. That was so neatly said that I nearly laughed into my wine. Instead I lowered my voice. And because you are neither, I ask only whether you are safe. The question, offered so simply by a woman I barely knew, took me off guard. Safety is one of those blessings most often discussed by people who have never once had to bargain for it. To hear it named plainly felt almost indecent. As safe as anyone can be under a gentleman's roof, I said. Miss Fenwick's mouth twitched. That is not quite an answer. It is the best one I possess. She accepted it without pressing further, which was another point in her favor. Across the table, Belmer was already attempting to charm the drainage matron, who appeared inclined to prefer canals to conversation. His eye, however, returned to me more often than was accidental. Each time it did, he found Julian either speaking to someone near me, listening in my direction, or drawing part of the table's attention by some quiet remark I could not always hear. Not once did Hartwell look at Belmer directly. Not once did Belmer succeed in appearing as though I had been left unattended. The distinction was delicate. It was also masterful. By the second remove, Clara was laughing at something Lady Ashbourne's niece had said. I had not heard such an unguarded sound from her in weeks. It loosened something hard inside me. Julian spoke then, not to me, but to the baronet beside me. Sir Edwin, I am told Miss Hale has a most practical eye for land boundaries. You should ask her opinion before condemning the North Road entirely. I turned to him at last. The move had been so skillful I nearly admired it aloud. He had given me entry into the conversation without singling me out as a favorite, and done so on grounds that suggested sense rather than prettiness. Sir Edwin brightened at once. Indeed, Miss Hale. Then, perhaps you will tell me whether hedgerows have been the ruin of modern England. They have certainly ruined many arguments, I said. That earned a laugh from three directions, including Julian's, which I heard rather than saw. The table conversation widened. For the next quarter hour, I found myself discussing drainage, tenant rights, winter feed, and the absurd confidence with which men draw straight lines on maps through land they have never crossed on foot. Julian entered the exchange only when necessary, always to sharpen rather than dominate it. Twice he redirected praise toward me, so neatly that I should have seemed vain to refuse it and ridiculous to pretend not to hear it. By the time the venison arrived, I had understood two things. First, he was building me a reputation at his own table, and doing it so elegantly no one could call the act deliberate. Second, I liked him better for it than was wise. That second discovery made me angry. I took refuge in bread. Lady Ashbourne's niece, Mrs. Pembroke, leaned toward Clara and said something that brought another smile from her. I caught only the end of it. Much rather dance with a gentleman who fears silence than one who cannot survive it. Clara's gaze flickered, traitorously, toward Julian. I looked down at my plate. After the ladies withdrew, I expected to be grateful for the interruption of the drawing-room. Instead, I found myself more alert than relieved. Women in such rooms do not merely sit. They sort information, weigh faces, classify alliances, and decide which incidents will become memory and which conversation. 3 ladies approached me within 10 minutes. One wished to know whether Marsh End Cottage truly stood so near the churchyard that the bells disturbed breakfast. Another asked if my aunt had really kept a peacock. The third, who had no talent for disguise, wished to know whether Lord Hartwell was often so attentive to guests in distress. The peacock question I could answer. The churchyard question I corrected. The third I met with the expression of a woman too innocent to understand the suggestion. Lord Hartwell was no more than polite. I said, "You make a legend of a dropped reticule. Society has built greater ones from less," she murmured. Indeed it had. Clara came to sit beside me on a small gilt sofa. "Mrs. Pembroke says there will be cards for the elderly, music for the sentimental, and dancing for the doomed. Then we must decide which category best suits us." I had hoped for survival. Before I could answer, Lady Ashburn herself crossed the room and addressed us with an ease that admitted no refusal. "Miss Hale, your sister sings, I think. Mrs. Pembroke insists you play tolerably. You shall both rescue us after the gentlemen return." I began to protest. Clara, wicked child, said, "With pleasure." Thus betrayed, I found myself at the pianoforte not 20 minutes later, accompanying Clara through a little Italian air which she sang far better than our means had any right to produce. The room quieted. Even the women who had been pretending not to listen gave way, and listened openly. I have often thought music is the one form of exposure society permits women, while still calling them decorous. One reveals more in a song than in an hour of speaking, and everyone thanks one for it. When Clara finished, there was a modest flutter of applause, exactly right in volume, and therefore more gratifying than any louder noise might have been. I rose from the instrument to find Julian near enough that I could not sensibly pretend he had wandered there by chance. He said, "Your sister has courage." I heard the word beneath the compliment. "She has had practice." He asked, "And you?" "With music." "With courage." Odd, the question was so direct that for one moment I forgot to guard myself. Less than people imagine. More than I preferred. His gaze stayed on mine. "That sounds expensive." Before I could answer, Lady Ashburn claimed him for a discussion of the next dance, and I was left with the absurd sensation of having nearly said something true to a man I had met that day. The gentleman returned. Cards opened in the back salon. Someone persuaded a tenor to ruin a sentimental ballad. Lamps were lowered in the ballroom beyond the drawing-room doors, and the first set began to form in a brightness of white gloves and calculated delight. I had not intended to dance. A woman under legal pressure, burdened with a younger sister, and the memory of a gentleman's proposal disguised as a bargain, does not float easily into a quadrille, as though life were composed entirely of silk and timing. Then Belmere approached. He bowed with all the polished certainty of a man who believes the world will eventually come back under his hand, if he waits long enough. "Miss Hale, I think the next dance is mine by every reasonable expectation." I looked at him. Behind him, Clara was seated with Mrs. Pembroke, safe for the moment but watchful. Beyond them the room shone and shifted. Several people were near enough to notice, not near enough to intervene. Reasonable expectation. He chose his phrases like locks. "I was not aware I had given my card into your keeping," I said. His smile thinned. "You understand me well enough." "Unfortunately." He lowered his voice. "Hartwell's roof may encourage misunderstandings, but it does not alter the law." I do not know what answer I would have made, because at that moment Julian appeared at my side with the calm inevitability of weather. "The set is forming, Miss Hale." Nothing in the words said rescue. Everything in them performed it. Belmere turned. "My lord, I had just engaged." Julian said, "I think not." Still no heat. Still no rudeness. Yet I saw Belmere's nostrils alter with the effort of swallowing what he could not publicly answer. "The lady and I are already acquainted on the matter," Julian added. Acquainted on the matter. A phrase so mild it might have meant anything. A phrase so final it meant only one thing at all. He offered me his hand. This time there was no arm extended at polite leisure, no room left for contemplative delay. The set was assembling. Eyes were present. Choices had shortened. I placed my hand in his. Belmere stepped back. That, more than anything else that evening, told me how precarious his position under Hartwell's roof truly was. Men accustomed to small tyrannies rarely retreat unless they know themselves watched by a larger force. We took our places in the set. My pulse had become thoroughly unreasonable. "You did warn me," I said as we faced one another. His expression did not alter, but something nearly human warmed it. "I try to keep my promises. Do you? When possible. And when not. Then I prefer to know why." There were answers to that. I had none fit for a ballroom. The music began. A quadrille is a merciless thing to dance with a stranger because it demands both distance and understanding. Too much familiarity looks eager. Too much restraint looks cold. One must know where to stand, when to turn, how to meet and depart without either clutching or floating away. It is, in short, very like an advantageous marriage and rather better scored. Julian danced as he did everything else without waste. No flourish. No display. No indulgent pressure at the fingers when they met. Yet he never once left me uncertain of the figure or the next movement. His hand at mine was steady, exact, and gone at the proper instant. He did not crowd. He did not correct. He left me my own balance. It was the most disturbing courtesy I had ever encountered. Halfway through the second figure, Lady Doring, who had been widowed into a permanent appetite for all human distress, passed near enough to say to her partner, "I hear the Hale matter has grown uglier than anyone guessed. Not merely the will. There is said to be another paper." If she intended to be overheard, she succeeded. My step faltered. Julian covered it so smoothly I suspect no one but I noticed. At the next turn, his voice came low and even. "Do not look at her." "I was not about to," he said. "No, you were about to look at Belmere." That, infuriatingly, was true. We completed the figure. My smile, if such it could be called, felt like porcelain. Another paper. Another paper besides the will. Belmere's earlier confidence. The missing note in my aunt's desk, perhaps. Or something else altogether. My aunt had once said that secrets in families are like damp in walls. They travel farther than anyone admits until the paper lifts and the whole room smells of it. At the close of the dance, Julian led me from the floor only as far as propriety required. No farther. No whispered claim over my hand. No lingering look to feed the room. Yet when we paused near the archway, he said quietly, "Whatever you hear tonight, do not let it shake you before you know who profits from the rumor." I met his eyes. "And who profits?" he said. "That is rarely difficult to discover." Then Lady Ashburn's niece claimed me, Clara rose to join us, and the current of the evening pulled us apart before I could decide whether the warning comforted me or frightened me more. But one fact had settled itself with unnerving certainty. By the time the candles burned lower and the servants moved more softly through the rooms, Hartwell House was no longer merely a grand house full of guests and winter light. It was a board on which several people had begun to place their pieces. And somewhere beyond Belmere's greed and society's appetite, someone else was watching my aunt's will with an interest sharp enough to give it a second shadow. After the dance, the evening acquired that dangerous second life house parties sometimes develop after 11. The elderly settled into cards with a severity that suggested kingdoms might be lost over whist. The sentimental gathered near the pianoforte and claimed to prefer old songs while listening chiefly for new gossip. The younger men hovered about the edges of the ballroom with expressions of elegant fatigue, as though they had not come into the world chiefly to look agreeable beneath candlelight. Everywhere servants moved with renewed trays, replenished fires, and the calm efficiency of people who understood that half society's comfort depends on invisible hands. I wanted air, not solitude. Solitude in a crowded house is often only another word for opportunity, and I had no intention of providing Belmere with any. But I wanted a smaller room, fewer eyes, and 1/4 hour in which no one said my aunt's name as though it were already being written into law reports. Clara, however, was at last in tolerable spirits. Mrs. Pembroke had claimed her for some mercifully harmless circle of ladies engaged in laughing over disastrous proposals and worse poetry. To remove Clara then would have been selfish, and selfishness is a luxury elder sisters are rarely permitted. So I did what women always do when they want not to be followed. I moved purposefully toward the library. The trick failed at once. Miss Hale, I turned. Julian was crossing the small antechamber between the drawing room and the west corridor, neither hurried nor idle, and so exactly on time to intercept me that I wondered whether he had read my intention or simply understood that women under strain eventually seek books in shadows. My lord, you are escaping. I prefer the term relocating. To the library. You know the house very well. I live here. It gives me an unfair advantage. There was nothing I might say to that which would not sound either arch or foolish, and I was in no mood to be either. I wished for a quieter room. Then you shall have one. He turned slightly as he said it, not blocking my path, merely including himself in it as naturally as though my wish had already become his concern. That should have irritated me more than it did. The library was warm and almost empty. Save for an elderly canon asleep over a volume of sermons, he could not have been enjoying conscience, and a young lieutenant pretending to search a shelf while in fact watching his own reflection in the glass of a cabinet. Julian exchanged one brief word with the latter. The lieutenant blushed, discovered an immediate need elsewhere, and vanished. The canon slept on. I looked at Julian. Do you dismiss guests often? Only the ornamental ones. I begin to see why some people call you reserved. And what do you call me? At another time I might have made a lighter answer. That night truth came more quickly. Inconvenient. His expression altered by a shade. Useful, I hope. That was the trouble. He was useful. He indicated 2 chairs placed within sight of the hearth and, equally important, within sight of the open library door. No trap, no intimacy too quickly borrowed from shadows. Even his caution was unnervingly competent. I sat. For a moment, neither of us spoke. A fire settled. Somewhere in the corridor a maid passed carrying fresh candles. The canon snored once, very softly, and continued his devotions to unconsciousness. You heard Lady Doring, I said at last. Wes. And you know more than you said. Wes. The bluntness of the admission struck me harder than any smooth denial could have done. I folded my hands in my lap, because they wished to do something less composed. How much? Not enough to justify certainty. That is not an answer. It is the only honest one I have tonight. He had sat opposite me, the fire lighting one side of his face and leaving the other in a steadier darkness. It made him look older, not in years but in burdens. He said, Theorists talk of a paper that was expected among your aunt's effects and is not presently where some people believe it ought to be. My pulse gave one hard beat. Expected by whom? A solicitor who formerly had dealings with my late uncle's man of business. My late uncle's man of business. The phrase was dry enough to crumble in the hand, and yet it changed the room around me. Your family is connected to my aunt's papers. Connected may be too strong a word. Then choose a weaker one that does not insult my intelligence. For the first time that evening, something like wariness touched his face. Not irritation. Wariness with being precise when imprecision would be easier. Some years ago, your aunt sought quiet advice on an inheritance matter not her own. The inquiry passed, indirectly, through chambers used by my family. I do not know the substance. I know only that her name was remembered when your present difficulties began to circulate. 1,000 small memories rose at once and refused to settle. Aunt Eleanor writing after breakfast in her firm square hand. Aunt Eleanor sending me from the room when callers became too serious. Aunt Eleanor once saying, very abruptly, that a woman should never keep all her important papers in the same drawer unless she wished to make one gentleman's work too easy. What paper? I asked. I do not know. I believed he did not know enough. I was not yet certain he did not know more than that. And, Belmere, he is either looking for it or trying to prevent someone else from finding it. That sounds comfortingly narrow. His mouth almost changed. It is a crowded category, I grant you. I ought to have laughed. I did not. A worse thought came over me. You approached me tonight because of this. It was not exactly a question. He treated it as one. I approached you tonight because Belmere pressed you openly under my roof. Because your sister is vulnerable. Because your name is about to travel farther than is healthy. And because, yes, the existence of an unknown paper makes your position less secure, not more. So I was not wrong. You require a wife. And I require rescue. His gaze sharpened. No. The force of that single word made me still, he said. I require a wife. More quietly. For reasons I gave you. You require protection from a man who would use the law indecently. Those are facts. But I will not have you say I chose you as one chooses a document to strengthen a case. The anger in him was controlled. But real. Real enough that something in my own anger shifted to meet it. Then why me? The question came out lower than I intended. More personal. The fire ticked between us. He answered without adornment. Because you negotiate before you plead. Because you noticed the danger to your sister before you noticed the embarrassment to yourself. Because, when Belmere threatened you, you did not fold and you did not perform innocence for the room. Because if we are to enter a bargain, I would rather strike it with someone who understands the price of terms. It is a very foolish thing to be moved when a man praises one's usefulness. Yet when praise has so often been another name for prettiness or obedience, usefulness begins to sound dangerously like respect. I looked away first. That, too, annoyed me. If we are to enter a bargain, I repeated, then we require clearer terms than were possible before dinner. Yes. My sister's allowance must be settled in writing. It shall be. If the will is challenged, my right to inspect all relevant correspondence remains intact. Agreed. You do not sideline me from legal meetings by deciding I am too agitated to hear them. No. If anyone connected to your title or family attempts to use me as proof of your respectability while diminishing my own position, you stop it. Wes. I hesitated then. Not because the next condition was less important, but because it was harder to expose. No concealments offered in the name of kindness, I said. No deciding what is best for me by excluding me from the truth. He did not answer at once. In the pause, I heard the canon stir, mutter something unchristian about bishops, and return to sleep. Julian's eyes held mine. That condition may prove costly. To whom? Possibly to both of us. A wiser woman might have stopped there and asked why. I did not. Pride and instinct met in me and chose the same course. Then do not accept it lightly. I do not accept anything lightly, Miss Hale. No. I said. I have noticed. He rose then and crossed to the escritoire by the far wall, where a sheet of cream paper lay ready beside the sand shaker and the house seal. He did not sit to write, only glanced back at me first. Lou, I can have a memorandum drawn before breakfast stating that your sister is to be received under Hartwell protection in any emergency arising from Belmore's petitioning, and that no private communication on the subject is to be entertained without your knowledge. It is not the same thing as marriage, but it is something immediate. I had not expected that. Not so quickly. Not without condition attached. You would do that tonight, Wes. Why? He took up the pen. Because Belmere must understand before he sleeps that pressure has ceased to be private. The answer was cold in substance and oddly generous in effect. He wrote swiftly, the scratch of the nib steady in the warm room. I watched his hand, because it was easier than watching his face. There is something intimate in watching a man write, especially when the writing concerns your safety. One sees the habits of decision in the movement. He wasted no line, crossed out nothing, paused only once, and that not from uncertainty but to choose the exact phrasing of a boundary. When he had finished, he sanded the page, folded it, and rang discreetly for a servant. A footman appeared almost immediately. Julian said, "Take this to Mr. Fenwick. If he has retired, wake him. He is to draft it properly tonight and return it to me before morning." The footman bowed and vanished without visible surprise, which suggested Hartwell House was used to its master-setting law against scandal between supper and dawn. Julian returned to his chair. For the first time since entering the library, I felt a degree safer than alert. It was not the same thing as trust. It was close enough to frighten me. "I do not know whether to thank you," I said. "Then do neither. Gratitude can wait until you decide whether I am trustworthy." The candor of it struck me silent. A burst of laughter drifted faintly from the drawing room. The world, it seemed, was still managing conversation, cards, and trifles while mine had just been measured against contracts and guardianship. "Very well," I said. "Then I shall be practical instead. If this understanding is to begin tonight, it must be seen." "Wes, you are determined on that." "I am." I rose, moving slowly because the decision, once named, had become heavier. "Then what form does being seen take, if we are not yet engaged and not yet absurd?" He stood as well. "You return with me to the drawing room. I ask for the next dance if there is one you can endure. If not, I sit beside you openly for 10 minutes and leave only when Belmere has noticed." It was so measured that I nearly smiled. "You make courtship sound like troop deployment. I have been told I improve little by ornament." I can believe it. The smile came this time, brief and real. It transformed him more than beauty ever could have done. Beauty is passive. A face changed by rare amusement is not. We had just reached the library door when a soft commotion sounded in the corridor. Not alarm. Not quite. Merely the rustle of servants doing their best to keep concern from becoming noise. Mrs. Beecham, Lady Ashburney's housekeeper, appeared a moment later with the grave, composed face of a woman who has seen everything and chooses when to look surprised. "My lord, forgive the interruption." Her glance touched me and returned to him. "Mr. Pritchard has come up from the estate office. He says the inventory of Miss Hale's late aunt's effects has been checked against the dispatch box list, and there is indeed an item missing." My breath stopped altogether. Julian did not move. "What item?" "A sealed letter, my lord, entered separately in Mrs. Hale's own hand. Marked to be kept with the will until called for." Mrs. Beecham paused once, and in that pause the whole air of the house seemed to change around us. "It is no longer in the box." For a moment, I heard nothing at all. Not the distant laughter. Not the fire in the library. Not the faint clink of glass somewhere beyond the drawing room. Only Aunt Eleanor's voice in memory, crisp and dry as folded paper. "Never keep a weapon where the wrong gentleman can call it untity." "When was the box last opened?" I asked. Mrs. Beecham turned to me with quiet respect. "Mr. Pritchard believes sometime within the last fortnight, miss. He says the lock shows no damage." "Ah, no damage. Course not. Damage is for thieves and boys. Gentlemen prefer keys." Julian's face had gone very still. "Has anyone else been told?" "Only Mr. Pritchard and myself, my lord." "He came to you directly?" "Good." Julian's voice was calm enough to hide a blade in. "No one speaks of this tonight. Mr. Pritchard is to wait in the study." Mrs. Beecham curtsied and withdrew. I could not feel my hands. The sealed letter was real. Not rumor. Not dinner table poison. Real, recorded, and gone. Belmere's certainty. The talk during the dance. My aunt's warnings. All at once. They ceased to be suspicions and arranged themselves into one cold fact. Someone had already begun. Julian looked at me, and whatever else he was in that instant, he was no longer merely the Earl of Hartwell. No longer merely a possible bargain. No longer merely the man who had taken my part in an entrance hall and across a dinner table. He was the only person in the house standing beside me when the ground shifted. He said, "Miss Hale." Quietly, "I think the matter has become more urgent than either of us preferred." I met his gaze. "Then let us stop preferring," I said. Source file Chapter 1 Terms at Hartwell House. Text chunks return 50 files written 55 right errors zor. Source file Chapter 1 Terms at Hartwell House. Text chunks 55. Words who 28 chars 1162 quota parody first line the letter at Hartwell. Words 181 chars 1064 quota parody first line my aunt's little income. Words 192 cars 115 quota parody first line. For one bright, dreadful second I saw myself reflected in the glass pale, composed older. Words 172 cars 952 quota parody first line his smile had all the warmth of a locked cabinet. Words 189 chars 10-83 quota parody first line he said, "Your aunt was a sentimental woman in uncertain health, much given to impulse." Words 192 chars 10-49 quota parody first line if a woman may burn with any feeling she likes in private, but in company she must choose why. Words 193 cars 1051 quota parody first line. He stood near the far hearth speaking to an older gentleman in regimentals, one hand behind. Words 191 chars 1096 quota parody first line at the foot of the stairs. One of the maids came hurrying down with apologies to everyone. Words 151 chars 835 quota parody first line a lady in lilac pretended not to stare with all the energy of a person staring very hard eye. Words 218 chars 1147 quota parody first line I put out my hand too quickly. Words 197-28 quota parody first line my lord. Words 199 chars 1115 quota parody na first line Lady Hartwell's housekeeper appeared then, all competence and tact, and declared that Miss. Words 166 cars 929 quota parody first line Clara stood at the window fastening one pearl button after another with fingers that had nen. Words 205 cars 127 quota parody first lin. He was exactly as civil as the moment required. Words 132 car 731 quota parody first line her hands came to rest lightly over mine. Words 57 chars 295 quota parody first line if I may ask 10 minutes of your time before dinner, I would be grateful for them. Words 20 cars 1087 quota parody first line for one strange instant I did not breathe. Words 206 chars 1136 quota parody paver first line. Yet another thought followed close behind it. Far more dangerous if the Earl of Hartwell. Words 247 chars 417 quota parody first line same black coat. Words 1098 chars 1129 quota parody first length the silence that followed was not empty. Words 188 chars ton 64 quota parody first line. The plainness of it might have offended another man. Words 189 chars 104 quota parody first line. Then I remain grateful you granted me 10 minutes, and Belmer continues under my roof boo. Words 204 chars 1116 quota parody first line. He drew a breath and looked at me as if measuring the cost of the sentence I had chosen. Words 170 chars 967 quota parody first line. Instead it sounded honest, and honesty was rarer than romance in rooms like these. Words 199 chars 1144 quota parody first line he said, by letting the house wonder whether he has already come too late. Words 107 chars 6028 quota parody first line. The stairwell blazed with candlelight reflected in mirrors and polished banisters. Words 197-96 quota parody first line he said, no. Words 185 cars 1089 quota parody first line a host could hardly seat himself beside one unmarried woman without doing half his own coup. Words 176 chars 1048 quota parody first line. By the time dinner was called in earnest, Belmer's card had been shifted 2 places low. Words 185 chars 1074 quota parody first line. When I did glance up, I found him already listening to the baronet's account of Post Roads. Words 200 cars 1134 quota parody first line that was so neatly said that I nearly laughed into my wine. Words 171 chars 994 quota parody first line the distinction was delicate. Words 195 cars 1133 quota parody first line. For the next quarter hour I found myself discussing drainage, tenant rights, winter feed. Words 191 chars 1128 quota parody first line. Instead I found myself more alert than relieved. Wards 2 and 3 chars. I'm 1188 quota parody first line. Before I could answer, Lady Ashburn herself crossed the room and addressed us with an E. Wards 193 chars 9 quota parody first line. He asked on you. Wards 947 chars 870 quota parody first line. Miss Hale. I think the next dance is mine by every reasonable expectation. Wards 197 char and 27 quota parody first line. Julian said, I think not. Wards 201 chars 37 quota parody first line. Had none fit for a ballroom. Wards 185 chars and 16 quota parody first line. My step faltered. Wards 171 chars 1030 quota parody first line. He said, that is rarely difficult to discover. Wards 187 chars 120 quota parody first line. The younger men hovered about the edges of the ballroom with expressions of elegant fatigue. Wards 2 and 2 cars 1129 quota parody first line. Julian was crossing the small antechamber between the drawing room and the west corridor. Wards 153 chars 918 quota parody first line. The lieutenant blushed, discovered an immediate need elsewhere, and vanished. Wards 25 common 32 quota parody first line west. Wards 199 chars 1141 quota parody first line. Awareness with being precise when imprecision would be easier. Wards 166 chars 907 quota parody first line. It was not exactly a question. Wards the 171 chars 1015 quota parody first line. He answered without adornment. Wards 190 cars 1040 quota parody first line. If anyone connected to your title or family attempts to use me as proof of your respect, Hob. Wards 193 cars 1132 quota parody first line. Can have a memorandum drawn before breakfast stating that your sister is to be received. Wards 153 chars 87 quota parody first line. A footman appeared almost immediately. Wards 190 cars 1040 quota parody first line. Very well, I said. Wards 185 chars 1056 quota parody first line. Mrs. Beacom, Lady Ashburn's housekeeper, appeared a moment later with the grave comp. Wards 195 cars 1118 quota parody first line. When was the box last opened? I asked. Wards 44 chars 238 quota parody first line. He was the only person in the house standing beside me when the ground shifted. By the time we reached London, I had learned that a wedding can feel less like a triumph than a change in weather. One lives under one sky on Monday and beneath another on Thursday. And though the furniture of the world appears much the same, the pressure in the air has altered so completely that even breathing requires a different sort of attention. The carriage slowed as we turned into Brook Street. I sat opposite my husband and watched the city arrive in fragments through the glass through a row of winter black railings. A woman in a plum cloak stepping carefully around a puddle left by thou and cart wheels. A chimney sweep no older than Clara's youngest cousin used to be, vanishing into an alley with soot on his cheek and laughter in his throat. London was never beautiful in the simple manner country people mean when they praise beauty. It was too used, too knowing, too crowded with appetite for that. Yet in the late afternoon, with the sky the color of pewter and the lamps beginning to show as small gold promises against the damp, it had a force that could make one forgive almost anything except the smell. Clara leaned forward from the seat beside me and peered out as though the whole town had been laid there for her inspection. She asked, "Is that Berkeley Square?" Julian said, No. Without looking up from the folded notes he had been reviewing for the last quarter hour. You are 2 streets too ambitious, Doss. She smiled. Then I shall improve. His mouth altered just enough to acknowledge that he had heard her, which was more expression than many men give their nearest relations in public, and considerably more than he had offered most of Yorkshire before we left it. I ought not to have noticed such things already. I did. Marriage had not made him easier to read. If anything, it had made him more difficult, because I could no longer reassure myself that his attention was accidental. He was too deliberate for accidents. Everything he did now had weight simply because I stood within the circle affected by it. When we had married, it had been done with all possible speed and just enough ceremony to prevent the speed from becoming its own scandal. Lady Ashbourne had provided practical benevolence, and 3 cousins with calm faces. The vicar had coughed discreetly during the vows. Clara had stood behind me with her gloved hands clasped, so tightly that afterward I saw the crescent marks left by her nails against her palm. Julian had spoken his part clearly, without flourish, without softness, and with that same grave precision which always made one feel language in his mouth was not decoration but commitment. I had done the same. No thunderbolt. No shaking hands. No vision of romance descending in white satin and song. Only the profound strangeness of promising the shape of my future to a man, whose coat sleeve I had first properly noticed, because he returned a threatening letter to me without opening it. Since then, events had moved with a briskness I would have found insulting if it had not served me so well. Mr. Fenwick, Julian's solicitor, had become a permanent and rather comforting presence. Belmer's earliest efforts to gain private access to Clara had failed so completely, and so publicly, that for one entire day I believed Providence might exist simply to embarrass arrogant men. The memorandum Julian ordered that night in the library had expanded into protections, settlements, and letters sent with a speed that made Belmer appear not powerful but late. And when the sealed letter's disappearance could no longer be treated as a private family irregularity, Julian had decided that London was the safer battlefield. Battlefield had been his word. Season had been Lady Ashbourne's. Between the two, I thought we had arrived at something very like the truth. The carriage stopped before Hartwell House in Brook Street, which was neither as large nor as severe as the country house, and for that very reason perhaps more intimidating. Country grandeur can be dismissed as inherited landscape and thick walls. A London house is intention made visible. It declares how a family means to be seen when everyone important is near enough to look. The footman let down the steps. A groom moved forward. Somewhere overhead a maid threw open a curtain and shut it again. The front door had not merely been opened. It had been prepared. Julian folded the last note and tucked it inside his coat. He said, "You will be stared at." The frankness of it nearly made me laugh. How encouraging. It seemed better than pretending otherwise. "Do you always comfort your wife with warnings?" "One possible." That was becoming a habit between us. Those dry exchanges balanced over something less dry beneath. I had not yet decided whether they steadied me or made me more aware of him. Clara gathered her reticule. "If we are to be stared at, I hope I look expensive." "You look 17, I said. She lifted her chin. "That can be expensive too." Julian's eyes briefly met mine. There was amusement in them this time, unmistakable and brief as winter sunlight. "Your sister may survive London better than either of us." "That is my fear exactly." We descended. The butler received us as though Julian had been absent a season, rather than a fortnight, which I suppose is the highest form of domestic tact. Servants do not merely serve. In good houses they preserve the fiction that all upheaval has happened according to design. "Welcome home, my lord." "My lady." "Miss Hale." "My lady." There it was again, not on a marriage line, not in church, not in the cautious congratulations of county people, who wished to approve a match before they fully understood it. Here it came as title, fact and household order. I had expected to dislike it. Instead, I found I disliked the speed with which others accepted it more than the word itself. The entrance hall was bright with beeswax Polish and dark portraits. A narrow arrangement of winter greenery ran the length of the console beneath the stairs. Somewhere nearby a clock struck the half-hour with the self-satisfaction peculiar to London clocks. Clara turned once in a slow circle before she remembered herself. "This is smaller than Hartwell," she whispered to me. "That is because London has the bad taste to charge by the yard." Julian said, "It will still suit us very well," having heard every word. He handed his gloves to the butler and began issuing instructions in the low, even voice of a man who has never needed to raise it in order to be obeyed. Tea in the blue drawing-room. Mrs. Talbot to come to Lady Hartwell after she has had 15 minutes to remove the dust of travel. No callers admitted without cards first presented. Miss Haley's trunks to the front bedchamber on the second floor, where the light is better. A note sent at once to Mr. Fenwick announcing our arrival. Another to Lady Worsley declining her musicale for this evening, but accepting Thursday. Flowers removed from the morning room, because the scent is wrong for enclosed fires. I stood half listening and wholly noticing. There is a world of difference between authority that feeds on being felt, and authority so assured it can concern itself with flowers. Belmere liked to make one conscious of his power before he used it. Julian used his before one had decided whether to resent it. Not secretly. Simply without vanity. Mrs. Talbot arrived while I was still removing my gloves. She was the housekeeper, a broad-browed woman of perhaps 50 who looked as though she could count the silver, the linens, and one's moral defects before breakfast. Her curtsy was perfect and not one grain overdone. "My lady, we are honored to receive you. No false warmth, no resistance thinly painted over, merely acceptance and efficiency. I hope we shall not disappoint you." "Mrs. Talbot," Bob, I said. "I do not anticipate disappointment where the house has been clearly instructed." The answer was so exact that I almost loved her. She walked me herself to the chamber prepared for me and, on the way, informed me which maid had the steadiest hand with hair, which footman could be trusted with urgent notes, and which modist had the least imagination, and was therefore best relied upon when one wished not to be made ridiculous. By the time she finished, I understood that Mrs. Talbot had accepted me provisionally and intended London to understand the same. My chamber overlooked the street. The curtains were dove gray. The counterpane was cream. A fresh fire had been laid, and on the dressing table stood a little bowl of forced narcissus whose scent was delicate enough not to offend the room. No one had asked me whether I liked narcissus. Someone had learned it. That unsettled me more than if the room had been hung in crimson to flatter an imaginary countess. A person can defend against display. Consideration enters where one is less guarded. Clara burst in 10 minutes later, without waiting to be announced, which I forgave, because she was Clara and because she was carrying the look she has when excitement is trying very hard to pass as composure. She said, "There is a blue drawing-room," as if announcing the discovery of the Mediterranean. I had suspected from the butler's language that some room here had ambitions. And a pianoforte, and 3 windows to the street, and a tea tray already set. "Lydia." She shut the door behind her and came closer. "No one here looks at us as though we are intruding." I knew exactly what she meant. Reduced circumstances teach one to read hospitality the way sailors read skies. Too much kindness means pity. Too much ceremony means one is being tolerated on a cushion. Too much informality means one has been moved below notice. Hartwell House in London had achieved the rare condition of making us feel expected. It did not erase danger. It did something more useful. It denied Belmere the right to define us by need. I sat before the dressing table and let my maid, Evans, unpin my bonnet, while Clara settled near the fire with an energy that suggested she would either thrive in London or accidentally set part of it alight. She said, "He has done this very neatly." "Who?" She gave me a look. "Do not become dense simply because you have married." "I have been married 9 days. I am entitled to at least a fortnight of selective stupidity." She ignored that. "He has not hidden us. He has not displayed us either. He has made it impossible for anyone to call us dependents." That, precisely, was what I had been trying not to say aloud. Evans withdrew with the bonnet. I waited until the door closed before answering. "Yes." Clara watched me in the mirror. "Does it make you afraid?" "Wes." "Because you may begin to trust him." "No. Because I may begin to like the feeling of not having to fight every room before entering it." Her expression softened. I turned from the mirror. "Do not look at me with wisdom. It is offensive in younger sisters. It is all I have to offer before tea." I smiled despite myself. We went down 15 minutes later. The blue drawing room was all winter light and careful comfort. The walls were silk the color of faded wedgwood. The fire burned low and bright. A tea table stood prepared beneath the nearest window, silver shining softly against porcelain, so thin the light seemed to pass through it. On one side of the room, a stack of visiting cards had already begun to gather on a tray, though we had been in the house less than half an hour. London, unlike country life, wastes no time pretending not to know your affairs. Julian was standing by the mantel with a cup in one hand and a folded card in the other. He looked up when we entered, and the look itself still did that odd thing to the room, as though my place in it became more fixed merely because he marked my arrival. He set down the cup. "You have survived Mrs. Talbot." "Barely. I think she counted my instincts and found them improvable." "That is her form of approval." Clara took the seat nearest the cakes without apology. "Then, I admire her already." He handed me the first cup himself. I noticed, because by now I noticed everything, that he knew exactly how much milk I preferred. The discovery was so intimate in its insignificance that I nearly spilled the tea. He must have seen something in my face, because his voice lowered. "You are tired." "I am in London." "That is not the same thing. Only to those who have never had to arrive in it under inspection." His gaze rested on me a moment longer than was necessary. Not searching, not claiming, simply present. "Then let the first hour be inspection on our terms." He crossed to the tray of cards and began to sort them. Lady Doring, Lady Worsley, Mrs. Pembroke's aunt, who apparently moved faster in London than in Yorkshire. 2 gentlemen I did not know. One cousin of Julian's who had already written rather than call, which suggested either taste or calculation. The names fell into 3 categories at once: the curious, the strategic, and the benevolent who wished not to be mistaken for either. Clara asked, "Will they all come?" Julian said, "Not today. Some only wish to have called first. It allows them to imply intimacy later." She accepted that with a seriousness I would have found comic in anyone else. "And which are dangerous." He selected one card and placed it apart. "This one will be tiresome." I read the name and felt my shoulders tighten. Lady Haverley, the widowed sister of the branch of the Vale family least pleased by Julian's succession, and most adept at turning uncertainty into social performance. "Tiresome is a charitable word," I said. He replied, "Do not let charity become a vice." There it was again, that quiet conspiratorial line between us, as though marriage had not given us tenderness yet, but had already given us shared categories of annoyance. The fire warmed, tea disappeared. Clara took a second cake and pretended she had not. Outside, wheels passed over damp street stones. In another life, the scene might have been merely domestic. In mine, it felt like a lesson. No one here asked whether I was overwhelmed. No one urged me to retire for the evening like a protected invalid of sensibility. No one suggested that Julian, as husband, would naturally speak for me until I regained my balance. He told me who would call. He asked which names I wished admitted first. He set the board before me and expected me to play. Belmer's kind of power liked women grateful. Julian seemed to prefer them informed. That difference was not love. It was not even trust. Yet it touched a place in me more difficult to win than tenderness would have been. At 5:30, Mr. Fenwick arrived. He was shown in with the appearance of a man who has spent all day among documents and intends to spend the evening improving upon them. His whiskers were disciplined, his cravat exact, and his expression one of professional neutrality carried so far it had become a personal creed. My lord, my lady, Miss Hale. He bowed to me now without the faintest hesitation over the title. Solicitors. I was beginning to learn, accept reality faster than relations do because reality signs papers, he said. I have brought the first responses. Producing a slim portfolio. Belmer's man has already altered his tone. Julian asked, has he improved? No, only softened. That is almost worse. Mr. Fenwick did not smile, but I suspect he approved the remark internally. He laid out the matters before us with a clarity I would have blessed even if I had not paid him dearly in gratitude already. Belmer, checked by the memorandum and by the speed with which Clara's position had been regularized under my marriage settlement, had withdrawn 2 exploratory lines of pressure, and was seeking another. The inventory of Aunt Eleanor's effects had now been copied in triplicate. The missing sealed letter remained unaccounted for. No sign yet of it in the chambers where one remote Hartwell connection had once touched my aunt's inquiry. However, several people who should not have known of its existence had begun to imply that some supplementary direction might complicate the will. Supplementary direction. Even lies sound respectable when attorneys dress them. And London? I asked. Mr. Fenwick adjusted one paper to square it with the edge of the table. London will do what London always does, my lady. It will pretend the marriage explains everything until it discovers that explanation has become inconvenient. I dislike the city more every minute. Clara murmured. Julian said, It improves if one survives the first 6 weeks. Does it? No. But one becomes better at recognizing the enemy. Mr. Fenwick left us with drafts to review and 3 carefully worded cautions about whom not to trust with tears, temper, or unsigned notes. When he had gone, the room seemed quieter than before, though dusk had already thickened beyond the windows and the lamps had been brought in. Julian stood by the fire while I read over one of the settlement extracts for Clara's allowance. It is in plain language, I said. I asked for plain language. How revolutionary. I am modern in occasional bursts. Something in me eased. You hide it well. He looked at me then, truly looked, with that strange, still intensity that always felt less like observation than concentration. You need not thank me every time I do what I said I would. I was not thanking you. No. I was observing that you are exactly as troublesome as advertised. That is a relief. I dislike disappointing expectations so early in marriage. The line was dry. The fact beneath it was not. I set down the paper. Clara had drifted to the pianoforte and was touching out the shape of a melody without sound, giving us the courtesy of occupation. The lamps glowed. The city pressed at the glass. My husband stood 4 paces away, composed, elegant, and somehow less distant than he had been when first I saw him in Yorkshire. That, more than the house or the title or the protective walls of London, made me most uneasy. Because for the first time since our bargain ceased to be theoretical, I understood the danger clearly. There was power used to close a hand over another life. And there was power used to open space around it. One kind I had been fighting for years. The other, I feared, I might someday mistake for safety enough to lean toward. And if I leaned, I was no longer certain he would move away. The first note arrived the next morning on cream paper, so fine it looked less written upon than persuaded. I noticed it only because Mrs. Talbot, whose sense of household proportion was more exact than most bishops' sense of doctrine, placed it beside my coffee cup without comment, and did not place the others there. The others remained on the side table in a neat silver tray: calls, civilities, invitations, a cousin's inquiry about whether my gout was hereditary, though I had never had gout and the cousin in question was not mine. But this note came alone. That made it either important or rude. Possibly both. I had come down early before Clara, because London mornings have a way of making one feel either industrious or defeated according to the speed with which the household takes shape around one. The breakfast room was quiet in that clean, held breath way large houses possess between first service and social assault. The fire had been built high enough to matter. Rain tapped lightly at the windows. Somewhere in the hall a clock was deciding whether to be dignified or merely loud. Julian had already gone out. Mrs. Talbot had informed me of it, with a composure suggesting that husbands depart at 8:30 every morning of their married lives for the good of England, and that wise wives treat the fact as one treats weather and tax. He had gone first to his club for 2 letters, and then to see Mr. Fenwick. That, at least, had been the declared plan. I took up the note. No seal, no crest, no direction beyond Lady Hartwell, written in a slanted hand I did not know. When I unfolded it, the paper gave off a faint scent, not of perfume exactly, but of whatever expensive drawers and dry rose leaves become after many years of money. My lady, a new name suits some women better than others. Yours may yet prove serviceable if you learn quickly what it covers and what it cannot. You would be wise to ask why you're late. Aunt's missing letter passed once through hands connected with the Hartwell papers before vanishing. A marriage does not make an old trail vanish. It merely alters who profits from silence. If you value yourself and the girl, do not mistake welcome for innocence. There was no signature. No threat, either. If one wished to be dishonest about the nature of words. I read it twice. Then a third time, because something in the phrasing would not sit properly. Passed once through hands connected with the Hartwell papers. Not the Hartwell family. Not the Earl. Not Julian himself. The wording was both careful and malicious, like a knife wrapped in linen. Clara came in before I had decided whether to burn the thing or keep it. She was half awake, half pinned, and wholly curious, with her hair still only braided for the morning and a volume of Cowper tucked beneath one arm, as though she feared London might attack her, before she had fortified herself with poetry. She said, "You look as if your coffee has insulted you." "It has merely failed to improve my character, bah." She dropped into the chair beside mine and reached for toast. Her eyes moved once to the paper in my hand and sharpened at once. Not an invitation. No, Belmere. I do not think so. That was true. Belmer's style was more overtly possessive. He liked his threats to wear gloves but not masks. I passed her the note. She read it in silence, the color leaving her face line by line. When she finished, she looked up too quickly. Who sent it? If I knew that, I should already be less offended. It sounds as though... Wes, I said. It sounds as though someone means me to suspect Julian, or at least his house. Clara laid the note flat upon the table with the care of a person handling something unpleasant and possibly infectious. Do you? There are questions younger sisters ask which are really pleas in one coat and judgment in another. This was not one of them. It was better. It was honest. I do not know what I suspect, I said. Only that the writer hopes suspicion will begin its work before breakfast is over, bah. Clara looked at the note again. Then the writer knows you well enough to think breakfast is strategic. That, unfortunately, describes half London. Still, I folded the paper and slid it into my workbox rather than the fire. That was my first betrayal of myself that day. Because if I had truly considered it nonsense, I would have burned it at once. By 11 the house had ceased pretending at peace. Cards arrived. then flowers, then a basket of oranges from some person too grand to send fruit modestly. Lady Worsley called in person, and spent exactly 12 minutes saying kind things with the expression of a woman trying to determine whether my marriage was romantic, strategic, or merely rapid. Lady Doring sent a note of congratulation so warm it might have set lace alight. A cousin of Julian's appeared uninvited, admired the drawing room, admired my gown, admired the silver, and left behind the distinct impression that admiration was the most efficient way to inventory a household one hoped might yet fracture. Julian did not return until just before 1. I knew the instant he entered the blue drawing room, though I had my head bent over a visiting book and Clara was arguing with a florist's bill as if economy were a moral art. He had that effect on rooms. They did not brighten. That would have been easier. They settled around him. He said, "You have begun without me." It was not a reproach. Merely observation. He removed his gloves as he spoke and handed 2 letters to a footman without breaking stride. "We feared idleness would corrupt us," I said. "I see London has moved faster than expected. Only if expected means hoped for." He came nearer the table, his gaze moving once across the calls, the flowers, Clara, and me in a single, comprehensive sweep that somehow never felt intrusive and always felt thorough. Any trouble? Any trouble? The note in my workbox seemed to warm at the question. I should have shown it to him at once. Instead I heard myself say, "Only the usual quantity." It was not a lie precisely. That made it worse. Clara's eyes flickered to me and then away. She said nothing. Julian looked from one of us to the other. If he noticed the omission, he gave no sign beyond setting a folded newspaper upon the table with slightly more care than necessary. "Then I have brought a better class of trouble." He touched the newspaper. "My aunt's favorite branch of the family has discovered you exist in print." I reached for it. There, in the lower portion of the second page, beneath parliamentary muttering and a ship's arrival from Lisbon, lay 3 sentences so elegantly poisonous that I could not help admiring them on craft alone. "The recent marriage of the Earl of Hartwell continues to excite comment, not least among those who had supposed his lordship's newly settled position might encourage a more politically intelligible alliance. The lady, though said to possess merit, brings circumstances of legal delicacy. One trusts the ancient veiled judgment has not been overruled by haste." No name, no signature, no accusation one could answer. Julian watched me while I read. "Letty Haverley?" I asked. He accepted that without vanity. Either her or someone trying to earn her praise. "Ancient veiled judgment," Clara repeated with disgust. "How very old and stupid it sounds." He said, "It is meant to sound old and wise." And does it? To those who like their malice hereditary. I folded the paper and set it down more carefully than it deserved. The note in my workbox seemed to rise behind my ribs like another pulse. A more politically intelligible alliance. A marriage that altered who profited from silence. An old trail. The phrases began to circle one another. Julian moved to the fire. "Lady Worsley has shifted Thursday's musicale to include half the people we least wish to see until next week, which means she either means to support you visibly or to test the strength of the walls. Can she not do one without the other?" "In London." "Rarely." Lara sighed. "I dislike everyone already and I have scarcely met them." He said, "That is an excellent basis for a season." She grinned despite herself. Then Mrs. Talbot entered, with a household query about linen presses, and Clara was swept out by the promise of choosing ribbon for evening slippers, leaving me alone with my husband and the newspaper. The room grew very quiet. There are silences between married people which belong to comfort. Ours did not yet. Ours belonged to assessment. Julian turned back from the fire. "What else?" The words were mild. I felt my shoulders go still. "What do you mean?" "I mean you are too composed for mere gossip, and not composed enough for it to be nothing." "I dislike being read accurately. It is a vulgar sensation, like having one's letters sorted by another hand. It is possible, I said, that I am simply adapting to married life with bad grace. I do not think so. No demand. No softening either. Simply patience sharpened by attention. That, finally, did what pressure might not have done. I opened the workbox and handed him the note. He did not read it standing. He sat first. That was characteristic of him. Some men take in danger by rising to meet it. Julian seemed to prefer giving it a chair and learning its shape. His face altered almost not at all while he read. Yet I knew the note had landed, because, when he reached the line about hands connected with the Hartwell papers, his thumb paused once against the edge of the page. When he finished, he read it again. Well, I asked. He looked up. This was delivered with the Morning Post. By Mrs. Talbot herself. Did she know the hand? No, bah. He considered for one beat longer, then folded the note exactly on its existing lines and placed it upon the table between us. Someone wishes to force the connection into the open before we can define it ourselves. The word ourselves irritated me instantly. How fortunate that you say, I said. The writer seems to think definition has been proceeding without me. His gaze met mine. Do you think that? There are moments when honesty is a door and moments when it is a precipice. Marriage, I was beginning to suspect, offers fewer of the first and more of the second than novels usually mention. I think, I said carefully, that I married you knowing there was some indirect past contact between my aunt's inquiry and people once used by your family. Wes. I did not know that Kant might be described by enemies in terms persuasive enough to fit into an anonymous warning. Nope. How? I do not enjoy learning, by cream paper before breakfast, that my husband's world contains old trails others already understand better than I do. The last sentence came out harder than I intended. He accepted it without flinching. Fair. That annoyed me more. Do not be reasonable, I said. It is intolerable. His expression almost changed. Very well. Then I am sorry. The directness of that struck me silent for a moment. Not because I had never been apologized to by a man. I had. Men apologize frequently when they wish to end inconvenience. This was different. He said it as one states a fact one does not enjoy but means to acknowledge fully. I do not yet know who sent this. He went on. But I know what they want. They want you to feel that marrying me has moved you from Belmer's pressure into mine. Has it not? The question escaped me before pride could arrange it into something softer. For the first time since he entered, something unmistakably personal moved in his face. Not wounded vanity. Something sharper and lower. He said, if you believe that, you should say it entirely. The air in the room seemed to gather around us. I stood because sitting had become impossible. Very well. I believe Belmer would use the law over me, and you would never do so in that manner. I believe there is a difference between you so obvious only a fool would deny it. But I also believe there are things connected to my aunt, your family, and that missing letter, which you understand by habit, by inheritance, or by long acquaintance with men like Mr. Fenwick, and I do not. And when knowledge gathers unevenly inside a marriage, affection does not correct the imbalance. I had not meant to say affection. The word hung there, visible as breath in winter. Julian rose as well, though he did not come closer. He said, no, quietly. Affection does not correct it. The answer should have steadied me. Instead it unsettled me further because there was nothing evasive in it. What do you know? I asked. He was still for a moment. I know that one clerk attached years ago to my late uncle's legal affairs appears to have also touched correspondence rotted for outside consultation. I know your aunt's name surfaced in that older trail once. Faintly, and again now. I know Belmer either learned enough of it to feel bold, or learned enough of its outline to bluff. I know my aunt's side of the family is using your circumstances to suggest I have married for consolidation rather than judgment. Consolidation of what? influence, appearance, legitimacy. Choose the word most likely to offend you. I laughed once, without mirth. How generous! It was not meant generously. The rain at the windows had strengthened. Down in the street wheels hissed over wet stone. The city carried on, indifferent to whether wives were learning the geometry of their marriages or not. You knew more than I did when you proposed, I said. Wes, you decided the difference was acceptable. I decided time was not on your side. That is not the same justification. No. There it was again. That infuriating refusal to defend himself with elegance. I looked away first, because if I had continued meeting his eyes, I might either have softened too quickly or said something unforgivable. And I had no wish to do either in a room full of blue silk and listening fire. At length I said, What would you have me do with this note? Keep it. You think it useful, da. I think everything useful that an enemy chooses too early to reveal. That sounded precisely like him. Controlled. Strategic. Maddening. And what am I to be in the meantime? I asked. Wife. Witness. Bait. His answer came at once. My wife. The force of it was not in the word itself, but in the lack of any other word around it. No explanation, no appeal, no poetry. Just a truth placed down between us, as if he would let it stand or fall by its own weight. My anger shifted then, not diminished, but altered by contact with something steadier than itself. Unfortunately, that only made the next thing harder. And if being your wife means there are chambers of knowledge I enter last? I asked. His face went very still. Then I will need to earn the right to ask your patience while we close them. The honesty of that ought to have comforted me. Instead, because I was already more tired than proud women like to admit. It made my eyes burn. I turned away before that could become visible. Mrs. Talbot chose that exact moment to have the mercy or bad judgment to enter with the noon tray. She saw at once that she had walked into weather and pretended, with professional heroism, that all climates within marriage are equally fit for sandwiches. Luncheon in the small dining room, my lord. My lady, Julian said. No, I said at the same time. Mrs. Talbot did not blink. I loved her more for it. I drew a breath. In half an hour. As you wish. My lady. She retreated with the tray and the discretion of a saint. Silence returned. It was Julian who broke it. Lady Worsley's musicale tonight is now unavoidable. Haverley's people will be there. So will at least two who know enough of the old trail to talk around it without speaking plainly. He paused. If you prefer not to go, I will decline for both of us. There was no test in the offer. That was precisely why I could not accept it. If I do not go, I said, still facing the window, it will be said I have discovered marriage more exhausting than expected. That will be said regardless. I almost smiled. Then there is no reason to make it true. Behind me I heard the faint movement of him taking up the note again. When I turned back, he had slipped it into an inner pocket of his coat. I thought I was to keep it, Bah, he said. You are. After I have shown it to Fenwick. The possessive instinct in me rose at once. And if I object? Then I return it now and we lose 3 hours. I held out my hand. For a moment, I thought he might actually give it back. Instead he looked at my hand, then at me, and something unexpectedly warmer touched his voice. You may command me or trust me, Lydia. This afternoon I recommend the second. He had said my name only a handful of times since the wedding. He ought to have known by now that the effect was unfair. I lowered my hand. 3 hours, I said. 3. And no private conference with Fenwick from which I am excluded afterward. Dodd. Agreed. There was nothing left to quarrel with except the fact that I still wanted to. So I did what sensible women do when they are tired, angry, and not yet ready to forgive a man who has just been both candid and useful. I said, very well. We shall go to Lady Worsley, and if your relations mean to inspect me, I hope at least to be paid the compliment of being underestimated first styled. He almost smiled. That can likely be arranged. The almost was worse than the thing itself. He moved toward the door, then stopped. One more thing. I waited. The note was designed to make you feel alone inside this house. His gaze held mine steadily. You are not. Then he left before I could answer, which was either tact or strategy, and because I had become his wife recently enough to distrust my own instincts, I could not yet tell which. But, when the door shut, I found I was standing in the center of the room, with my pulse beating absurdly fast, and my anger no longer clean. That was the beginning of the trouble, because it is one thing to distrust a man who uses power over you. It is another, far more dangerous thing, to distrust him, while wanting to believe him anyway. By the time I came downstairs for Lady Worsley's musicale, I had recovered outward composure, and lost almost all inward simplicity. These are not the same thing. A woman may be perfectly arranged and still feel as someone has shifted the floorboards beneath her life by half an inch. The room will not see it. The mirror will not admit it. But when she walks, she knows the measure is altered. Evans had dressed my hair with unnecessary mercy and just enough brilliance. Mrs. Talbot had approved the gown, because it could not possibly be accused of ambition, and was therefore exactly right, for the first weeks of a marriage London wished to inspect, before it chose how to classify it. It was pale gray silk with narrow pearl trimming, and sleeves that suggested taste without pleading for admiration. Clara declared it made me look like someone who would forgive nothing and forget less, which I took as praise. She herself wore soft blue, and looked so young that I wanted briefly to lock her in the schoolroom, and tell London it had mistaken the date of our arrival by 6 years. Julian was waiting in the front hall. I saw him first in the long mirror between the lamps before I saw him directly. Black evening coat, white cravat, gloves in one hand, composure in every line of him. There are men who become decorative by candlelight. He became more exact. He turned as we reached the last stair. For one moment his gaze moved over Clara in sisterly approval, over me in something quieter, and then away before the look could become a possession noticed by servants. He said, Lady Worsley has invited enough people to qualify as a municipal event. Clara brightened at once. How comforting. I prefer my social torment well attended. You have become flippant, I told her. I came by it honestly. Julian offered me his arm. Not ceremonially. Not with the faint stiffness of a man performing marriage for an audience. Simply as though this had already become one of the shapes of the evening. I hesitated no longer than was proper. That, too, I noticed. Lady Worsley's house in Grosvenor Square stood in a blaze of light so steady it looked less like hospitality than assertion. Footmen moved in disciplined lines. Carriages spilled silk, satin, and calculated good breeding onto the steps. The night had turned colder after rain, and the air smelled of wet stone, horse and London smoke, with the faintest sweetness from the hot house flowers massed in bowls just inside the entrance. Music drifted down the staircase before we had even given our names. Not the formal violence of a full concert. Something more elegant and dangerous, the soft performance of talent in rooms built chiefly for observation. Lady Worsley received us in silver, gray velvet and widowhood so successful it had become a kind of social monarchy. She kissed the air near my cheek, took Clara's hands between hers, and gave Julian a look that combined approval, interest, and the warning amusement of an older woman who intends to discover everything eventually. She said, My dear, to me, you are precisely as calm as I hoped and less frightened than you ought to be. I did not know fear was part of the dress code. She said, It is in London. It only matters whether one wears it well. She turned to Julian. I have done as little as possible to help you. I am grateful for your restraint. You should not be. It cost me greatly. Then we were absorbed. Music rooms differ from ballrooms, because they allow people to stand and look occupied while doing much more serious things than dancing. A ballroom at least has rules of motion. A musicale is a roomful of arrangements disguised as listening. Lady Worsley's principal salon had been opened into the adjoining drawing room by folding doors thrown back. Lamps glowed through rose-colored shades. Tall mirrors caught movement and multiplied it. Chairs had been set in half, ordered rows toward the pianoforte and harp at the far end, but the real life of the evening ran along the margins. The spaces near fireplaces, doorways, screens, supper tables, and the edges of conversation where people position themselves to be seen with or not seen with one another at useful intervals. I felt the room take me in, not with vulgar curiosity. London is too trained for that. It was more refined and therefore more exhausting. 100 glances measuring one fact at a time. Her gown is correct. Her sister is young. Hartwell is attentive but not infatuated. She holds herself like a woman born to comfort and trained by anxiety. Does she know what they are saying? Does she hear enough? Does she belong here by marriage or merely by speed? No wonder society produces so many headaches and so little honesty. Julian did not leave my side immediately. That was his first act of defense. Not lingering. Not claiming. He simply moved with me through the room long enough that every person of consequence must greet me with his presence attached to mine. He presented Clara where necessary. Named those worth remembering. Skimmed us away from two people best avoided, and one man whose smile had the unmistakable look of a financier who considered other people's misfortunes structurally interesting. "You are cataloguing the room," I murmured as we paused near an ormolu clock large enough to intimidate the hour. "Yes." "How romantic. It is the best I can do before supper." There it was again. That dry current beneath public correctness. It ought to have become less alarming by repetition. Instead, I had begun to understand that his restraint did not mean absence. It meant pressure under discipline, and one feels such things more, not less, for their control. Lady Haverly arrived at our side with the inevitability of mildew. She was a handsome woman in the way certain marble busts are handsome fine line. High polish, no detectable mercy. Her mourning had softened into lavender silk and black jet, which told London she remembered the dead exactly as long as fashion required and no longer. She held out both hands to Julian as though she had once been fond of him and might, under more favorable political conditions, have risked it again. She said, "Hartwell, you are newly metropolitan." "Aunt." He bowed over her hand, no warmth, no chill, only perfect relation. Then her eyes came to me. "My dear Lady Hartwell." She let the title rest between us as though testing its weight. "What a pleasure. We are all trying very hard not to know too much too soon." I smiled. "Then London is showing uncommon discipline." Her laugh was brief and delighted, which meant either I had scored or she meant to adopt me as an amusing opponent. Neither possibility reassured me. She kissed my cheek in the fashionable void beside actual contact. She said, "I like spirit in a bride," softly enough for only me to hear. "It gives one something to watch after the flowers have died." Then she turned to Clara, who curtsied with more innocence than she felt. "And this must be the sister. You have brought us all the way from Yorkshire in excellent time, Miss Hale. London grows so dull unless someone arrives with a history." Clara, bless her dangerous little soul, answered sweetly, "Then I hope not to disappoint." Lady Haverly's eyes gleamed. "You have been educated," Clara said, "partly by experience." I would have trodden on her hem if I could have reached it. Julian intervened with such elegance one might almost have missed the act. "Aunt," Lady Worsley asked whether you would sit near Lady Doring, or where your comments might do greater damage. Lady Haverly turned to him. "Cruel boy," he said, "never." She glided off in search of better prey. I let out the breath I had been saving. "Do all your relations speak as though they are writing memoirs in their heads?" "The kinder ones." That is a discouraging answer bar. Clara leaned in. "I like her less than I expected." "You expected to like her." No. But I expected to enjoy disliking her more. Julian's mouth nearly changed. That usually improves after the second encounter. Someone touched his sleeve from behind. A baron with parliamentary ambitions. Another with county influence. Two men who needed 5 minutes of him for reasons that would bore me and perhaps bankrupt someone else. I saw the moment he weighed the obligation against leaving me. I should have made it easy for him. Instead I said, "Go, I shall not be abducted before the first song." His eyes rested on me a moment. No, not before the first. Then he was gone. The absence registered at once. That was my second difficulty of the evening. The first had been London. The second was discovering I could feel when he was no longer between it and me. Clara was claimed by Mrs. Pembroke, and a cheerful trio of girls whose mothers had already decided she was either refreshing or a mistake. I was left near the front half of the salon, where two matrons made room for me with the kindness generally shown to persons recently widowed, newly married, or socially endangered. Music began. A young Italian with impossible lashes and admirable wrists played first, then a contralto whose voice was deep enough to make several women forgive the cut of her bodice. Applause moved in waves. Conversation hushed and resumed. Fans opened and closed. People listened in portions and watched entirely. By the second piece I had discovered the chief cruelty of music in society. It provides emotion to rooms that do not deserve it. A woman behind me whispered, "She bears it well." Another answered, "That depends on what she knows." I did not turn. Turning would have acknowledged them as specific enemies when they might yet prove only general nuisances. Instead I lifted my opera glass and examined the harp. A minute later, Miss Fenwick slid into the empty chair beside me, as though Providence had finally hired a competent stage manager. "You are being discussed," she murmured. I had guessed from the sensation of being alphabetized. "It is not all unfriendly. That is what London says when it wishes to sound generous." She bit back a smile. "Your husband has done one useful thing already." "Only one." "This hour, yes. He has made it impossible for anyone to decide whether his attention to you is duty or preference. That unsettles the worst people." "Why?" "Because if it is duty they may pity you. If it is preference, they must reckon with him. No one yet knows which to choose." The observation was so precise that I turned to look at her properly. "And you?" She adjusted her fan. "I think he is too disciplined to provide the answer publicly." That, unfortunately, struck close to truth. A stir passed through the room near the folding doors. Not loud, merely the subtle change in attention that announces a new arrival already known to be significant. Belmer. He had chosen dark blue, which made his face look paler and his manner more expensive. He was speaking to Lady Haverley within seconds of entering, which told me either that London itself had organized this torment or that gentlemen with ambitions and widows with opinions naturally move toward one another like storms. My spine went stiff before I could prevent it. Miss Fenwick noticed. "Ah bah. You say that as though a species of insect has just landed on the upholstery. They usually announce themselves less clearly." Belmer's gaze moved through the room and found me before it had any right to do so. That he did not come at once was worse. Immediate aggression can be managed. Deliberate delay means calculation. He meant to let me see him speaking comfortably among Julian's relations before he approached. He meant to remind me that respectability is a room women may enter and men may arrange. My fan snapped shut. Miss Fenwick rose. "I am going to speak to Clara before she says something memorable to a viscountess. Would you like rescue or witness?" I almost laughed. What a useful distinction. We'll make it daily. Witness, perhaps. She inclined her head and drifted away. I remained where I was, because movement would have looked like retreat, and I was tired of giving men evidence to feed upon. Across the room, Julian had reappeared near Lady Worsley's mantel, speaking to two gentlemen I did not know, and to one bishop I would have preferred not to know. He was not looking at me. That, precisely, was how I knew he was aware of Belmere. People who watch too directly in public waste their own advantage. The contralto finished. Applause rose. Chairs shifted. The company began that elegant reconfiguration between performances during which people pretend only to stretch their legs while in fact advancing whole campaigns. Belmere chose his moment perfectly. He approached just as a violinist was being pressed forward by Lady Worsley, and just before the room settled again. Enough movement to give cover. Enough pause to ensure notice. He said, "My lady." The title had never sounded more like theft. I rose because remaining seated before him would have felt like accepting audience. "Mr. Belmere." He bowed. No more than propriety required. No less than would imply acquaintance deeper than recent hostility. I had feared London would claim you before I might offer my congratulations. You overestimate my consequence and underestimate the city. Not at all. His smile was smooth. Your marriage has improved both. Anyone standing 3 feet away would have called it a compliment. I called it insolence in evening dress. How kind of you to say so. He lowered his voice by 1 degree. I confess I had not expected Hartwell to act with such speed. Fear as much you have not expected lately. His eyes warmed with annoyance, though his expression remained agreeable. I hope you do not mistake my concern for resentment. I have never mistaken your concern for anything soft. That landed. Good. A passing gentleman bowed to us both and moved on. Belmere waited until the man was out of earshot, before speaking again. You should be cautious what confidence you place in old houses, my lady. Some open their doors very wide while they examine the contents brought in. I felt the blood rise and forced it back by will alone. Then it is fortunate I was not invited by the house, he said. No, quietly. By the title. There are moments when insult becomes almost elegant enough to admire. This was one of them. Had he struck me, I would have known precisely how to answer. But there is no accepted gesture for the rebuttal of a man who suggests your husband married you as part of a political furniture arrangement. You speak boldly for one standing beneath another gentleman's welcome. Welcome is not always trust. No, I said. It is sometimes breeding. You may fail to recognize the difference. His smile thinned at last. The violinist began to play. One by one the conversations around us softened, turned, and gave themselves over to listening. The music was delicate and very pure, which made Belmere's presence beside me feel like a dark thumbprint on fine paper. He angled his body slightly toward the performance and said, without looking at me, "Have you asked him yet?" My pulse turned hard. Ask whom what? Your husband. About the older trail. About who knew your aunt's name before you did. About why the sealed letter vanished more usefully after his interest began than before. The bow moved across the strings. Somewhere a lady sighed appreciatively. I stood motionless beside a man I despised, and felt the entire room become suddenly dangerous because of what could not be answered aloud. I should have walked away. Pride told me to. Prudence told me to. Curiosity, that lowest and most expensive appetite, told me to stay one instant longer. Be careful, I said. You, he murmured. No. Of believing that insinuation improves by repetition. At that exact moment, Julian crossed the room, not quickly, never quickly. Yet by the time the violinist reached the second phrase, he was standing beside us with the ease of a man who had merely intended from the first to join that portion of the room. He said, Belmere. Hartwell. No one hearing them would have found fault. Which of course meant the fault was deep. Julian inclined his head to me first. Lady Worsley asks whether you have heard enough music to beer supper. The form was light. The effect was rescue. Belmere smiled as though included in some harmless social adjustment. I was just observing to Lady Hartwell that London has received her with uncommon speed. Julian's eyes rested on him briefly. London receives everything quickly. It judges more slowly. One hopes so, Julian said. No. One verifies. Belmer's expression did not change, yet I felt rather than saw the small check in him. The momentary resistance of a man finding his opponent less vague than he hoped. Julian offered me his arm. He did not say come away. He did not ask if I wished to leave. He simply created the only movement that preserved my dignity without implying I required extraction. That was his second act of defense, and more dangerous to me than the first. Because gratitude rose at once, sharp and warm, and gratitude is never content to remain gratitude where attraction already lives. I took his arm. Belmer stepped aside. My lady. The title sounded different now. Not less insulting. Merely thwarted. Julian led me toward the supper room through the shifting lanes of guests. He did not speak until we had crossed the threshold and entered the softer, brighter world of silver dishes, champagne aspic, and women pretending not to eat while choosing exactly the cakes they preferred. He asked, "Did he touch you?" The question was so direct it startled a laugh from me before I could help it. No, bah. Good, you ask that like a magistrate. I ask it like your husband. The words hit with absurd force. He guided me to a narrow space near one of the long windows, half screened by a palm and a mountain of hothouse camellias. Not hidden, never hidden, merely less exposed. A footman appeared. Julian took a plate and placed on it 3 things I actually liked. That, more than anything else, nearly undid me. You should not know that I prefer the lemon cakes, I said. I know many dangerous things. This feels like an unfair category. He looked at me then, fully and steadily, and for a moment the supper room, the palms, the flowers, the people moving past, all fell outward from the point where his attention met mine. He asked, "What did he say?" I could have evaded. I nearly did. Then I remembered the note on cream paper, the agreement after it, and the way trust cannot be demanded into life if one keeps feeding silence with politeness. He asked whether I had asked you yet, I said. Julian did not move. About the older trail, I continued. About my aunt's name surfacing before I knew it. About the sealed letter disappearing more usefully after your interest began than before. The line of his jaw changed once. Nothing theatrical. A tightening only visible if one had begun, by habit or trouble, to study him too carefully. I see. No, I said quietly. I do not think either of us does. A lady in mauve passed near enough to force silence between us for a moment. She smiled. We smiled. She moved on, taking with her the delicate fiction that ours was merely another newly married conversation conducted beneath palms and sugar. When she had gone, Julian said, Belmer wants 3 things tonight. Only 3, he has become modest. To isolate you, to irritate me into visible ownership, and to persuade observers that there are private facts inside our marriage from which you are excluded. And is he wrong? There? I had said it again. Too sharply. Too truthfully. Julian's gaze held mine. On the last point, not entirely. Pain went through me in one clean line. He saw it. Of course he did, he said. I mean, lower now, that there are still facts not yet verified enough to lay before you as certainty. Not that I claim them as mine. It was an important distinction. It did not feel important enough. I looked down at the untouched plate in my hand. London must be delighted. We have achieved intimacy and strategy in the same quarter hour. His voice came after a beat. Lydia. The use of my name there, in that tone, should have been illegal. I looked up. All the restraint in him was still present. Yet beneath it something more personal, more dangerous, had come close enough to the surface that I felt it before I named it. Concern, yes. Anger at Belmer, yes. But also something warmer than either and less safe than both. He said, You do not stand beside me as proof. Quietly, not to him, not to them. Remember that. Whatever else you are angry with me for. The room went still in the strangest way, though nothing in it had actually stopped. Footmen moved. Glass clinked. Someone laughed behind the screen. Somewhere farther off the violin resumed. Yet all of it seemed suddenly attached to consequence. Because gratitude, once warmed by a man one already wants, begins to turn into a form of peril. I should not have known that so clearly. I did. Belmere had not humiliated me. Julian had not claimed me. The evening had contained no scandal, no scene, no dramatic insult visible enough to be punished. And still I understood, with a certainty I could neither soften nor ignore, that every private feeling I allowed myself now carried public risk. If I leaned toward Julian in trust, London would count it. If I looked relieved when he entered a room, Belmere would note it. If I let gratitude become tenderness, tenderness become preference, preference become love, there would be witnesses long before I found the courage to name it. That was the true danger of society. Not that it sees too much, that it sees enough to weaponize what one most wishes to keep unspoken. The drive home from Lady Worsley's was quieter than the drive there. That, in itself, would have meant very little to anyone else. Carriages after midnight are often quiet. Music lingers. Hairpins loosen. Silk remembers its own weight. People sit beside one another in the softened exhaustion of having been observed for hours and must either speak into it, or let the wheels do the speaking for them. But silence between newly married people has species. There is the easy silence of fatigue, the relieved silence of survival, the comfortable silence of having nothing to prove. Ours was none of those. Ours was the silence of two people who had spoken honestly enough to wound each other, and not honestly enough to finish the wound. Clara had gone home earlier with Mrs. Pembroke and one of Lady Worsley's married cousins, whose combined maternal ferocity would have deterred a highwayman, and possibly the devil. Julian had approved the arrangement before I had quite decided whether to object, which told me that for all his talk of not deciding things over my head, he remained very quick where Clara's safety was concerned. I was too tired to quarrel over that particular instinct. London passed in wet reflections beyond the carriage glass. The rain had stopped, but the streets still held its memory. Lamps stretched themselves into long golden smears. Gentlemen in cloaks moved under pools of light and vanished. The city looked less like civilization at that hour and more like an elaborate conspiracy lit from within. Julian sat opposite me, one gloved hand resting lightly on the head of his cane. He had not resumed the conversation from the supper room. Neither had I. I might have let the silence hold if the evening had ended only in discomfort. But the note on cream paper lay between us in my mind, and Belmere's insinuation had laid its finger on exactly the place where trust was least fully formed. So at last I said, "When you spoke of facts not yet verified enough to lay before me, what precisely did you mean?" He looked up at once. Not surprised, not relieved, merely prepared. The carriage rocked over a rut. Somewhere outside a driver cursed with educational vigor. Julian replied, "I meant what I said. That there are traces, not conclusions. That is language for solicitors and bishops. I am married to one of those by accident, neither of them is you." A faint line appeared between his brows. "You would prefer a blunter answer." "At this hour, very much." He was quiet a moment. I watched the blur of light slide across the angles of his face and vanish again. He said, "I know that one of the men once used by my late uncle's solicitor had dealings with outside papers, rotted for quiet opinion. I know your aunt's name touched that older path. I do not yet know whether she was merely one name among several, whether the letter missing now is the same document once noted, or whether Belmere truly knows more than the outline of it. And how long, I asked very carefully, have you known that?" He answered too quickly for it to be comfortable. "Since before we left Yorkshire." The carriage seemed to tip. "Before we left," I repeated. "Yes. Not before the wedding then, not at the first proposal in the morning room, not quite at the first bargain. Later, early enough to matter, late enough to be argued over. He knew that. I knew that he knew it." "How long before we left?" 2 days. I turned my face toward the window, because in that instant I could not trust the one I wore. 2 days. 2 entire days in which he had spoken to Fenwick, arranged our London move, stabilized Clara's position, received my thanks where I had offered them, and all the while held back the fact that the old trail was not merely rumor, but something he had already begun to trace in earnest. "That is not a trace," I said at last. "That is knowledge in motion. It was incomplete. It was yours." The words landed harder than I intended, or perhaps exactly as hard as I intended, and I simply disliked hearing the force of them aloud. Julian did not answer immediately. When he did, his voice had lowered. "Yes." I laughed once, quietly and without mirth. "How refreshingly neat. My husband acquires information about the matter threatening my family and decides to retain it until it is ready for use." He leaned back slightly, not in retreat, but as though giving me more room for the anger. "I decided not to place before you a half-formed line that could do nothing at the time except increase your alarm." "And you decided that alone?" "Yes." The same answer. The same unbearable lack of ornament. The carriage stopped before Brook Street. The footman opened the door. Cold air came in. Julian descended first, and turned to hand me down as he always did now, steadily and without flourish. I looked at his hand for one foolish second before taking it. That was perhaps the most humiliating part of marriage. That one may be angry with a man and still know the exact feel of his gloves. We entered the house in silence. The butler took our outer things. A single lamp had been left high on the stair. The long-case clock in the hall informed us, with great personal satisfaction, that it was 1:30. Julian glanced toward the study. "Of course. There is more," I said. He did not insult me by pretending ignorance. "Possibly." "Not possibly. There is." He looked at me fully then, and the look itself was enough to make the empty hall feel suddenly private in the wrong way. He said, "Come into the study. I would rather not be managed under leather bindings." It was not intended as management. "No," I said. "That is precisely the trouble." Still I went. The study at Brook Street was smaller than the library in Yorkshire and more dangerous for it. Country libraries flatter one with space. Town studies remind one that decisions are made in rooms meant for decisions. A fire had been banked low. The desk stood ready under a green, shaded lamp. Shelves rose in dark ranks. On the blotter lay a single folded paper weighted by a seal. He had expected a message. Or perhaps messages always expected him. Julian crossed to the desk and lifted the paper. "Fenwick sent this while we were out. How efficient of trouble he tries." He held the paper for a moment without opening it, then looked at me. "If I show you this now, I would prefer that you read it entirely before deciding how much to hate me." The sentence was so dry and so honest that, under any other circumstances, I might have smiled. I did not. That would imply I am deciding in installments. "I think you are deciding very rapidly. Then perhaps you should not delay the evidence." He handed me the paper. It was not a note, but a copied extract from an old Chambers ledger, written in Mr. Fenwick's neat clerkly hand, with a short line beneath it identifying the source as a book recovered from storage in the old Val solicitor's rooms. I read it once, then again, then a third time, because there are moments when words go in cleanly, and meaning follows later like pain. March 1814. Packet received from Mrs. E. Hale, Marsh End, by special messenger. To be held pending private consultation. Referred onward under instruction to H. S. Chambers, for opinion on inheritance question, touching female issue and prior settlement. Follow-up delayed by illness in household. No final disposition entered. Below that, in Fenwick's hand, H. S. Chambers, Henry Stephen Chambers. Formerly junior partner to late Earl's solicitor, later independent but still frequently used by Vale family connections. Deceased last autumn. Papers dispersed irregularly. One former clerk not yet traced. I lowered the page. For a few seconds I heard only the fire settling itself and the absurd tiny crackle of lamp oil. Chambers, I said.
Wes.
You knew the name. Not at first. Fenwick suspected it in Yorkshire. He confirmed it only this afternoon. I looked up sharply. But you knew enough to suspect the old trail passed through one of your family's men. Yes. The word did not change. That almost made it worse. You let me stand in a room and defend trust I had not been permitted fully to measure. Julian's face remained composed, but the composure had become costly now. I could see that much. I let you stand nowhere undefended. Do not do that. What? Answer the wound with usefulness. Something in him shifted. Not visibly to anyone else, perhaps. To me unmistakably, he said. I am not trying to avoid the point. I am trying not to answer your anger with the wrong kind of apology. Then try the right kind. A silence. At last he said, I should have told you when Fenwick's suspicion hardened. Before London. Before tonight. Perhaps before the wedding if I had known enough then. Though at that point it would have been conjecture and little else. The directness of that should have helped. Instead it struck the exact place in me already sore. Perhaps. I repeated softly. His gaze held mine. Perhaps. Because at that point your danger from Belmer was immediate and this line was still uncertain. Gun. Again with danger. Again with urgency. Again with your right to decide which fear I am allowed and which truth may wait. His jaw tightened once. I know. Do you? Yes. Because it begins to seem that you know everything first. The cruelty of the line landed the instant I said it. I saw it land. Julian turned slightly away. One hand going to the back of the chair by the desk, not gripping it, merely resting there as if he required one solid thing under his hand. That was not me. When he spoke his voice was very even. He said, No. Not everything. Only too much, too often, and usually for reasons I once thought defensible. That should have slowed me. It did not. And do you still think them defensible? A long pause. Less than I did yesterday. More than you do now. Less than I may tomorrow. There are answers one can fight cleanly. That was not one. It was too human. Too unfinished. Too nearly the truth one says only when tired of protecting one's own surface. I turned away from him and crossed toward the fire, because suddenly the room was too small to contain both anger and humiliation, while I stood still. A wife. A bargain. A memorandum ordered in the library before dawn. Tea poured with the right amount of milk. My sister safely housed. Belmer checked. London managed. All of it real. All of it useful. All of it impossible to dismiss. And inside it, this other truth Julian had chosen what I could bear, and when I should bear it, not out of contempt, not out of vanity, but out of the same grave, disciplined instinct to protect that made him so difficult to hate cleanly. That was the true injury. Belmer's kind of control was ugly enough to reject at once. Julian's came clothed in competence. I despise this, I said quietly. So do I. I turned back. No, you despise the result. I despise the pattern. For the first time, he came a step closer. Only one. It was not an advance meant to dominate. It was worse. It was a movement made by a man who wanted to close the distance and knew he had not earned the right. He said, Then say the pattern. I did. You find danger. You calculate. You act. You tell me what I need once it becomes useful or safe or settled enough for your standards. You do not mean to diminish me. I know that. But meaning is not the whole of harm. The room went very quiet after that. Julian looked at me with that same still, concentrated attention he gave to matters he would not mishandle, if he could help it. But there are some things one mishandles simply by being the person one has always been. At last he said, I have been praised most of my life for preventing disorder before other people must feel it. I said nothing. It is a habit that looks like strength from the outside. His eyes did not leave mine. I am beginning to see what it looks like from where you stand. The words entered me more deeply than I wished. I hated that. because one cannot remain nobly furious at a man who is standing before you in the middle of the night, admitting the architecture of his own flaw while still not disguising its origins in care. "Do not ask me to forgive this quickly," I said. "I was not going to. Do not ask me to be grateful because the concealment was well meant. I would not dare. Do not tell me again tonight that Belmer is worse." A shadow of something moved at the corner of his mouth, not a smile, only the memory of one with no right to appear. That one may be difficult. Despite myself, despite everything, my breath shifted. Not laughter. Not softness. Merely the body's brief, unwilling recognition of the shape of him. Which is how marriages become dangerous long before they become easy. He saw it. Of course he did. But he did not move closer. He said, "Then I will say something else instead, quietly. The next piece of this, however incomplete, you hear when I hear it. Not after. Not when it becomes comfortable. When I hear it." I looked at him for a long moment. "That sounds noble." "'Tis not noble. It is the only form of trust likely still available to me tonight." There it was again. That terrible gift he had for refusing the prettier sentence. I should have left then. Perhaps I meant to. Instead, my eyes dropped once more to the copied ledger note in my hand. Female issue and prior settlement. My aunt had been asking questions in 1814. Quietly. Through a man connected to the Vale legal orbit. Before her illness. Before Belmer's present boldness. Before Julian ever entered my life in person. The letter missing now might be the same line of inquiry or only adjacent to it, but the connection was no longer rumor. It was a path. Broken old. And not yet fully mapped, but a path. And somewhere on that path stood a missing clerk, a dead solicitor, my aunt's sealed letter, Belmer's sudden confidence, and my husband's incomplete honesty. If I walked away now, I would do so in wounded dignity and practical blindness. If I stayed inside a marriage that had already begun teaching me where its fractures lay. I thought then of Clara upstairs, safe tonight because Julian had moved faster than Belmer. I thought of London, where retreat would not be read as independence but as failure. I thought of Aunt Eleanor, who had never once in her life abandoned a difficult question merely because the man answering it had proved disappointing. When I finally spoke, my voice sounded calmer than I felt. "I am not leaving Brook Street." Julian did not move at all. I had not assumed. "No," I said. "Listen to me." He did. "I am not leaving because Belmer would like it, because London would misuse it, and because I am not yet done discovering what my aunt tried to protect. But do not mistake my staying for ease. I am staying long enough to know what else has been kept from me, by Belmer, by your family, by dead solicitors, or by you." The last two words lay between us with a sharpness that made the fire seem suddenly too warm. Julian inclined his head once. "That is fair." "Do stop being fair," I said tiredly. "It is unbearable at this hour." That did bring the smallest ghost of expression to his face, gone almost before it formed. I folded Fenwick's extract, and set it carefully upon the desk. "I will have a copy of everything," I said. "You shall. And I will speak to Fenwick myself tomorrow." "Yes. And if another cream paper warning arrives before breakfast, I reserve the right to become truly unpleasant." "I thought you unpleasant already." I looked at him. He looked back at me. Under other circumstances it might have become tenderness. Instead it became something more precarious, the recognition that even damaged trust can still carry understanding, and that understanding is not the same mercy as peace. I moved toward the door. "Lydia." I stopped but did not turn. "I was wrong not to tell you sooner." I closed my eyes for one moment. There it was, plain, late, real, not enough to mend the breach. Enough to prevent it becoming something colder. When I looked back over my shoulder, he was standing where I had left him. One hand on the desk. The green lamp at his side. The whole study arranged around his stillness as though it belonged there, and he did not quite. "I know," I said. Then I left him there and went upstairs through the dark quiet of Brook Street. Not comforted, not reconciled, and not done, but not gone. And before I slept, I understood one fact with a clarity sharper than anger. I had married a man who would not lie to me when cornered, but might still withhold truth until he thought the world fit for it. That was not the same thing as safety. It was, however, enough to keep me where I was. For now. A source of file, a chapter, his name on cream paper. Text chunks returned 73 files written 73 right of errors zur. And source of file, a chapter 2, his name on cream paper. Text chunks 73. Words 203 charst 1121 quota parody first line. By the time we reached London, I had learned that a wedding can feel less like a triumph to. Words 197 charst 1143 quota parody. First line. Clara leaned forward from the seat beside me and peered out as though the whole town had be. Words 181 charst 177 quota parody first line. The vicar had coughed discreetly during the vows. Words 251 charst 1498 quota parody first line. The memorandum Julian ordered that night in the library had expanded into protections. Set. Words 195 charst a thin cuckoo parody first line. Clara gathered her reticule. Words 77 chars, 450 quota parody first, line. A narrow arrangement of winter greenery ran the length of the console beneath the stairs. Words 186 chars, 1069 quota parody first line. He handed his gloves to the butler and began issuing instructions in the low, even voice. Words 178 chars, 1057 quota parody cuff first line. She was the housekeeper, a broad-browed woman of perhaps 50 who looked as though she Words 197 chars 1118 quota parody a first line. A fresh fire had been laid, and on the dressing table stood a little bowl of forced narcissus. Words 190 cars 1056 quota a parody first line. Too much ceremony means one is being tolerated on a cushion. Words 184 chars 993 quota parody first line. Does it make you afraid? Words 205 cars 1147 quota parody first line. He looked up when we entered, and the look itself still did that odd thing to the room, as, words 185 chars 100 quota parody a first line. Two gentlemen I did not know. Words 88 chars 492 quota parody first line. Clara took a second cake and pretended she had not. Words 159 chars 931 quota parody first line. He set the board before me and expected me to play. Words 170 chars 1048 quota parody first line. Julian asked, has he improved? Words 169 chars 1025 quota parody first line. London will do what London always does, my lady. It will pretend the marriage explains Eve. Words 192 cars 1048 quota parody first line. You need not thank me every time I do what I said I would. Words 1087 chars 1078 quota parody of first line, and if I leaned, I was no longer certain he would move away. Words 141 chars 755 quota parody first line. Somewhere in the hall a clock was deciding whether to be dignified or merely loud. Words 201 chars 1140 quota parody first line. A new name suits some women better than others. Words 185 chars 1015 quota parody first line. She said, you look as if your coffee has insulted you. Words 158 chars 9 quota parody first line. I do not know what I suspect, I said. Words 197 chars 1130 quota parody first line. A cousin of Julian's appeared uninvited, admired the drawing room, admired my gown, admire. Words 194 chars 1139 quota parody first line. I should have shown it to him at once. Words 165 chars 951 quota parody first line. No accusation one could answer. Words 19 chars 1140 quota parody first line. Clara sighed. Words 202 chars 1135 quota parody first line. That was characteristic of him. Words 200 cars 1126 quota parody first line. I think, I said carefully, that I married you knowing there was some indirect past cont. Words 189 chars 1089 quota parody first line. The question escaped me before pride could arrange it into something softer. Words 174 chars 1026 quota parody first line. Instead it unsettled me further because there was nothing evasive in it. Words T97 quota parody first line. Yes. Words 134 cars 748 quota parody first line. Unfortunately, that only made the next thing harder. Words 270 charts out full quota parody first line. Julian said Wes. Words 202 chars 1089 quota parody first line. He had said my name only a handful of times since the wedding. Words 205 chars 1149 quota parody first line but. When the door shut, I found I was standing in the center of the room with my pulse beat. Words 199 chars 1124 quota parody first line Clara declared it made me look like someone who would forgive nothing and forget less. Words 187 chars 1120 quota parody a first line. Simply as though this had already become one of the shapes of the evening. Words 224 cars 170 quota parody first line, she said, my dear, to me, you are precisely as calm as I hoped and less frightened than. Words 154 chars 900 quoted parody, first line it was more refined and therefore more exhausting. Words 194 chars 1133 quota parody first line, you are cataloging the room. I murmured as we paused near an ormolu clock large enough. Words 220 chars 1269 quota parody our first line. She let the title rest between us as though testing its weight. Words pun 93 cars 1091 quota parody first line he said, a never. Words 138 chars 8017 quota parody first line Clara was claimed by Mrs. Pembroke and a cheerful trio of girls whose mothers had all read. Words 194 cars 126 quota parody first line another answered. That depends on what she knows. Words 82 chars 493 quota parody a first line a stir passed through the room near the folding doors. Words 172 cars 997 quota parody cut first line my spine went stiff before I could prevent it. Words 134 chars 812 quota parody first line across the room. Julian had reappeared near Lady Worsley's mantel, speaking to two gentlemen. Words 171 chars 1034 quota parody first line arose, because remaining seated before him would have felt like accepting audience. Words 143 chars 815 quota parody first line. You should be cautious what confidence you place in old houses, my lady. Some open there. Words 260 cars 1529 quota parody first line the violinist began to play. Words 135 793 quota parody first line the form was light. Words 195 cars 1122 quota parody or first line. Because gratitude rose at once sharp and warm, and gratitude is never content to remain G. Words 187 chars of 42 quota parody first line. I know many dangerous things. Words 199 chars 1131 quota parody first line she moved on, taking with her the delicate fiction that ours was merely another newly mar. Words 195 cars 119 quota parody first line, yet beneath it something more personal, more dangerous, had come close enough to the surfa. Words 189 chars 1099 quota parody first line. If I looked relieved when he entered a room, Belmer would note it. Words 173 cars 1027 quota parody first line Clara had gone home earlier with Mrs. Pembroke and one of Lady Worsley's married cousins. Words 176 chars 977 quota parody first line. But the note on cream paper lay between us in my mind, and Belmer's insinuation had laid. Words 199 chars 1089 quota parody first line. I know your aunt's name touched that older path. I do not yet know whether she was merely. Words 97 cars 121 quota parody first line. That is not a trace, I said at last. That is knowledge in motion. Words 206 chars 1139 quota parody first line. That one may be angry with a man and still know the exact feel of his gloves. Words 158 chars 875 quota parody first line he had expected a message. Words 83 chars 26 quota parody first line I read at once. Words 17438 quota parody first line S. Words 204 chars 1135 quota parody first line he said. I am not trying to avoid the point. Words 209 chars 1146 quota parody first line. When he spoke his voice was very even. Words 199 chars 1050 quota parody first line Belmer's kind of control was ugly enough to reject at once. Words 197 chars 67 quota parody first line I said nothing. Words 202 chars 1147 quota parody first line he said. Then I will say something else instead. Quietly. Words 115 cars 6051 quota parody first line. If I walked away now I would do so in wounded dignity and practical blindness. Words 194 cars 1081 quota parody first line no, I said. Words 204 chars 1095 quota parody first line. Instead it became something more precarious, the recognition that even damaged trust can't The next morning Julian kept his promise before I had finished my coffee. That is the sort of sentence which would sound trivial in another marriage, and profound in mine. He came into the breakfast room at 9:15 with Rain on his shoulders, Fenwick behind him, and a packet of copied papers is in his hand tied with plain blue ribbon, instead of the more officious red. He did not ask whether I felt equal to business. He did not attempt to judge my expression and recommend postponement. He crossed the room, laid the packet beside my plate, and said only, "Fenwick has the Chambers extract, the clerk's notes, and a list of names most likely to matter next. We begin with those. No ceremony. No apology performed for comfort. No decision taken first and reported after. It should not have pleased me as much as it did. At breakfast, I asked." Julian removed his gloves. "You specified immediacy, not hour." "That sounds dangerously like obedience," he said. "It is merely memory." Fenwick, who had the tact of a mathematically gifted undertaker, pretended not to hear any of this. He bowed to me, bowed to Clara, accepted coffee, and began laying out facts with the same clean precision a surgeon might use while discussing knives. The former clerk attached to Henry Stephen Chambers had at last been traced, though not yet found. He had left service in a manner Fenwick called irregular, which in solicitors' language usually means either drunken, resentful, or expensive. Aunt Eleanor's inquiry in 1814 appeared to have concerned a prior settlement affecting female issue, though no final opinion had been entered in Chambers's surviving book. Belmere, meanwhile, had ceased his earlier direct pressures and begun instead to test the edges of social opinion, which meant he intended to build atmosphere where law alone had not yet served him. "And the letter?" I asked. Fenwick adjusted one page to square it with the edge of the cloth. "Still missing, my lady. But the record of its separate entry grows more important now that the older Chambers note is confirmed." Julian looked at me across the table. "You hear it as I hear it." The words were quiet. Fenwick continued sorting papers. Clara buttered toast with an attention that should have been devoted to statecraft. "Wes," I said. Nothing in the room changed. Everything in it did. It was an odd way to begin trust again, with legal copies, damp gloves, and a solicitor who believed human feelings were best approached through filing. Yet that week somehow it became the pattern of our days. Not peace. Something more useful. Brook Street learned us quickly. Or rather, it learned the shape we made when placed inside the same hours. Julian went out early more often than not, to Fenwick, to the club to men with papers, to relations with opinions, to the sort of calls that produce no visible effect until 3 days later, when a whisper fails to catch. But before he left, there was always some brief exchange at breakfast over lists, names, replies, invitations or drafts, not all of them momentous. That perhaps mattered most. Lady Haverley's card should be answered in writing, not by call. Lady Doring might be endured, but never seated beside Mr. Belmere, if such a catastrophe could be prevented. Clara should accept Mrs. Pembroke's luncheon, because the Pembrokes were warm, well-connected, and too happily married to weaponize other people's uncertainty for sport. Mr. Fenwick wished for my view on whether Aunt Eleanor had ever mentioned a cousin in Bath who dealt in annuities and might have known Chambers's circle. Lady Worsley's next concert should be attended, because absence would look like retreat and presence could be made to look like ease. He asked. I answered. He listened. It is extraordinary how intimate respect can feel when one has had too little of it. By Thursday, half London had decided our marriage was either a triumph of good judgment or an alarmingly elegant attempt to conceal some less flattering motive. The city, being incapable of leaving categories half populated, began to test both possibilities at once. Lady Worsley called again, all velvet and sovereign amusement, and declared that I was becoming properly married, which in her view meant I had learned to receive nonsense without visibly swallowing it. Lady Doring inquired whether Brook Street suited Clara's health, which was society's way of asking whether Clara intended to remain under our roof, and for how long. One stout gentleman whose county importance had clearly convinced him that tact was a metropolitan weakness asked Julian, in my hearing, whether married life had improved his household. Administratively. Julian answered, immeasurably. My wife has reduced the foolishness by nearly half. The gentleman laughed before realizing he might have been included in the total. I looked down at my teacup, because if I had met Julian's eyes then, London would have had one more thing to discuss. That was how he defended me now, more often than not. Not by hovering, not by claiming, not by making my dignity into a stage on which he might exhibit chivalry. He shifted rooms around me with timing, emphasis, seating, redirection, introduction, and those small conversational interventions which turn a woman from object into participant before anyone has quite noticed the transfer. It should have felt strategic. Instead, increasingly, it felt personal, which was troublesome. Clara, meanwhile, began to change in ways both subtle and impossible not to see. Security suits the young indecently well. One almost resents how quickly they recover color when fear ceases to govern every knock at the door. Then, within a week she had acquired a music master. Two harmless admirers too frightened of Julian to become less harmless. And a confidence in the blue drawing room that suggested she had always meant to stand at its windows and criticize passing phaetons, as though she had been born to Brook Street, rather than patched into gentility by female stubbornness, and an aunt with a strong lockbox. She laughed more. That was the first difference. The second was worse. Because it undid me more thoroughly, she ceased listening for Belmer's name in every silence. One morning I came into the morning room to find her at the pianoforte trying a Mozart sonata she had no business managing yet, and not hearing my entrance. Because she was too deeply occupied with getting the left hand right. The sight of it struck me so hard I had to stop in the doorway. A week earlier she would have broken off at once, searching my face for news. Now, she played on, freedom is often no louder than that. Julian, seated at the escritoire near the window with a sheaf of correspondence, looked up and saw me standing there. He did not speak. Only followed my line of sight to Clara, then back to me with an understanding so quiet and exact that it felt more intimate than anything touching could have been. I crossed to the fire and stood warming my hands until I trusted my voice. She was sharp on the transition yesterday, I said, because women in my position have long practice at translating emotion into commentary. He said, Wes. Though she hurries the second movement when pleased with herself. I turned. You know when she is pleased with herself. I have ears. That is an alarmingly domestic answer. He folded one letter and set it aside. You say that as though I should be ashamed of it. Ashamed? No. Dangerously human. Yes. I did not say so. Instead I sat opposite him and reached for the note he had left nearest my place. What fresh misery is this? Letty Haverley has invited us to supper with 6 people she dislikes and 3 she intends to study. I thought you should enjoy refusing. That is the first affectionate thing you have said to me all morning. His gaze flickered up. Was it affectionate? It was either that or highly developed malice on my behalf. Perhaps I am growing versatile. The exchange was brief, entirely proper, barely anything at all. I thought of it for the rest of the day. This, I found, was the true difficulty of living with Julian. Publicly he was control itself, every word measured, every silence deliberate, every movement apparently governed by some internal standard of economy and restraint. Privately he was not softer exactly. That would have been easier. He was more various. He thanked servants by name and meant it. He listened when Mrs. Talbot spoke of coal orders, and when Clara argued about music, and when I told Fenwick that one of Aunt Eleanor's cousins must not be trusted near papers, because she had once sold a family miniature during a card debt and called it practical redistribution. He could be dry to the point of cruelty when faced with stupidity, but never toward weakness honestly admitted. He read standing at windows. He thought with one hand flat on the mantel. He disliked over-scented flowers. He remembered whether I preferred my tea strong in the morning and lighter at 4. He had the habit, when interrupted in work, of removing his signet ring and turning it once between finger and thumb before answering, as though the metal steadied the transition between one demand and another. These were not grand revelations. That is precisely why they began to matter. People speak too much of passion as if desire enters a life only through spectacle, danger, or grand declarations under moonlight. In my experience, desire is more patient and considerably more underhanded. It arrives when a man sets the lamp closer, because he sees you are reading, or leaves the best peach untouched, because he has realized you prefer them half underripe, or holds the door open not as display but because he noticed you carrying too many letters and trusted you too much to rush forward and take them from you unasked. It arrives, in short, through attention. And attention, from the right man, is perilously close to tenderness. By the middle of the week, even Fenwick had adjusted to the new order. He now addressed us both in legal conferences without visible internal damage. He still preferred Julian's study because documents, like many men, feel safer among leather and dark wood. But when I entered, he no longer stood up with the air of a person making room for a decorative interruption. He merely shifted the relevant papers toward my chair. That, too, was Julian's doing. Not by command spoken in front of me, never so crudely. By expectation. One afternoon Fenwick brought a list of old clerks, agents, and copyists who had passed through Chambers's orbit in the years before his death. Julian was late returning from White's. I arrived first, found Fenwick sorting the names at the desk, and asked where the Bath cousin might fit. Fenwick opened his mouth, no doubt intending to say that perhaps we should wait for his lordship. Then he caught himself. Then, more interestingly, he did not merely correct course. He corrected it cleanly. My lady, the Bath cousin may matter less for Chambers himself than for any later person, trying to discover what Mrs. Hale once asked. If she had a habit of talking across family lines. We ought to mark every branch through which a rumor could have become a lead. I took the pencil and marked 3 names. When Julian came in 5 minutes later, gloves damp from fog, and an expression suggesting Parliament had produced yet another idiot, he saw us bent over the same page and said only, "Good. You have begun without me." It should not have warmed me. It did. He crossed behind my chair on his way to the sideboard, and for one instant his hand came to rest lightly against the back of the chair, not touching me, not quite, but close enough that I felt the near presence of it, like a change in temperature. That was all. My pulse behaved disgracefully for the next half hour. The weather turned clearer on Sunday, and Brook Street, which had spent 3 days looking as though London had been wrapped in wet wool, emerged into a brittle blue brightness cold enough to flatter every chimney in Mayfair. Lady Worsley had decreed that a drive in the park would do me good, which I interpreted correctly as meaning that London required the opportunity to inspect whether I looked abandoned, triumphant, uneasy, or in love. The last category I rejected on principle. Still I went. We drove at the proper hour in Julian's carriage, with Clara opposite us, and all the world on parade around Rotten Row like an elegantly groomed census of vanity, rank horses, and speculative matrons. The air bit through one's gloves. Children in furred caps leaned too far from open barouches. Ladies sat wrapped in velvet and winterfox as if discomfort were a republican habit. Gentlemen inclined from their saddles with the exact degree of respect appropriate to title, novelty, or appetite. I have never known a place better designed for judging happiness in other people. Julian was particularly well suited to the park, because nothing in him appeared designed for exhibition, and everything in him profited from being seen. He did not lounge. He did not bow himself sideways into flirtation. He acknowledged, replied, withheld, and observed with the quiet finality of a man accustomed to being measured, and in no hurry to help anyone calculate faster. At one point Lady Haverley's phaeton drew level enough for her to call. "You have made your wife fashionable, Hartwell." Julian answered. She arrived with the advantage. The line was simple, entirely public, entirely deniable. Lady Haverley laughed and drove on. I kept my eyes on the passing riders because I was suddenly conscious of my own hands. Clara leaned forward as soon as the phaeton had moved ahead. That was well done. Julian did not look at her. Wes, you might at least pretend modesty. I save pretense for more strategic uses. Clara rolled her eyes at me, and I discovered to my astonishment that I wanted the drive never to end. Not because it was easy. Because it was not, and yet beside him I had ceased to feel displayed in the way I once expected marriage must always make a woman feel. Belmer rode past us only once. He was mounted on a dark bay, and accompanied by a man I did not know but immediately disliked, because he had the unmistakable look of one who listens professionally and reports discreetly. Belmore bowed from the saddle. Julian returned the bow without warmth. Clara became fascinated by a dog in another carriage with a concentration so false it deserved a stage. Belmer did not approach. That, perhaps, said more than any approach might have done. When men fail publicly where they intended to dominate privately, they often become cautious in new ways. Belmer had discovered that Julian would not give him a scene, and that lack of spectacle deprived him of more than half his power. The drive ended. Calls followed. Supper, letters. Another day. And inside the ordinary machinery of it all, the quiet domestic rhythm grew. One evening I came down later than usual, having torn the flounce of a sleeve on an obstinate drawer handle, to find Julian in the blue drawing-room with Clara and Mrs. Talbot. This in itself was not remarkable. What struck me was the arrangement. Mrs. Talbot stood at the writing table with the household accounts open. Clara was making an argument about the absurdity of paying a French florist more than an English seamstress. Julian, seated with a pen in hand, and his coat unbuttoned at the throat, because the house was warm, was listening to both of them with grave seriousness, and no visible impatience whatever. I stopped in the doorway. Clara saw me first. Lydia, tell him hothouse lilies are a vulgar use of winter. Julian looked over his shoulder. Your sister has become radical on the subject of flowers. Mrs. Talbot, who by now had decided I was serviceable, and therefore worth preserving, said, Miss Hale believes scent in enclosed rooms is either romance or assassination. Clara said, both. Firmly. Julian's eyes met mine. There was the faintest wariness in them from the day, and beneath that the familiar steadiness, and beneath even that something I had begun to fear in him, because I had begun to need it too much ease. He asked, well. I came fully into the room. My sister is right. Lilies at supper are vulgar unless the table is already beyond saving. Mrs. Talbot closed the account book with evident satisfaction. Then Brook Street is protected from both romance and assassination. She withdrew. Clara followed, after a moment, because Mrs. Pembroke had sent over a new song, and she wished to hate it at once. Julian and I were left alone in the blue room with the accounts, the low fire, and the particular sort of quiet that exists only after a house has accepted the structure of an evening. I crossed to the escritoire and touched the open ledger with one finger. You let Clara advise on flowers. I let Clara advise on whatever she has decided matters desperately. That sounds hazardous. It is often informative. I laughed before I could help it. The sound surprised us both. Not because I had never laughed in his presence. I had. But there is a difference between wit shared in passing and a laugh that arrives from ease. This one had no edges on it. It came too naturally, and for that reason left the room altered after it died. Julian set down the pen. He said, "I have been thinking." That is usually ominous. Sometimes. I folded my hands lightly before me. And tonight, Lady Worsley gives a small supper on Tuesday after the concert at Arundel House. There is a conservatory, a tolerable cellist, and a host too vain to permit dull company. I looked at him. That sounds suspiciously like persuasion. It may be an invitation. From Lady Worsley. From me. There are moments when a perfectly innocent sentence behaves very badly. From me. Not as husband issuing social instruction. Not as strategist assigning attendance. Not as guardian of our public front. Simply from him. The fire made a small sound in the grate. "Why?" I asked, and hated how quiet the question came out. He did not answer at once. That, too, was unlike him. He said, "Because." Finally, for a few hours it may be possible to be neither defended nor inspected quite so thoroughly as we have been of late. The answer was measured. Under it lay another truth he did not say. That perhaps he wanted a few hours in which to see what we were becoming when not forced entirely into position by danger. My heart did something foolish and unmistakable. I looked down at the ledger because numbers were safer than men. "When does it end?" I asked. "Late. How late?" "Late enough to offend the prudent." "Then Lady Worsley will enjoy it immensely." I touched the edge of the ledger once more, then drew my hand back. "Very well." Julian stood. "For the concert?" "For the supper after it," I said. One should be exact where impropriety is being scheduled. This time the smile did come, brief but fully real, and because it came at the end of a long day, with no audience, no tactical use, and no obligation attached, it undid me far more thoroughly than any practiced charm could have done. He said, "I will inform Lady Worsley that my wife intends to scandalize her only moderately." "You may inform her that your wife intends to survive her." He bowed his head slightly, as if accepting terms in an agreement neither of us yet trusted fully, and both of us had begun, against reason, to want. And that night, when I went upstairs through the dark stillness of Brook Street, I knew with unnerving clarity that the danger between us had changed its nature. I was no longer afraid only of what Julian might still withhold. I was afraid of how quickly, in the quiet spaces between danger, I had begun to look for him anyway. Lady Worsley's idea of all small supper proved, as most of her ideas did, to involve more candles than caution and rather better music than prudence. Arundel House stood back from the street behind iron gates, and an attitude of inherited certainty that would have been insufferable had the place not also possessed a conservatory large enough to justify several sins of taste elsewhere. The concert itself was held in the long music room, all gilt panels and pale green silk, with chairs arranged in elegant ranks before a pianoforte, and the promised cellist sat slightly to the left where the lamps would flatter his profile and his instrument equally. Lady Worsley had not exaggerated. He was tolerable. Which is to say, he was very good indeed and knew it. The room was full, though not crammed. One did not invite a crush to hear music one wished people later to claim they had listened to seriously. The company was chosen with the careful malice only a benevolent hostess ever masters enough names of consequence to make attendance useful, enough wit to keep the intervals alive, and only a few truly stupid people, so that everyone else might feel charitable by comparison. Clara sat 2 rows ahead with Mrs. Pembroke and one of the young Pembroke cousins, where she could enjoy the music and be seen enjoying it by exactly the people I preferred. Lady Haverley was present, of course, draped in peacock blue, with her usual expression of amiable predation. Belmer was not. That alone should have eased me. Instead, it left room for other forms of danger. Julian and I were seated beside one another. This, in public terms, was perfectly proper. We were married. No one could object to a husband seated beside his wife at a concert. Yet it was precisely that permission which made the arrangement more dangerous than if we had been separated by 3 dowagers and a fern. There are some forms of closeness one need not notice when society forbids them. A loud closeness must be endured consciously. The cellist began with Boccherini, and because even virtue has its limits, I tried to pay attention. For several minutes, I succeeded. Then Julian's sleeve brushed mine, when he reached for the program, and whatever remained of my musical seriousness dissolved into a disgraceful awareness of nearness. This is the particular humiliation of attraction within marriage. One cannot even blame impropriety properly for it. The second piece was slower. The room settled more deeply. Outside the windows the night had gone clear and glass, dark, with the hard gleam of late winter held over the square. The lamps reflected in the panes so brightly that one could not quite see beyond them, only the suggestion of black branches and the pale shape of gravel walks in the garden below. Lady Worsley had been right. For a few hours at least, there was less scrutiny here than at Brook Street, not none, never none, but less. The company had come partly for music and partly for one another, and divided attention is one of the few mercies society ever offers. Julian bent his head slightly toward me near the close of the adagio. "Are you enduring this well enough?" he murmured. The question, under cover of applause beginning at the far side of the room, was so quiet no one else could have heard. I had not realized endurance was still under review. It is London, everything is under review. Then yes, I said. I am enduring beautifully. You may report it to the proper authorities. His mouth changed by a shade. I will inform them at once. The applause rose fully. People shifted, whispered, examined programs, and decided whether they had understood enough of the music to look thoughtful, instead of merely pleased. The next piece was a trio involving a violinist, too handsome for morality, and a pianist, who played as though personally offended by wrong notes. It was excellent. I knew it was excellent, because I caught myself listening without effort, and because during the second movement I forgot for almost an entire minute that Julian sat beside me at all. Then at the close, he said under his breath, "I am glad of it." I turned slightly. "Glad of what?" "That you forgot me for the music." The candor of that startled me. "How do you know I did?" "Because for 1 minute you stopped guarding your face." The observation was neither flirtation nor challenge. Simply a fact offered with the ease of someone who had grown dangerously accustomed to noticing me. I ought to have looked away at once. Instead I heard myself say, "That sounds like a complaint." It was admiration. It is possible the room altered then. Not visibly. No one gasped. The ceiling did not crack open. The cellist did not expire upon his strings. Yet something in the evening's balance shifted it with enough force that I became acutely conscious of my own breathing. Fortunately Lady Worsley chose that precise moment to rise in a rustle of silver satin and announce supper, before anyone's feelings could become socially noticeable. The company dispersed in bright murmuring streams through the adjoining rooms toward the long supper gallery. Servants appeared as if exhaled by the walls. Clara vanished at once into the orbit of Mrs. Pembroke, and the cousin, secure enough that I felt no immediate need to rescue her. Julian offered me his arm, and because refusal would have been absurd, and acceptance had already become one of the evening's expected shapes, I took it. The supper gallery was all reflected light, polished silver, and the soft clink of civilized appetite, pretending not to be appetite. Long tables ran down the center beneath mirrored sconces. Flowers had been massed in low arrangements, mercifully without lilies. There were cold fowl, jellies, small tarts, hothouse grapes, and a regiment of cream-filled inventions which looked indecently cheerful for February. Julian said, "Your sister will approve the flowers," as if reading my thought. That is how one measures real success now. Not by diplomacy or rank, but by Clara's tolerance for table arrangements. I find the standard reliable. We moved slowly with the company. Lady Doring trapped Julian for a quarter hour, with a question about some county appointment, and 2 observations, which were really 3 inquiries, dressed as concern. I was claimed meanwhile by Miss Fenwick and a dark-haired widow whose husband had died, leaving her both comfortable and unsentimental, a combination I admired on sight. The widow, Mrs. Mercer, studied me with clear, level intelligence. She said, "You have done the clever thing, without preface." I laughed softly. "Which clever thing?" "I suspect there are too many in London to choose from. Marrying before people had time to decide whether to advise you against it." Miss Fenwick nearly choked on her syllabub. Mrs. Mercer continued serenely, "Delay is overrated. It gives relations time to develop principles. Then I shall remember to move quickly in all future crises. Do. Society forgives haste more readily than indecision, particularly in women." It was one of those blunt comments which ought to shock and instead merely reveal the architecture of the world more clearly. I liked her at once. By the time the room loosened after supper, and conversation began to spread outward again, the company had divided into its natural species. The elderly and the politically ambitious remained near the stronger lights. The younger and less supervised drifted toward the card room, the music room, or the conservatory beyond the south drawing room, where late camellias and imported orange trees made a fragile republic against the season. Lady Worsley, who never moved without intention even when pretending to wander, intercepted me, just as I was deciding whether Clara had eaten anything substantial or only decorative nonsense. She said, "My dear," tucking my hand into her arm, "you have looked dutiful for a sufficient length of time. Go into the conservatory for 10 minutes before the room makes a public virtue of you." I did not know the room had such ambitions. She said, "It has many, most of them tiresome. Hartwell, his name without looking for him, and Julian appeared as if she had summoned him with ritual. That alone ought to have warned me." Lady Worsley transferred me from her arm to his with the blithe authority of a hostess who has arranged so many social moments, she no longer considers them entirely human. She said, "Take your wife where the air is less overused, and do not thank me. I despise gratitude in married people." Julian bowed. I had just enough time to murmur, "She is dangerous," before he led me through the south doors and into the conservatory. Lady Worsley had, for once, understated. The conservatory was not merely large, it was a climate. Glass rose overhead in a dark framework threaded with reflected lamp glow from within and faint moonlight without. The flagstone paths were bordered by tubs of orange trees, wintering myrtles, glossy laurels, and forced camellias. At the center a shallow marble basin held dark water, and one absurd little jet of sound. The air was warmer than the house, and carried the mingled scents of damp earth, citrus leaf, and night, blooming things too delicate to survive outdoors. Only 3 other couples occupied the farther reaches of the place, and all at such civilized distances from one another that privacy existed, without ever becoming solitude. "Lady Worsley arranges gardens as she arranges people," I said, with expensive confidence. With enough confidence to make one suspect there is a map. There is always a map with her. We walked slowly along the central path. For a few moments neither of us spoke. The quiet here was different from the quiet of Brook Street. Softer. Less burdened by papers, clocks, and the expectation of interruption. Beyond the glass, the real garden lay dark and silvered by late moonlight. The gravel paths pale as bone, the clipped hedges holding their shapes against the cold. At the far end of the conservatory, a door stood slightly ajar where the warmth gave way to the terrace outside. I glanced toward it. Surely she does not mean us to go out. Lady Worsley would mean anything that improved the scene. That is not the same as sense. No. Yet when we reached the door, Julian held it for me. The terrace beyond was cold enough to bite at once, but not unbearable after the softened heat inside. The air had sharpened to crystal. Above us the sky was clear and deep, with a thin moon and those hard stars London usually swallows whole, but tonight had failed to consume entirely. The garden stretched below in formal lines, winter beds, clipped yew, stone urns, and a gravel walk running between dark hedges toward a small open circle, where a statue stood wrapped in shadows and frost. "We shall be murdered by respectability," I said, drawing my wrap more closely. Julian closed the door gently behind us. "Then at least it will be in excellent order." The line should have amused me more lightly than it did. Tonight everything between us seemed to carry a second weight. We began to walk. The gravel gave softly underfoot. Somewhere beyond the wall a carriage passed in the square. The city was near enough to remind one of consequence, and distant enough for the moment to feel borrowed. Julian said, "You are cold." After a few paces, "I am alive." That was not my question. It is my answer. He looked down at me briefly, and there was something in his face then, some shadow of warmth held under control, that made the garden seem suddenly less empty and much more dangerous. He said, "We may go in." "I know. Yet you prefer not to." "At present, no." His mouth altered. "Then I will try not to be pleased by your poor judgment." "You may try." We had reached the little circle at the end of the path. The statue there, a weathered Diana missing 2 fingers and most of her authority, looked out over the moonlit gravel with the patient resignation of a goddess long since accustomed to human foolishness. I stopped beside the low stone rim of the bed. From here the house rose behind us in quiet tiers of light. Through the conservatory glass one could see blurred movements within, guests drifting like shadows among leaves and lamps. We were not hidden. That mattered more than I cared to admit. Julian came to stand beside me. Not close enough to touch. Close enough to feel. For a minute or more we only looked back toward the house. Then I said, "You were right." "I distrust that sentence on principle." "How tiresome for you." "I mean about the evening. It was easier than many have been. Easier than Lady Worsley's conservatory intends, perhaps." "Do you always find your aunt, like friends, suspicious?" "Only the competent ones." I smiled despite myself. The cold made the smile feel bright and brief. Below us on the gravel, a pale scatter of frost had settled where the moon touched. I watched it rather than him when I asked, "Were you always good at this? At freezing in ornamental gardens? At rooms? People? All the things that seem to arrange themselves more neatly once you enter?" He was quiet a moment. "No." The answer surprised me enough that I turned to look at him. He stood with gloved hands loosely clasped behind his back, coat collar catching the moonlight, expression composed as ever. Yet something in the stillness had changed. Not softened. Opened, perhaps, by a degree. "No," I repeated. "No." He looked toward the house rather than at me. I was raised to understand forms, not to enjoy them. Those are separate educations. And the second came later. Much later. With the title. That, too, took a moment. Partly. I had learned by now that when Julian paused it was rarely because he lacked words. More often it was because he had too many accurate ones and wished to choose the least false. He said, "The title altered the scale of everything, at last. Before it, one may refuse invitations, disappoint people, be merely useful to one's immediate circle. After it, one enters rooms already preceded by consequence. Silence means more, courtesy means more, absence means more. Every weakness acquires spectators." I listened without interrupting. There are confessions and there are statements which only become confessions because of the hour and the person hearing them. This was the second kind, and more dangerous for it. "You make it sound lonely," I said. He turned then, finally enough that the moon caught one side of his face and left the other in shadow. "It is lonely." The plainness of it struck straight through me. I had expected many things from him over time. Dry wit, competence, restraint, even apology properly rendered. Not this quiet admission laid into the night without shielding. I thought men with titles were never alone. I said softly. We are rarely alone. That is not the same. No, I thought. It was not. The wind moved once through the clipped hedges with a dry whisper. Somewhere inside the conservatory someone laughed, blurred by glass into mere sound. He said, I had not meant to say that aloud. After a moment. I am glad you did. He glanced at me then, swiftly, as if testing whether the answer had been courtesy or truth. It was truth. It was truth, because I knew loneliness when I heard it named by someone skilled at not naming it. I knew the shape of being necessary before being known. I knew what it was to stand in a room and be valued for steadiness, while the private self was treated as an inconvenience to the larger work of survival. A most alarming tenderness moved in me. I folded my hands more tightly in my wrap. My aunt used to say people mistake company for safety because both make noise. I said. She preferred dogs and accounts to almost everyone. That sounds wise. It was. Though not, perhaps, cheerful. Cheerfulness is overpraised. Thea, I said, you are entirely wrong. Cheerfulness is the only reason several branches of society have not already collapsed. He actually smiled then. Briefly but unmistakably, and the sight of it in the cold moonlight did something unreasonable to my pulse. We began to walk again, more slowly than before. At the far end of the terrace steps led down to the formal garden, where the gravel path curved between bare rose standards toward a little iron gate set in the hedge. It was absurd to go farther. Improper, perhaps, if done with any sense of intention. But the moonlight lay along the path, as if laid there for a scene, and Lady Worsley's house behind us glowed with enough witnesses to keep the impropriety civilized. Julian paused at the steps. We ought probably to turn back. Probably. Neither of us moved. Then, because propriety had apparently lost all practical authority over me for the evening, I said, the gate at least. His gaze came to mine. There are glances which ask questions too complex for speech. This was one. Then he inclined his head, once, and we went down into the garden. The cold deepened among the hedges. The path narrowed. Gravel crunched softly beneath our feet. Somewhere in the bare branches above, one late bird shifted in sleep and settled again. The iron gate ahead was furred with a faint line of frost, and opened onto a darker walk beyond, though whether into a kitchen garden, a side court, or simple architectural mystery, I could not tell. At the gate I stopped. So did he. The house was more distant here, the music from within now only an occasional thread through glass and air. It seemed impossible that London still existed just beyond the walls. Impossible and yet somehow more intimate because of it. Had not known, I said quietly, that you disliked it so much. The title. The performance. His answer came after a beat. I do not dislike all of it. Only the part where one must become easier to use in proportion to becoming more visible. That sentence, too, I felt rather than merely heard. I looked at the frost on the iron latch because looking at him had become difficult in ways I did not yet trust. And yet you do it well. Well enough to survive it, but that is not the same as liking it. No, Bo. The silence that followed was not uncomfortable. That was perhaps the worst of it, because comfort, between people like us, had become a species of temptation. I ought to have left the matter there. Instead I heard myself say, you make survival look less tiring than it is. He did not answer at once. Then, very quietly, so do you. The words entered me with shocking force. I turned toward him fully then. The moonlight was pale on the edge of his cheek, dim on his mouth, brighter on the line of his cravat. His expression had not altered much, yet the air between us had. A woman should know when she stands at the edge of something. I knew. It would have been easy, terribly easy, to say then what had been pressing inside me for days in one form or another. That life beside him, even strained and uncertain, had ceased to feel like mere bargain. That the house was different when he was in it. At that Clara laughed more because of what he had done. that I slept more deeply under his roof than I had beneath my own anxieties for months. That with him, for the first time in longer than I wish to count, I had begun to understand a feeling more dangerous than gratitude. Safety. The word rose to my lips and stopped there. Because safety, when spoken to a man, becomes a kind of surrender if one is not careful. And because I did not yet know whether I could bear to give him that knowledge while trust between us was still mending in visible seams. Julian's voice came low into the pause. "What is it?" I should have lied. Instead I said, "Nothing, I mean to say badly." His eyes stayed on mine. "Then say it well." That would have undone me entirely if I had let it. I looked down at my gloves. I was thinking that the last weeks might have been much worse. That is a cautious sentence. I am, as you once observed, a cautious bride. Wes! The slightest movement then. He lifted one hand, slowly enough that I had all the warning I had asked of him from the beginning. Not to touch. Only to adjust the edge of my wrap, where the wind had shifted it from my shoulder. The backs of his fingers brushed the fabric near my collarbone. Nothing more. I felt the contact all the way down. He said, "You are freezing." I was making progress until you interrupted it. Heartless of me. Unforgivably so. But the words came thinner than wit. My body had already betrayed me. His hand lowered. He did not step back. That was the dangerous mercy of him. He never rushed a moment. He merely remained in it until one had to choose what it meant. I lifted my eyes again. The house lights glowed distantly through branches and glass. The iron gate stood between us and further darkness. The city breathed far beyond the walls. And in that narrow moonlit space, with frost on the latch and my wrap still warm where his hand had steadied it, something in the practiced distance between us thinned to transparency. He said my name. Only that. No a title. No appeal. No declaration. Yet the sound of it in his voice was more intimate than any speech I had yet heard from him. My answer caught in my throat. Then, from the terrace behind us, Lady Worsley's laughter rang out clear and terrible through the cold, followed by Clara's voice, and the brighter spill of company moving back toward the conservatory doors. The world returned all at once. I stepped back first. Not far. Enough. Julian's expression changed by one almost invisible degree, as if whatever had come close between us had not vanished, only been forced to put on better clothes before re-entering society. He said, "We should go in." Wes! Neither of us moved at once. Then we turned together toward the house. As we walked back up the path, I became aware of my own pulse with humiliating clarity and of the fact that nothing visible had happened, nothing at all that any watching eye could have named. No embrace. No kiss. No declaration beneath the moon. Only a conversation, a garden, a touch so slight it might almost be denied. And yet I knew, with a certainty colder and brighter than the night around us, that the center of our marriage had shifted. Not publicly. Not even in words. But somewhere between the conservatory glass and the iron gate, between loneliness spoken aloud and a sentence I had nearly said about safety, the bargain had ceased to be merely practical, which was how one arrived at the true midpoint of danger, not with scandal, with hope. The days immediately following Lady Worsley's supper acquired a brightness I ought to have distrusted sooner. Not loud brightness. Nothing as vulgar as happiness walking in with trumpets. Rather the quieter kind that settles over ordinary hours and makes them feel less defended than before. Breakfasts lengthened by 10 minutes without anyone naming the indulgence. Calls survived with more wit than strain. Clara developed the alarming habit of singing under her breath in corridors, which in my experience is one of the surest proofs that young people have begun to feel safe enough to be foolish again. And Julian and I, without ever speaking of the terrace at Arundel House, began to move through Brook Street as though some previous hardness in the arrangement of our days had softened at the edges. That was the dangerous part. Not that we had made declarations. We had not. Not that we had entered into any sentimental understanding foolish enough for London to scent from the stair. We had not. But the silences altered. The pauses between one sentence and the next grew less defensive. The brief looks over tea, or papers, or the dinner table began to feel less like assessments, and more like acknowledgments. One morning I came down to find Julian standing at the breakfast room window, with Clara's music book open in his hand. He was not looking at the page. He was looking at the penciled notes she had written along the margin and trying unsuccessfully not to smile. "Have you discovered treason?" I asked from the doorway. He turned. "Only editorial ambition. Your sister has amended Mozart." Clara, already seated and indiscriminately loyal to her own mistakes, said, "He was in need of help." Julian set down the book. That is the confidence with which empires are lost. I sat opposite him, and while the coffee was poured and the silver covers lifted, a wholly absurd ease moved through the room. Clara argued with both of us about a luncheon invitation. Mrs. Talbot entered to ask whether Thursday's flowers were to be white or something less funereal. Julian said, without consulting anyone, "Ask my wife. She prevents the house from looking like a pious illness." I looked up. What a charming tribute. Ed is the truth. Clara buttered toast with grave concentration. He means you stop everything from looking like a committee. That is even less romantic, I said. Julian took the coffee cup from the servant and passed it to me himself. You object to being useful only when complimented badly. That would have been nothing at all to another person. To me it was precisely enough to be dangerous. Because he knew the shape of my temper by now. Knew when I was tired enough to dislike pity and alert enough to enjoy accuracy. Knew how to place a remark so it steadied rather than sharpened me. Knew, more troubling still, when not to speak at all. After breakfast Fenwick arrived with 2 new letters. One from a Bath cousin of Aunt Eleanor's who wrote, with the kind of pious confusion usually produced by dishonesty, or very bad eyesight. And the other from a former maid now married to a saddler in Holborn, who claimed to remember an old gentleman, once calling at Marsh End, with a locked dispatch case, and no appetite for tea. We spent an hour over names, dates, and possibilities. Fenwick had recovered enough of Chambers's surviving network now to draw a partial map of the old trail. The late solicitor's papers, after his death, had not simply dispersed. They had leaked. Clerks had taken copies, fragments, memoranda, and bills with them in every direction civilized greed and untidy death usually produce. Somewhere among those fragments, Aunt Eleanor's inquiry had brushed against a man named Robert Sutterby, an agent sometimes used by the Vale legal circle for quiet retrievals, delicate negotiations, and other tasks gentlemen preferred not to describe openly in front of their wives. I knew the type. Every old family in England seems to grow one eventually, like mold in damp stone. What precisely was Sutterby retrieving? I asked. Fenwick smoothed one page. That is less clear. Then perhaps we should permit clarity to feel ashamed of itself and arrive sooner. The faintest line at the corner of Julian's mouth told me he approved. Fenwick, who disapproved of wit in legal inquiry on principle, continued with admirable indifference. Relay copyist in Chambers's rooms appears to have sent a brief note to Sutterby some months before Chambers's death, indicating that a packet once entered under Mrs. Hale's name had become difficult to place among dispersed materials. Sutterby was asked whether the Vale side wished it quietly reclaimed. So months before his death. I repeated. Yes, my lady. Julian leaned one shoulder against the mantel, and the answer. Not yet found. Something in the exchange troubled me, though I could not at first name why. Not the facts themselves. We had been living in facts sharp enough to wound for weeks. No, it was the air of familiarity around the name. Julian had not reacted as one hears of a newly important stranger. He had reacted as one hears the continuation of a difficulty already known by shape, if not fully by detail. I noticed it, Then, because the room was full of papers and reason and the cool daylight of a London noon, I told myself to stop making mysteries out of expression. This was my second betrayal of instinct in as many days. The first had been smaller. It happened the previous evening when Julian, returning later than expected from White's, found me in the blue drawing-room, half asleep over a book, and placed a shawl over my shoulders before I properly woke. I had not moved at once, because some treacherous part of me wished to remain inside the moment long enough to know whether the kindness was deliberate or habitual. It was both. I knew that because when I lifted my head, the shawl already lay there and he was crossing the room quietly, so as not to disturb me further. That sort of thing ruins a woman faster than poetry. Now, however, reason had returned with Fenwick and a table full of copies. The rest of the day passed in such ordinary business that by 5 of the clock I had almost convinced myself the unease had been mere fatigue. Clara went to the Pembrokes for music. Mrs. Talbot won a minor war against an incompetent poulterer. Lady Haverley sent a note so sweetly phrased it might have concealed arsenic in the fold. Julian was called away for an hour to see a man in Lincoln's Inn whose name he said as if it ought to have been apologizing. When he returned, dusk had already thickened over Brook Street, and the lamps were being brought in. I was in the morning room alone, sorting Aunt Eleanor's copied household accounts against the timeline Fenwick had built. It was wearying work, but I have always found that columns of money and dates soothe me when people cease to do so. Figures lie, of course, but only in ways that can be made to confess if stared at long enough. Julian came in without announcement. He had removed his gloves but not yet his coat, and the cold went before him in a thin breath of city damp and winter air. He said, "You have not rung for tea. I am punishing myself with arithmetic first. That seems unnecessarily moral. It is what marriage has done to me." He crossed to the table and looked down at the pages spread there. Any revelation? Only that my aunt distrusted poor butter, sentimental clergymen, and excessive coal use in equal measure. She sounds formidable. She was. You would have liked her. The sentence left my mouth before I measured it. Not because it was daring. Because it was intimate. It presumed a future in which I might speak to him casually of those I had loved and lost. It placed him, if only for one breath, within the private geography of my dead. Julian's eyes came to mine. He said, quietly. I would have minded being examined by her less than by most people. Something warm and painful moved through me, so quickly I had no graceful reply. Instead, I looked down and straightened a page that did not need straightening. She would have asked you rude questions about land settlements before offering cake. Then, I should have trusted her at once. He came around to the other side of the table, not very near, merely near enough that I became conscious of the room as a smaller thing than before. One lamp stood between us and the darkening window. The fire gave a low, steady heat. Somewhere below stairs a door closed. The whole house had that peculiar late afternoon stillness in which people seem briefly suspended between duty and evening. Julian picked up one of the copied accounts. This hand is not hers. No, mine. The original line about the poultry books was nearly illegible. He glanced at it. I prefer yours. Because you can read it. Among other reasons. That, too, could have been nothing. Was not nothing. I should perhaps have turned the conversation or moved to ring for tea, or remembered every sensible warning womanhood had ever offered me. Instead I said, "You are very dangerous when you sound domestic." His gaze held mine. "And you are very dangerous when you say things like that in empty rooms." The air altered at once. There are moments which arrive with no visible movement at all, merely a change in the way silence rests between two people. This was one. He had not touched me. I had not moved closer. Yet the room itself seemed to have drawn a breath and failed to release it. I heard my own voice come quieter than before. Then perhaps we should cultivate larger rooms. Perhaps. Neither of us did anything so foolish as step forward, which was precisely why the interruption came like a blow rather than a rescue. A sharp rap sounded at the door, followed almost immediately by Fenwick's entrance with the air of a man who believed timing belonged to God, clerks, and no one else. "My lord, my lady. Forgive me." This seemed better delivered in person. He held a narrow leather folio under one arm, and a folded paper in his hand. Everything in the room shifted back into sense at once. Or rather into danger of another kind. Julian straightened. "What is it?" Fenwick came to the table and placed the folio down. For the first time in all my acquaintance with him, I thought I detected something like strain under his neutrality. He said, "We found Sutterby's interim memorandum." My pulse stumbled. Julian's face changed very little, which by then I had learned often meant a great deal. Veer. In the effects of the former clerk Willis. His widow had used the packet to level a worktable. That seemed exactly the kind of indignity which follows dead men's secrets once they cease to be useful. Fenwick opened the folio and withdrew a copied sheet. The original is damaged at one corner, but the substance is clear enough." He handed it by reflex perhaps to Julian first. That ought to have been nothing. It was only a hand reaching toward the head of the household, toward the man with title, toward the person solicitors always assume must absorb danger before wives do. I felt the old anger rise at once. Before I could speak, Julian looked at the paper, then held it out to me instead. "You first." The gesture should have mattered less than it did. I took the page. Sutterby's hand was narrow and ugly, the sort of script one imagines produced by men who keep dangerous facts in very small drawers. The memorandum was addressed not to Chambers but to Julian himself. To Lord Hartwell. Further to the Chambers, matter touching the Hale inquiry, I believe the missing packet, did not remain among Chambers's effects, after his final illness as first supposed. There is indication it passed months earlier by temporary custody, through one of the Vale retrieval files owing to possible overlap with the succession papers, then under quiet review. I did not place this in formal record pending your direction, as public linkage between the Hale matter and your lordship's current position might invite injurious speculation. I can speak more plainly in person. Until then I advise continued discretion and no outside notice. No outside notice. No formal record pending your direction. I read the lines once. Then again, more slowly, while the room seemed to narrow around the page. Months earlier. By temporary custody through one of the Vale retrieval files. Addressed to Julwick. Not to Chambers. To Julian. I lowered the sheet. "When did this reach you?" I asked. Julian did not answer at once. That was answer enough to make my stomach go cold. "One," I repeated. He said, 3 days before we left Yorkshire." The words were calm, too calm. Fenwick, who had more intelligence than his whiskers suggested, looked from one of us to the other, and became very interested in the grain of the table. I heard myself say, 3 days. Wes. And when, precisely, did you begin telling me there were traces but no conclusions, suspicions but no settled line? A clerk perhaps, a trail perhaps. Nothing yet fit to disturb me. Fenwick made the smallest movement, perhaps intending retreat, perhaps wishing to become furniture. Julian's gaze did not leave mine. The memorandum was not proof of contents. It was warning of linkage, liaison, I said softly, overlap, quiet review, no outside notice. How modestly men write around power. "My lady," Fenwick began, with the doomed tone of a man walking toward cannon out of professional conscience. "The paper does not establish that his lordship knew the packet's contents, only that he knew the Hale inquiry had passed more directly through Vale, controlled hands than we then believed. There are moments when the truth offered by a third party only sharpens the wound." "This is not helping you," I told him. Julian said, "I had not greatly expected it would." Still very quietly, Fenwick, That was enough. Fenwick collected the remaining papers with admirable speed. He said, "I shall leave the copy here. There are 2 further names attached to Sutterby's files, but they may wait until morning." Julian said, "Wes." Fenwick bowed to me first, then to Julian, and removed himself from the room with the efficient sorrow of a man who knows that legal clarity rarely survives direct contact with marriage. The door closed. Silence held. I looked back down at the memorandum because looking at Julian then felt impossible. 3 days before we left Yorkshire. 3 days before the carriage conversation in which he told me he had known, since before we left. 3 days during which he had carried not merely a suspicion of clerks in old chambers but a written warning that my aunt's missing packet had already passed through a Hartwell retrieval file, and that publicage to his contested succession might damage him. And public linty passed us in my as he would say now, him I heard first. When I did raise my head, my voice sounded far steadier than I felt. "You had this, Wes. You knew the packet had already entered one of your files. I knew it may have. It says did not remain among Chambers's effects, because it passed months earlier by temporary custody through a Vale retrieval file. It says Sutterby believed so. And Sutterby was often useful before he was certain." My laugh was brief and without humor. How relieving. The man who hid it might have been premature. Julian came around the table then. Not fast, not pressing, but enough that I stepped back at once. He stopped immediately. He said, "I did not tell you then, because that memorandum, if mishandled, could have detonated the entire matter at once. There it is." I set the copied sheet down upon the table with more force than paper deserves. Not because I had a right to know. Not because we were already married in all but public speed. Not because the packet concerned my aunt, my sister, my future, and my name. Because it would have detonated. It would have attached your aunt's missing letter to my succession review before we had secured Clara, before Fenwick had any line on Willis. Before we knew whether Sutterby was protecting the packet, suppressing it, or merely reporting gossip from clerks. Belmere would have turned it into evidence that I married you to contain a scandal touching the title. Haverley's people would have fed it for a fortnight. And so you chose silence. I chose time. The answer hit like a slap precisely, because it was the answer he believed. "No," I said. "You chose for me." His expression tightened, though his voice remained level. Yes. There was no defense in that. No apology either. Merely acceptance laid down like a fact. It ought to have calmed me. It made me angrier. Do you hear how little that helps? Yes. And still you say it. Because it is true. I turned away from him and crossed toward the fire because the room had become too full of him. Of the paper, of my own humiliating certainty, that had this memorandum never appeared, I might tonight have said something irretrievable in the wrong direction. I stood with one hand on the mantel, looking into the low coals. Behind me Julian said, "If I had shown you that memorandum in Yorkshire, you would have demanded answers I could not yet give." I spun around. Of course I would have. And Belmere would have had half a week more in which to learn that the Hartwell side had seen the same path he was sniffing toward. You did not trust me to judge my own danger. I did not want you, Carol. I still had no meat trust. No. The quietness of the ants might have the quietness, the notness of the answer, filled the room worse that you carrying that danger while to blunt it. I stared at him. There are men who become smaller when accused. Julian did not. He became more still, which is a much harder thing to fight cleanly, because it feels less like resistance and more like the shape of someone refusing to lie. "And what am I to do with that?" I asked. "Admire the honesty after the theft." His eyes darkened slightly. "If you must call it theft, do. What else would you call it?" He was silent a moment. Then, fear. The word was so unexpected I nearly missed its meaning. "You," I said. "Wes." I looked at him as if I had never seen him clearly before. He came one pace nearer, and again I could have retreated, and again I did not until the last second. He said, "I knew what that memorandum could look like if it reached the wrong hands. Not merely that a missing packet, tied to your aunt, had passed through a veil file, but that the file sat near the succession review, while my claim was still being watched by every ambitious relation I possess. If it surfaced wrongly, it would not only harm the title, it would drag you into the story as a convenience, a woman I had married to absorb or recover something my side had touched. I wanted time before that became a possibility others could use." The logic was perfect. That was part of the injury. Because with any cruder man I might have rejected the explanation outright, and kept my righteousness unsplit. But Julian's reasoning was not contemptible. It was careful, strategic, and in its own disastrous way protective, which made it unbearable. "You wanted time," I said softly. "And while you purchased it, what was I?" His face altered then. "Not much. Enough. My wife." The answer came at once. I closed my eyes for one heartbeat because it hurt more than if he had hesitated. When I opened them again, my anger had changed shape. "Do not," I said quietly, "answer me with the word when you denied me the substance." Something flashed low in him then. Pain. Anger. The cost of hearing truth from the mouth one most wanted not to wound. I could not tell. "Perhaps all three," he said. Few think I used marriage as cover." Equally quiet now. "Say that plainly." "I did not mean to." "I did. I think you wanted me protected, positioned, respectable, and safely under your name before the memorandum could become a public blade. I think you told yourself that was care, and perhaps it was, in part. But it also meant I entered London inside a structure you had already begun arranging around facts I had not seen." Nothing in him moved. Then, after a long pause, "Yes." The room went strange. A person can bear almost anything more easily than the exact truth. I laughed once, and this time the sound was very close to breaking. "You are impossible." "No. Only exact. That is not the comfort you imagine." "I know. That did it. Not the memorandum. Not the days of silence. Not even the elegance with which he had chosen my ignorance for me. It was that he knew. Knew now, perhaps had known earlier, and still stood there unable to stop being the man who calculates, protects, contains, and tells the truth only when driven all the way to it. A woman might build a life with such a man. A woman might also vanish inside one. My voice came lower. "Do you know what makes this worst?" He did not answer. "That Belmer wishes to control because he enjoys it. Any fool can despise him for that." I looked at him straight on. "You do it because you love order more than the spectacle of other people's pain. Because you think, if you can carry enough of the danger yourself, the people you care for may feel less of it. It is kinder. It is finer. It is more difficult to reject. And precisely for that reason it cuts deeper." For the first time, his composure truly slipped. Only by a fraction, but I saw it. A man does not look as Julian looked then unless something has been named he cannot put safely back into abstraction. He said my name. I wish he had not. Because of all the things shattering clean anger into something more human, hearing one's name in the voice of a man one already loves against senses is perhaps the cruelest. I knew it then. Entirely. Without the shelter of maybe. "So I think, did he? That was the worst possible moment for certainty." He said, "If you were merely a bargain," and stopped. The unfinished sentence hung between us like a blow withheld. I could not breathe properly. He went on, more quietly still. "If you were merely that, I would have laid the memorandum before you at once and accepted whatever damage followed. It was because you had ceased to be merely that to me that I wanted time before the whole thing could drag you through it." The room disappeared. Not literally. The fire remained. The lamp remained. The table with its copied papers remained. But all of it seemed suddenly to have moved outward from the center of one terrible, clarifying fact. There it was, no declaration made in the proper order. No graceful courtship ripening into permission. No safe sequence of feeling and then hurt. Only this, the knowledge that he had cared enough to wound me in the manner most natural to him, and that I had come to love him enough to know why that wound could not simply be excused by the feeling beneath it. For one instant I hated fate, London, my aunt's papers, dead solicitors, Belmere, marriage settlements, and every careful architecture by which the world prevents people from arriving cleanly at truth. Julian took a breath. Lydia, no. The word came out sharper than anything I had said yet. He stopped. I folded my arms, not from cold but because otherwise I might have done something weak and irreversible, such as step toward him. No, I said again, quieter now. Do not make it easier because you have at last said the part beneath the action. His face had gone very still. I am not asking ease. No. My throat hurt on the word. Then what are you asking? That I admire the emotion and forgive the method. That I say because you meant to spare me, the choosing was noble. That I hear what you have just admitted and pretend it does not alter everything. His answer came after a beat so long it nearly broke me. I am asking nothing you cannot give. That was precisely the right answer and therefore the worst. I turned away before he could see too much. The pages on the table had blurred. The fire was too warm. The room too close. Somewhere in the distance, absurdly, a carriage rattled past Brook Street as though the city still carried on its ordinary business, and people did not lose their footing in quiet houses every day. When I finally spoke, I did not turn back. I need distance. Nothing behind me moved. Then you shall have it. No protest. No attempt to follow. No reach for my wrist or sleeve or conscience. That too was Julian. Even in the worst wound between us, he would not take by force what had to be freely offered or withheld. I walked to the door and laid my hand on the handle. Then I looked back. I wish I had not. He stood by the table where I had left him, one hand flat beside Sutterby's memorandum, the lamp throwing half his face into gold and half into shadow. He looked not like an earl or strategist, or even husband then, only like a man who had finally said the truth in the wrong hour, and understood perfectly what it had cost. It made leaving harder. I did it anyway. Because love, once named, does not magically repair the fracture through which it has just been forced to pass. If anything, it makes the edges sharper. I went upstairs without once looking down into the hall. And before I reached my room, I knew with a bleak certainty that whatever had become real between us in the moonlit garden at Arundel House had not survived the day intact. It had become more real. That was the tragedy. And also why I could not bear, just then, to stand beside it. The house knew before breakfast. Not the facts. Houses almost never know facts first. They know weather. Strain in voices. Doors shut with more care than usual. A maid dismissed half a minute earlier than habit. A footman sent for more coal, because no one in the blue drawing-room had thought to ring for lamps until dusk had become full dark. The butler not looking directly at his master over the tray, because something in the air advised respect of a higher order. Brook Street knew. By the time I came downstairs the next morning, the knowledge had settled itself into perfect household composure, and was therefore more oppressive than open disorder might have been. The breakfast room was bright with late winter sun reflected off damp stone outside. The fire had been built high. The silver gleamed. Clara was already there with her coffee and a new novel she was pretending to despise. Mrs. Talbot stood at the sideboard directing the placement of kedgeree with the grave precision of a field marshal. Julian was not present. Clara looked up at once. It was to her credit that she asked no questions immediately. It was to mine that I sat down before my knees had fully decided whether they approved the effort. She said, "You are late." Because mercy in families often takes the shape of ordinary annoyance. I had the poor judgment to sleep badly. She marked my face then, more closely than before. Did you quarrel? There are moments in life when one ought to lie and moments when lying only insults the person before one. Clara was too old now for the first and too dear to suffer the second. Yes, I said. She set down her spoon. About the letter. About the truth. Mrs. Talbot, who had the hearing of a saint, and the discretion of a vault, became abruptly engaged in directing the tea-urn, and withdrew with soundless tact as soon as the door could be managed without appearing to flee. Clara waited until we were alone. She asked, "Is he wrong?" Quietly, that was Clara's gift. Not, "Did he hurt you?" Not, "How bad is it?" Not even, "What happened?" She always sought first the central shape of a matter and only afterward the bruises around it. "Wes," I said. "And no. Which is the worst variety?" Her fingers tightened once around her cup. What did he keep from you?" "A memorandum. Proof that the old trail touched one of the Vale retrieval files before we left Yorkshire. She went still. He had proof. He had warning strong enough to matter. Bah! And he did not tell you." "No." The silence between us then was clean and painful like cold water. Clara looked down at the cloth. "Did he mean to protect you?" There it was, the true cruelty. Even my sister saw it at once. "Wes. And do you hate him for it?" I gave a small, humorless laugh. "That would make things much easier." She rose suddenly and came around the table to me, kneeling as she had once before in Yorkshire, when Belmer's threats still felt like the whole horizon. Her hands rested lightly over mine. She said, "You may be angry with him, but do not force yourself to be simple if the truth is not simple." I looked at her and thought, not for the first time, that safety had done her no harm at all except to make her wiser faster than was fair. "You speak as though you are 80, she said. "No, only as though I have watched you fight alone long enough to know that being offered help badly can hurt almost as much as having none." I could not answer that. The door opened. Julian entered. He stopped just inside, perhaps because he saw at once the scene before him, Clara kneeling beside my chair, my hands in hers, sunlight on the tablecloth, and all the room arranged around a private breach no silver in England could polish out. If he was surprised, it showed only in the slightest pause. He said, "Good morning." Clara rose at once. She did not blush. She did not stammer. She merely looked from him to me with the clear gravity of a young woman, deciding that discretion may sometimes be the kindest form of loyalty. She said, "I promised Mrs. Pembroke I would send her the title of that dreadful novel. And I suddenly remember that she cannot suffer suspense." No one challenged the excuse. When she had gone, the door closed with almost indecent softness. Julian came to the table. He had not slept well. I knew it at once and hated myself for noticing. His tie was faultless, his coat exact, his expression composed, but there was a spareness about his face that had not been there the previous afternoon. One hand bore the faint red mark where a signet ring had likely been turned too often against the skin. He took his seat opposite me. Mrs. Talbot reappeared as though summoned by the mere fact of furniture being occupied, poured coffee, set down toast, and withdrew again with the speed of a woman who had decided Providence could manage the rest. For several moments we heard only the spoon against porcelain and the small, ordered sounds of breakfast. At last Julian said, "Fenwick is coming at 11. I looked at my cup. Then I shall be there at 11. Wes." Yeah. The answer was immediate. No hesitation. No protective qualification. I should have found satisfaction in that. Instead I found only wariness. "There is also a note from Lady Worsley," he continued. "She wishes to know whether you mean to attend Friday's dinner." I had not looked up yet. "Do you?" "I am asking what you mean to do." I raised my eyes then. It was a fair sentence. Entirely fair. Entirely altered by the day before. Something in him knew it too. "That is considerate," I said. Almost ostentatiously so. He accepted the blow without visible defense. "It may be all I can offer usefully this morning." I set down the cup. Do not turn everything into use. The line landed. His face changed by a shade. I was trying not to turn it into argument. I am not equal to gratitude for restraint before breakfast. No. He folded his hands lightly before him. I did not expect you to be. Again that unbearable accuracy. Again the refusal to make himself easier to despise. I stood because sitting had become another kind of helplessness. I shall answer Lady Worsley after at 11. Julian rose too at once, then checked the movement as if unwilling to seem to follow even the air I disturbed. Lydia. I stopped. Not because I wished to, because my name in his voice still had the power to reach places in me common sense had not sufficiently secured. He spoke carefully, as if every word now required passage through something sharper than pride. I meant what I said last night. That narrows it very little. About telling you the next piece when I hear it. I turned back. And the rest. The room held its breath. He said. The rest also. Lower now. Even where it condemns me. That was not enough. It was too much. It was, worst of all, real. I looked away first. 11, I said, and left the breakfast room with my coffee barely touched and my pulse behaving as though I had run a race rather than crossed a carpet. The morning dragged with the strange slowness of hours, lived too consciously. I wrote Lady Worsley a note, whose elegance cost me more effort than honesty might have done. I reviewed Aunt Eleanor's copied accounts, and saw nothing on the page for 10 entire minutes. I listened to Clara practicing in the blue drawing room, and could not tell whether the steadier passage in the second movement came from improved fingering or from the fact that she was no longer listening for danger on the stairs. At 10:30 Mrs. Talbot informed me that Mr. Fenwick had arrived and was waiting in the study. For one humiliating moment I considered refusing to go. Then I remembered Belmere. One should never permit a man like Belmere to profit merely because another man has disappointed one more intimately. So I went. The study smelled of paper, lamp oil, and yesterday's fire brought back to life. Fenwick stood at the desk with 2 fresh copies and an index book under one arm. Julian was by the window, not seated. He looked as though he had chosen that position because it gave him no shelter at all. Fenwick said, "My lady," with a bow that managed to convey sympathy, neutrality, and the faint hope of survival. "Mr. Fenwick, we began at once. No preliminaries, no false social weather, just the work." Fenwick had traced the second of the 2 names attached to Sutterby's memorandum. A copying clerk named Morland, now dead, had apparently been paid in 1,815 from a veiled discretionary account maintained during the succession review. The sum was small, the notation smaller, but beside it, in an abbreviated hand, stood 2 initials Fenwick now believed referred to Mrs. E. Hale's packet. "Believed," I repeated. "Yes, my lady, the book is damaged. So much of English power seems to depend upon damaged books." Fenwick almost smiled and thought better of it. Julian spoke only when needed. That, perhaps, made it harder. Had he dominated the exchange, I might have pushed back and found relief in resistance. Instead he left space for me, answered directly when asked, and did not once attempt to interpret my anger into milder forms for Fenwick's comfort. By noon we had established 1 miserable certainty and 3 tolerable inferences. The certainty was that Aunt Eleanor's packet had indeed passed, however briefly, through a veil-controlled retrieval channel during the period in which Julian's succession papers were under discreet scrutiny. The first inference was that the packet's contents had not been judged useful enough then to enter formal record. The second was that someone later realized its potential value, either to Belmere or against Julian. The third was that the missing sealed letter from Aunt Eleanor's dispatch box might be the same packet. A copy of it, or an adjacent paper once kept separate for safety. When Fenwick had done, he closed the index book. He said, "The matter is worse than we hoped and not yet as bad as it might become. How heartening, I murmured. I strive to encourage where possible. You fail with dignity. He bowed slightly. My professional distinction. Julian came away from the window at last. What is the next step? Fenwick looked at me before answering. That should have been a minor thing. It was not. We find Willis, I said. Or the widow who used his packet to level her table, if she kept any more of his nonsense in drawers. We identify Moreland's surviving family. We learn who had authority over the discretionary account and when. And we stop treating Belmer as though he is the only man sniffing after this line. Fenwick nodded once. Yes, my lady. Julian's gaze rested on me with a strange intensity I refused to interpret. The conference ended shortly after. Fenwick withdrew with his papers. The door shut. Silence remained. I stood by the desk, one hand resting lightly on the copied index. Julian remained where he was for a moment. Then crossed to the mantel, not near enough to crowd me, and not so far as to pretend distance had become natural. He said, We work well together when furious. I laughed without warmth. How romantic. It was not meant romantically. No, that is usually when you are most dangerous. His eyes held mine. I know. The admission, so quiet and wary and real, did more harm to my anger than any defense might have done. I set down the index copy and folded my arms. Do you? Yes. He stood very still. The fire made a low sound behind him. Somewhere in the hall a servant passed and went on. He said, I wanted your position secured. At last. Yours and Clara's. I wanted Belmer checked. The house settled around you. The talk in London shaped, before that memorandum could be turned into public proof of the worst possible interpretation. There are many worse possible interpretations available. Wes. I had a very full list. I do not doubt it. His mouth altered by a fraction, almost in pain, almost in humor, and wholly without ease. No. I suppose you do not. I looked at him and knew suddenly that if I stayed where I was, if I let the room remain this small, and the conversation this honest, I would either forgive too soon or say something too tender to survive the saying. Both were impossible. What I cannot bear, I said slowly, is not only that you chose silence. It is that you chose it, because you had already begun to think in terms of protecting a life with me in it, and did not stop to ask whether being protected in that way would make me smaller inside it. The words hung between us. Julian took a breath. He said, When I first asked for the bargain, I thought in terms of usefulness, urgency, scandal, and law. By the time we left Yorkshire, I was thinking of your sister's safety, of Belmer, of London, of what the packet might do if the wrong people touched it, and of you in the middle of it all. His voice lowered. I wanted time to secure your position before risking everything. There it was, the line beneath all the others, not merely the title, not merely the packet, not merely his fear of scandal, me, my place, my safety, my public standing, everything I had wanted from the world in one shape, everything I most feared to receive from a man, if he decided the terms alone. I looked down because if I had not, I might have stepped toward him on sheer ache. And I wanted, I said quietly, to decide for myself what truths I could bear before they were arranged around me. Wes, do not say yes as though agreement repairs it. It does not. No. I lifted my head. It does not. He did not move. That was mercy. Outside the window the winter light had thinned toward afternoon, the color in the sky beginning its slow retreat from pale gold to gray. Brook Street continued under us as though carriages, servants, notes, and calls could still produce an ordinary day. I knew then what I had to do, though knowing it felt like drawing a blade along my own palm. We will continue as we must in public, I said. Julian said. The dinners, the calls, the appearances, the work with Fenwick. Clara must not feel this house become uncertain because of us. Belmer must not scent division. London must not be given a performance it has not earned. Nothing. I went on because if I stopped I might not begin again. But privately I need distance. Not politeness pretending at peace. Actual distance. No late conversations in empty rooms. No gardens. No invitations from you that mean more than they say. No asking me to lean toward what I cannot yet trust to hold. For 1 second the whole room seemed to contract around the sentence. He answered very quietly, "If that is what you need, you shall have it." That should have comforted me. Instead it hurt with a cleanness almost impossible to bear. Because even now, even wounded, even guilty, he would not trap me inside the emotion he had finally admitted. He would give me the freedom to step away, and make the stepping away easier than it otherwise could be. I despised how much that moved me. "I do not say this to punish you," I said. "I know. I say it because if I do not, I shall begin forgiving from feeling rather than judgment." His eyes changed then. "Only slightly. Enough," he said. "And that would be unfair to you." The tenderness in the line was so controlled it nearly broke me. I looked away at once. "Yes." Silence. Then he asked, "Shall I move my work entirely to the study?" The practical nature of the question saved me. "Yes," I said. "For a time." "Very well." He did not ask how long, did not ask whether the distance applied at breakfast, at dinner, on staircases, in the carriage before Clara, before servants. He trusted me, perhaps too much, to define the shape I could bear. It was the most painful courtesy I had ever received. I moved toward the door. "Lydia." I stopped but did not turn. He said, "For what it is worth." And even now he chose the least dramatic words available to him. I would undo the wound if I could. Not the feeling beneath it, only the wound. My hand tightened on the latch. That was the trouble. Of course it was. Because the feeling beneath it was no longer in question for either of us. That certainty stood now between us, like a lit candle neither could extinguish without darkness. And because it was certain, the wound had become harder, not easier to forgive. I opened the door. "What it is worth," I said without looking back, "is a great deal too much." Then I left. The blue drawing room felt different that afternoon, though nothing in it had changed. Clara sat by the window with her music and looked up the moment I entered. She asked, "Well?" I crossed to the chair opposite her and sat very carefully, as if sudden movements might shake loose something I had only just managed to hold in place. "Will you understand one another better?" I said. Her face softened at once. "And," she said, "and I require distance. Nothing for a moment." Then, "That sounds like pain wearing a sensible bonnet." I let out one breath that might almost have been laughter. "Wes." She set aside the music and came to sit on the carpet near my chair, her shoulder against my knee as she had done when younger and more frightened. "Do you still?" She stopped. I put my hand on her hair. "Why, I said. She did not ask for the word. She did not need to. Outside, Brook Street carried on in the pale winter afternoon. A carriage passed. A bell rang somewhere far down the street. The house remained steady around us, warm, ordered, competent, and far too full of the man from whom I had just chosen to step back. That evening we dined together. Clara spoke of music. Julian replied when required. I asked after Fenwick's messenger, and received the answer without friction. The servant saw a calm household. London, had it peered through the windows, would have seen an elegant marriage proceeding under excellent management. Only I knew how much effort it took not to look at him when he lifted his glass. Only he knew, I think, what it cost him not to look back longer than civility allowed. And when the meal was done, he bowed over my hand with perfect propriety and went not to the blue drawing room but to the study, leaving me the larger room, the better fire, and the privacy I had asked for. I watched the door close behind him and understood with terrible clarity that the center of everything between us had become fully real at the exact moment I could not permit myself to move toward it. That was the chapter's true end, not the quarrel, not the memorandum, but the distance chosen after love had finally become undeniable to both of us. Source of Philo Chapter 3. The Garden After Midnight. Text chunks return 89 files written 89 right error sura. Source of file chapter 3 The Garden After Midnight. Text chunks 89. Words 168 chars 961 quote a parody first line. The next morning Julian kept his promise before I had finished my coffee. Words 168 chars 1021 quote a parody first line he said. It is merely memory. Words 57 chars 336 this quote a parody first line. Still missing my lady. But the record of its separate entry grows more important now the. Words 140 chars A18 quote a parody first line yes I said. Words 1 and 66 chars 1023 quote a parody first line Lady Haverley's card should be answered in writing, not by call. Words 88 chars 575 quote a parody first line Lady Worsley called again, all velvet and sovereign amusement, and declared that I was Beck. Words 161 chars 9889 quote a parody first line Julian answered, immeasurably. My wife has reduced the foolishness by nearly half. Words 200 chars 1117 quote a parody first line within a week she had acquired a music master, 2 harmless admirers too frightened of Jull. Words 190 cars 1066 quote a parody first line, only followed my line of sight to Clara, then back to me with an understanding so quiet and. Words 183 chars 10 quote parody first line was it affectionate. Words 187 chars 1092 quote a parody first line. He remembered whether I preferred my tea strong in the morning and lighter at 4. Words 160 chars 950 quote a parody first line. He now addressed us both in legal conferences without visible internal damage. Words 201 chars 105 quote a parody first line. My lady the Bath cousin may matter less for Chambers himself than for any later person T. Words 178 chars 1073 quote a parody first line Lady Worsley had decreed that a drive in the park would do me good, which I interpreted co. Words 46 chars 279 quote a parody first line, he acknowledged replied, withheld and observed with the quiet finality of a man accustomed. Words 197 chars 19 quote a parody first line Julian answered, she arrived with the advantage. Words 186 chars 1087 quote a parody con first line that perhaps said more than any approach might have done. Words 57 cars 349 quote a parody con first line Clara saw me first. Ludia tell him hothouse lilies are a vulgar use of winter. Words 98 chars 1136 quote a parody first line Clara said, both firmly. Words 189 chars 1074 quote a parody first line not because I had never laughed in his presence. Words 185 cars 1030 quote a parody first line he said. Because, finally, for a few hours it may be possible to be neither defended no. Words 179 chars and 18 quote a parody first line he said. I will inform Lady Worsley that my wife intends to scandalize her only moderate. Words 196 chars 128 quote a parody first line. The concert itself was held in the long music room, all gilt panels and pale green silk. Words 181 chars 1089 quote a parody first line instead it left room for other forms of danger. Words 127 chars 694 quote a parody first line. The lamps reflected in the pane so brightly that one could not quite see beyond them. All. Words 185 chars 1082 quote a parody first line. I had not realized endurance was still under review. Words 182 chars 1085 quote a parody first line. Simply a fact offered with the ease of someone who had grown dangerously accustomed to not. Words 180 chars 144 ho quote a parody first line. The supper gallery was all reflected light polished silver and the soft clink of civilas. Words 169 chars 48 quote a parody first line laughed softly. Words 74 cars 435 quote a parody first line Lady Worsley, who never moved without intention even when pretending to wander, intercept. Words 178 chars 1035 quote a parody first line she said, it has many, most of them tiresome, Hartwell his name without looking for him. Words 174 chars 131 quote a parody first line, the air was warmer than the house and carried the mingled sense of damp earth, citrus lee. Words 123 cars 684 quote a parody first line, surely she does not mean us to go out. Words 188 chars 127 quote a parody first line. We shall be murdered by respectability, I said, drawing my wrap more closely. Words 189 chars 192 quote a parody first line. The statue there, a weathered Diana missing 2 fingers and most of her authority, looked. Words 164 chars 940 quota parody first line. I watched it rather than him when I asked, "Were you always good at this?" Words on 85 chars the Lund 14 quota parody first line, he said. The title altered the scale of everything at last. Before it, one may refuse. Words 122 cars 653 quota parody first line. Somewhere inside the conservatory someone laughed, blurred by glass into mere sound. Words 174 chars 1028 quota parody first line. My aunt used to say people mistake company for safety because both make noise. I said. Words 224 73 quota parody first line probably. Words 211 chars 1113 quota parody pat first line. Looked at the frost on the iron latch, because looking at him had become difficult in way. Words 1 home 5 cars 554 quota parody first line. That Clara laughed more because of what he had done. Words 210 chars 1116 quota parody first line. Julian's voice came low into the pause. Words 138 chars 789 quota parody a first line. The house lights glowed distantly through branches and glass. Words 188 chars and 68 quota parody first line not far. Words 182 chars 10 and 95 quota parody first line. The days immediately following Lady Worsley's supper acquired a brightness I ought to have. Words 193 card chars 1133 quota parody first line. The brief looks over tea or papers or the dinner table began to feel less like assessments. Words 194 cars 10A3 quota parody first line. It is the truth. Words 1 and 56 chars 9067 quota parody a first line. Fenwick had recovered enough of Chambers's surviving network now to draw a partial map of. Words 188 chars 11044 quota parody first line. Fenwick, who disapproved of wit in legal inquiry on principle, continued with admirable in. Words 194 cars and 74 quota parody first line. This was my second betrayal of instinct in as many days. Words 203 chars the 1130 quota parody first line. Julian was called away for an hour to see a man in Lincoln's Inn whose name he said as if. Words 201 chars 1128 quota parody first line. The sentence left my mouth before I measured it. Words 175 chars 9 quota parody first line. This hand is not hers. Words 196 chars 1120 quota parody first line, which was precisely why the interruption came like a blow rather than a rescue. Words 133 cars 744 quota parody first line. The original is damaged at one corner, but the substance is clear enough. Words 188 chars 1139 quota parody first line. Further to the Chambers matter touching the Hale inquiry. I believe the missing packet did. Words 182 Helena 2 quota parody first line. The words were calm. Words 186 chars wrote a 3 quota parody first line. This is not helping you, I told him. Words 186 chars 1056 quota parody a first line. When I did raise my head my voice sounded far steadier than I felt. Words 194 cars 1122 quota parody first line. It would have attached your aunt's missing letter to my succession review before we had Words 200 Toyham chars 1117 quota parody first line. I stood with one hand on the mantel, looking into the low coals. Words 206 chars 40 quota parody a first line. You, I said. Words 9 cars 787 quota parody first line. Wife. Words 200 chars 1055 o parody first line. No, only exact. Words 60 chars 327 quota parody first line. A man does not look as Julian looked then unless something has been named he cannot put sa. Words 2 to chars 1127 quota parody first line. Knew it then. Words 184 chars 1028 quota parody first line. For one instant I hated fate. London, my aunt's papers, dead solicitors, Belmere, Merrig. Words 201 chars 1057 quota parody first line. I turned away before he could see too much. Words 103 cars 564 to parody first line. It made leaving harder. Words 9 chars 1088 quota parody first line. Not the facts. Words 208 chars 1141 quota parody first line. It was to mine that I sat down before my knees had fully decided whether they approved the. Words 192 222 quota parody first line. What did he keep from you? Words 196 chars 10 quota parody first line. She said, no. Words 105 chars 608 quota parody first line. His tie was faultless, his coat exact, his expression composed. But there was a spareness. Words 197 chars 108 quota parody first line. At last Julian said, Fenwick is coming at 11. Words 145 chars 801 quota parody first a line is stood because sitting had become another kind of helplessness. Words 199 chars 1131 quota parody first line 11. I said and left the breakfast room with my coffee barely touched and my pulse beat. Words 215 har chars 1305 quota parody first line Julian was by the window, not seated. Words 49 chars 321 quota parody first line the certainty was that Aunt Eleanor's packet had indeed passed, however briefly, through a. Words 200 cars 1140 quota parody first line. The second was that someone later realized its potential value, either to Belmere or a guy. Words 187 chars 1059 quota parody first line. The conference ended shortly after. Words 210 chars 1115 quota parody first line. There are many worst possible interpretations available. Words 204 cars 106 quota parody first line. Wanted time to secure your position before risking everything. Words 192 cars 1077 quota parody first line Julian said, the dinners, the calls, the appearances, the work with Fenwick. Clara must. Words 206 chars 11 quota parody first line no. Words 206 chars 1131 quota parody first line. That certainty stood now between us like a lit candle neither could extinguish without dar. Words 174 96 quota parody first line she did not need to. Words 62 chars 352 quota parody first line Kai watched the door close behind him and understood with terrible clarity that the center O. Distance, once chosen, has a way of becoming visible in rooms one had thought too civilized to admit it. Not to everyone. That would have been intolerable. But to those within it, certainly. A marriage may continue perfectly in public while altering entirely in private. One may still sit at the same table, receive the same callers, answer the same inquiries, and move through the same evenings with every outward propriety intact. And yet some fine thread of ease has gone out of the fabric. Nothing tears. Nothing announces injury. The cloth simply no longer falls as it once did. So it was at Brook Street. Julian moved his work to the study. I kept to the blue drawing room and the morning room when at home, except when propriety demanded shared appearances elsewhere in the house. Breakfast became shorter, dinner more exact, conversation more practical. Clara, poor brave soul, did her best to float warmth over the altered spaces, like someone setting flowers in a church after bad news. Mrs. Talbot grew even more efficient, which in a housekeeper is the closest thing to prayer. The servants noticed enough to grow careful and not enough to become frightened. And London, being London, noticed almost nothing at all until it noticed everything. The first sign came in print. Not in one of the vulgar sheets. Those are content to state a scandal badly and move on. No, this appeared in a paper too respectable to accuse, and too practiced not to imply. The item was folded discreetly into the Morning Post, and delivered beside the coffee as though it were no more consequential than an advertisement for pianofortes. Clara found it first, and had the tact to read it in silence before handing it to me. The recent conduct of the Countess of Hartwell has been admired in certain circles for composure under family complexity. though others wonder whether such admirable self-command reflects confidence or instruction. Lord Hartwell, whose prudence in all matters is widely praised, is said to have adopted a particularly vigilant management of his domestic sphere since the marriage. One trusts such attentions are welcome where they are directed. I read it twice. Then once more because poison, if artfully made, often improves on second acquaintance. Clara set down her cup with dangerous care. I hope the writer dies of caution. That would require justice, I said. My voice sounded calm. I was proud of that. A woman in my position learns early that fury must be ironed before breakfast, if it is to remain useful by luncheon. Julian entered a moment later. He saw the paper in my hand and knew at once. That, perhaps, was the worst of him and best, he almost always knew at once. Without a word, he crossed to the table. I passed him the sheet. He read the item standing, one hand flat to the tablecloth beside the coffee service. Nothing in his face changed beyond the smallest tightening at the mouth. Clara said, "Laddie Haverley." Julian replied, or one of her echoes. The restraint in his voice was so complete it sounded colder than anger. I folded my hands to keep them still. Particularly vigilant management of his domestic sphere. How elegantly I have been turned into furniture. Julian laid the paper down. It will be answered. There are moments when a husband speaking in that tone might comfort a woman. This was not one of them. By whom? I asked. A columnist, a relation, a lawyer, or the sphere itself? His eyes came to mine. He said, "It will be answered," again more quietly now, by making the suggestion unworkable. "No," I said. "It will be answered by making it look true if you are not careful." A shadow passed low over his expression. If I do nothing, it stands. If you do too much, it hardens. Clara looked from one of us to the other, then rose with the expression of a girl suddenly remembering an urgent duty elsewhere. She said, "Mrs. Pembroke expects me before noon, and I find I cannot disappoint her without risking civilization." No one stopped her. When she had gone, the room became very still. Julian remained standing. I remained seated. The arrangement itself annoyed me, though not enough to move. Light from the winter morning fell across the tea service, the folded newspaper, and the line of his hand against the cloth. He said, "I have already written to Fenwick." "Of course you have." "I did so before breakfast, in case the item appeared." I looked up at that. "You expected it." "I expected some version of it." There it was again, that dreadful preparedness of his. That sense that while I am still reading the room, Julian has already mapped its exits, dangers, likely lies, and how best to rearrange the furniture so the worst people bruise themselves on it. It ought to have impressed me only. It did not. "What version?" I asked. "The line that I married for convenience is strengthening. The line that you are now managed under my direction is its natural companion." "And what have you arranged to stop that?" He hesitated. "Not long." "Long enough." He said, "3 things. Letty Worsley's dinner will stand. Doring's luncheon will be declined. Haverley will not be admitted here for the next fortnight, whatever excuse she invents. And I have asked Pembroke to be particularly visible in his regard for Clara's comfort, so that Belmer cannot recast her position as one of uncertainty." Nothing he named was foolish. Nothing he named was cruel. Every one of them, nevertheless, landed on me like another gate closed in a house, where I already knew too well the shape of gates. "You have decided all that already?" "Yes." "And informed me now?" He was silent a moment. "Yes." "The room seemed suddenly too warm." I said I wanted distance. I replied, keeping my voice low because I was too angry to trust it otherwise. I did not say I wished to become a secondary recipient of my own life. His face altered then, not defensively, but with something close to pain checked into discipline. "Lydia, these are immediate social adjustments, not the theft of agency." "No?" "Then what would you call arranging my invitations, filtering my callers, and assigning other men the public reassurance of my sister's comfort before I have finished my coffee. He drew a breath. Containment. There, that word again. Everything a campaign, a perimeter, a line to be held, because it is being made into one whether we enjoy the fact or not. And, because you are comfortable in that language. His gaze sharpened. No, because I am useful in it. There are answers one can strike cleanly and answers which leave the hand bruised. That was the second kind. I rose then, because if I remained seated I would either weep, or say something beneath myself, and I preferred movement to either. You may be useful in it, I said, but I am not. He took a step aside, not toward me, not away, simply giving space. The courtesy of it only worsened things. I am not a message to be placed correctly between Lady Worsley and the papers, I continued. Nor am I a poor quiet wife to be declared visible where needed and withheld where prudent. I know that. Do you? Because you continue to act as though the world is safest when arranged through your hands first. He was very still. Outside in the street, a carriage passed. Somewhere upstairs a maid moved a box across a corridor runner. The ordinary life of the house continued as if words did not bruise. At last Julian said, "If I had brought you the paper first, and we had discussed every answer at leisure, the item would still be in print by now and Haverley would still have tomorrow's company to work on." I laughed softly. And there is the core of it, efficiency above all, even apparently above being consulted. He said, "No, it's so quietly I almost missed the force in it. Not above all," he continued. "But yes. Above delay where delay helps the people trying to damage you." The anger went through me cleanly then. Do not make me the object at the end of all your sentences, when what you mean is the position, the title, the house, the line, the appearance, the whole mighty architecture of control in which I am supposed to feel grateful for being carefully placed. Something moved in his face then. Not offense. Something lower and more exhausted. He said, "It is not architecture to me when it concerns you. That would be more convincing if it did not look exactly like the same thing from my side of the room." Silence fell. There are quarrels that rise because each person understands the other too little. Ours were becoming worse than that. Ours rose increasingly because we understood too much and still could not stop being shaped by our separate injuries. He folded the newspaper once, precisely along the existing crease, and set it aside. He said, "Very well. What would you have done?" The question came without challenge. That made it harder. I stood by the window and looked out at the wet brightness of Brook Street, the railings black against pale stone. A flower seller moving quickly beneath the opposite wall with her basket wrapped in sacking against the cold. What would I have done? I repeated. Yes. I turned. I would have kept Lady Worsley's dinner, because absence looks like shame. I would have admitted Haverley, and let her exhaust herself against me in my own drawing room, instead of giving her the pleasure of imagining herself banned. I would not have declined Doring's luncheon unless I chose it myself. And I would not have tasked any gentleman, however kind, with the public reassurance of Clara's position as though her safety could be certified by mail circulation. Julian listened without interruption. When I finished, he nodded once. Very well. I stared at him. He crossed to the writing table, took up the notes he had evidently drafted earlier, and tore through two of them with measured finality. The sound was quiet. It went straight through me. He said, "You may receive Haverley if you wish. Doring's luncheon shall stand unless you decline it. Pembroke will not be asked to serve as a weather vane for Clara. Lady Worsley's dinner remains, because on that point we agree. I had wanted to be consulted. I had not expected obedience that quickly. Something in my anger faltered, not from resolution but from the abruptness with which the ground shifted beneath it. You need not perform concession like a martyr, Bach." His brows drew together faintly. "I am not performing anything, no, I looked at the torn notes on the table. It is a very tidy picture of male flexibility. He exhaled once, almost soundlessly. If I amend my plans before you, it is performance. If I maintain them, it is domination. Which failure would you prefer from me this morning? The line should have cut me more cleanly than it did. Instead, it left me tired. I prefer not to be turned into an example inside my own marriage, I said. So do I. The answer came at once. And there again was the problem. We were no longer even fighting opposite truths. We were fighting the different shapes the same care takes in wounded people. I turned away again because looking at him, while knowing that made the room feel too narrow. I will receive Lady Haverley tomorrow at 4, I said. If she means to probe, let her do it under my eye. Yes. And I will attend Lady Doring's luncheon. He was silent. When I turned back, I found him watching me, with that grave concentration which once would have felt like attention, and now too often felt like pressure simply because I could not stop being aware of it. You dislike the choice, I said. Yes, because Doring is careless with sympathy, and Haverley is careful with cruelty. Thank you. I had mistaken them for saints. His expression altered only by a breath. That was not condescension. No, I said. It was concern, which at present feels too like instruction. That landed. He looked away first, toward the fire. I see. We might have gone on wounding each other there for another quarter hour had Mrs. Talbot not entered with precisely the wrong mercy at precisely the right time. Ah, my lord, my lady. Lord Pembroke's groom has brought a note. And Mr. Belmere's card. Everything in me went cold. Mrs. Talbot, who could carry a war in on a silver tray without spilling the Polish, set both items down and withdrew. Julian took Belmere's card first. Of course he did. His face did not change when he read the penciled line below the name. Well, I asked. He handed it to me. Mr. Belmere presents his compliments, and hopes Lady Hartwell will allow him the opportunity, at her earliest convenience, to correct certain false impressions now circulating to her disadvantage, and perhaps offer useful information regarding the late Mrs. Hale's missing papers. I read it once and felt every nerve in my body become suddenly, viciously awake. Dear, I said softly. The vulture descends. Julian held out the other note without comment. It was from Pembroke. Brief and useful. Haverley has been busy. Belmere has been seen twice this week with Sir Lionel Cresset, who lately talks too knowingly of old legal entanglements. Keep your wife from private interview if possible. Doring hears Belmere means to cast himself as her ally against household management. Against household management. I laughed then, because not to laugh would have required something more violent. How very inventive. He means to save me from my husband. Julian did not smile. He said, no private interview. There was the command in it now, stripped bare by urgency. I looked at him. No. He went still. Lydia. No. My pulse had begun to beat hard and strange, not from fear only but from the almost unbearable sense of the whole shape of the thing becoming visible at last. If Belmere means to make himself my rescuer against your management, he must be answered where that lie begins, not merely after it flowers. In a room with witnesses, perhaps. In a room of my choosing. Not alone. We stood staring at each other across the breakfast table, Belmere's card between us like a blade wrapped in cream. This was the true catastrophe of caring for a man shaped like Julian. In any ordinary quarrel, one may oppose the other's wishes cleanly. With him, every prohibition came from fear honest enough to feel, and every resistance in me rose from a pride honest enough to match it. Both of us, in our separate ways, trying to protect. Both of us, in our separate ways making the other feel caged. I am not refusing caution, I said at last. I am refusing to be handled out of the field. His jaw tightened. This is not a field. Everything is a field to you. And nothing is one enough to you. The words struck and remained. We were both silent for one terrible beat. Then I folded Belmer's card and set it down very carefully. "I will not see him today," I said. "That much you may have. But I will answer him tomorrow, and I will do it in person, where he may understand from my own mouth that I am neither in need of rescue nor willing to cede my aunt's papers to whichever gentleman phrases himself most protectively." Julian's face did not soften. Neither did mine. He said, "Not alone." Again I lifted my chin. "That is not yet decided." And for the first time that morning, I saw something colder than worry move through him. Not anger at me. Anger at the possibility itself, which was enough to tell me this was not finished. Not between Belmer and me. And not, more dangerously, between Julian and me either. Lady Haverley came the next day at 4 precisely, which told me she meant to wound under excellent timekeeping. Brook Street had been put in order for her with a severity Mrs. Talbot usually reserved for bishops and difficult upholsterers. The blue drawing-room was warm, bright, and so irreproachably arranged that no one entering it could pretend the house lacked female intelligence merely because a man held the title over the door. Clara had been sent upstairs with her music for the first half-hour on the reasonable ground that I did not intend to let Haverley inspect her expressions like stock. Julian had gone out at 3 to Lincoln's Inn and had left, with suspicious innocence, the offer to return early if I wished it. I had not wished it. That, perhaps, was pride. Or perhaps it was the last tattered corner of self-government still insisting on being exercised in full daylight. Lady Haverley arrived in dark green silk and amethyst drops, a combination which suggested wealth, mourning successfully concluded, and the settled conviction that other people's discomfort ought not to interfere with one's complexion. She kissed my cheek with the same decorative accuracy as before and seated herself without waiting to be invited, which I considered both rude and in character. She said, "My dear," accepting tea from my hand as though graciously acknowledging my existence, "I am told London has decided you are either admirably serene or very cleverly instructed. I came to see which flattered you more. I had hoped for a conversation less affectionate than this. You reassure me." She laughed, and because Lady Haverley truly enjoyed resistance in others when it was well dressed, the laugh contained genuine pleasure. "Excellent. A frightened wife would bore me. I shall do my best to continue earning your notice." She said, "Do not. Nothing is more exhausting than a woman trying." That, from her, was almost a compliment. We passed the first 10 minutes as women do when neither wishes to make the first cut look deliberate. She admired the room just enough to imply inventory. I admired her memory just enough to imply it remained selective. She asked after Clara with the measured interest of a person accustomed to using younger women as mirrors, warnings, or matrimonial possibilities according to market need. I answered plainly enough to deny her any useful softness. At last she set down her cup. She said, "Belmer has become energetic." There it was. How rare in him! I replied. I had thought him devoted chiefly to discouraging other people. Her eyes sharpened with amusement. "You have more style and dislike than most women manage in affection." "I was brought up economically." "Yes." She folded her gloved hands in her lap. "And now you are being brought up politically." I said nothing. She leaned back. The late light from the window caught the jet trimming at her sleeves and turned it into little hard stars. "My dear, I am not Belmer's advocate. He is too pleased with himself for that to be tolerable. But he is being received by precisely the people one would prefer not to have him amuse, and his latest posture is cleverer than his earlier ones." "Which posture is that?" "The concerned outsider." She smiled faintly. "The man who dislikes seeing women absorbed into male strategy. It suits him indecently well, because it contains just enough truth to be marketable." Heat rose cleanly under my skin. How fortunate for him that my marriage provides so much theatrical opportunity. Lady Haverley did not blink. "Do not be childish. Every marriage provides theatrical opportunity. Yours merely does so at a more expensive level. I ought to have thrown her out. Instead I asked, "And what is he saying?" That Hartwell married with unusual speed while certain old legal ambiguities breathed near the edges of his claim. That you are composed, certainly, but perhaps composed in the manner of women who have accepted guidance because they were not allowed the luxury of disorder. That the girl is secure, yes, though one does wonder whether being secure in a titled house is quite the same thing as being free within it. Clara, of course, I kept my expression still by will. You repeat this all with an enviable memory. I repeat it because if I did not, someone stupider would do it less gracefully. She rose then and crossed to the fireplace, warming her hands as though the room belonged to her, and I were merely a more interesting piece of furniture than she had expected. Belmere has also discovered that the language of rescue is useful where the language of possession has failed. He means to become necessary to those who dislike seeing power look masculine when exercised too openly. I looked at her. "And do you dislike it?" Her mouth curved. "I dislike power when it grows clumsy. Masculine, feminine, political, domestic. The adjectives interest me less than the execution." For one absurd instant I almost liked her. She turned back. "There is a luncheon tomorrow at Doring's. You are going." I had already decided as much. Yes. Doring will be very kind to you. How ominous. Lady Haverley adjusted one glove with careful fingers. Her kindness is rarely dangerous in itself. It merely opens doors through which dangerous men are sometimes allowed to step. That landed harder than I wanted it to. "You are generous suddenly," she said. No, and now the amusement had gone out of her face almost entirely. "I am practical. Belmere means to cast himself as your advocate against Hartwell's management. If you meet him in foolishness, he wins. If you avoid him entirely, he also wins. If you are seen to hear him and reject him clearly, the room must choose which story it prefers." There it was. Advice offered like a blade, and therefore all the more useful for not pretending softness. "I do not suppose," I said, "that you have any objection to my choosing the story least flattering to men." "None at all. It is why I came." She took her leave 10 minutes later, having done exactly what she intended: unsettle me, arm me, and preserve her own reputation as a woman who had merely called with family regard. When the door closed behind her, I remained standing in the center of the blue drawing room, with the smell of her cold perfume still faint in the air, and the very disagreeable certainty that she had not exaggerated. Julian returned before dinner. He came into the blue room while I was writing a brief acceptance to Lady Doring that looked, on the page, entirely ordinary and in reality amounted to a declaration of war in gloves. He said, "You saw Haverley." It was not a question. "Yes." "Did she bite?" "Only where the dress hid the bruise." He came no closer than the edge of the hearth rug. That, too, had become part of our distance. He never crossed the last few feet of a room, unless necessity or public theater required it. Mercy can grow as formal as hostility if given long enough. He asked, "What did she want?" "To tell me Belmere has improved his manners." His expression altered by a breath. "Has he?" "Only outwardly." "Which is more exhausting?" Julian looked down at the note in my hand. "You are accepting Doring." A pause. Then Lydia. I set down the pen. "Do not." I was going to say only that Doring's rooms make privacy too easy. "I am touched that architecture has entered your concern." He accepted that without visible reaction. "Take Clara." "No." "Why?" "Because I will not let Belmere discover that my sister's presence guarantees my caution." "Your caution requires no guarantee." "Then trust it." His gaze held mine in that grave, too steady way of his. "I do trust your caution." "Excellent. Then we are spared further domestic patriotism for the evening." Something tightened low in his face at that. Not anger. Weariness, perhaps. and the knowledge that any cleaner sentence would only be used against him in a different shape. He said, "Very well. At least take Pembroke's wife or Fenwick's sister." The practical nature of the suggestion nearly undid my temper. There is only so much reasonable concern a woman can hear from a man she is trying not to forgive, before she begins to feel like the crueler party. "I will see what the room provides," I said, softer than before. He inclined his head once. Yes. That was all. It should have been nothing. Instead, I thought of it all night. Lady Doring's luncheon the next day assembled exactly the sort of company I had expected and dreaded: women old enough to have opinions, young enough to repeat them, or rich enough to make both conditions dangerous. The dining room was pale with late winter flowers and silver so polished it almost looked moral. Lady Doring herself wore mauve satin and benevolence like twin acts of faith. She said, "My dear Lady Hartwell," taking both my hands and squeezing them with the warm insistence of a woman who mistakes affection for entitlement. "You look wonderfully composed. I knew you would. I had not realized I was preserving anyone's confidence so actively. One must, in your position. Of course one must." Clara had not come. I had told her firmly that one sacrificial lamb per day was sufficient for civilization. Mrs. Pembroke was there, thank God, seated 2 places to my left with the agreeable alertness of a woman who can laugh and stab in the same paragraph if needed. Lady Haverley arrived 10 minutes late, and looked pleased with the room. Before she had greeted anyone in it, as though she had arranged the company herself through weather alone. The first half of luncheon passed under that peculiar female civility which can make a row of seated women sound like a string quartet, while in fact half of them are tuning knives. Doring spoke tenderly of a cousin's influenza. Haverley asked whether one ought ever to forgive architects. Mrs. Pembroke told a story about a curate and a pony which was either innocent or indecent depending on how badly one wished to marry. No one spoke Belmer's name. That was worse than if they had. It lay beneath the table like an extra guest. When the suite was removed and the servants withdrawn to a distance proper for ladies' coffee and improper confidences, Doring leaned toward me with a face arranged into exactly the right degree of concern. "My dear, there is one awkward matter." I put down my cup. "There usually is." She touched my sleeve. "Mr. Belmer called just before the company sat down. He left at once when told the ladies were assembled, of course. But he begged that if there were any chance later, merely any chance at all, he might be allowed 2 minutes to correct what he fears are severe injustices in your understanding of him." I looked at her. The room did not go silent. That would have been too dramatic. It merely thinned in awareness. Conversations around us continued, but more softly. A woman at the far end adjusted her spoon, and did not look over with remarkable effort. "Doring," Lady Haverley said from 3 seats away, "you have the instincts of a saint and the judgment of a bath sponge." Doring colored. "I am trying only to prevent misunderstanding." "By admitting men into female rooms." Haverley lifted one brow. "Modern charity grows adventurous." Mrs. Pembroke set down her cup with a small precise click. "Has Mr. Belmer gone?" "No," Doring admitted. "He is waiting in the back morning room. Only if Lady Hartwell wishes, of course." I thought that being managed by gentlemen might best be solved by another gentleman. I said. The words came out quieter than I felt. That made them sharper. Doring's eyes widened. "My dear, I meant only kindness." "Yes, that was exactly the trouble." I sat very still. Haverley watched me over the rim of her cup, with the interest of a woman observing a horse approach a hedge it may or may not take cleanly. Mrs. Pembroke's expression had gone flatter, kinder, and therefore more dangerous to the wrong people. I could refuse. That would be sensible, final, entirely justifiable. And Belmer would spend the next week saying he had tried to warn me, only to be denied audience by Hartwell influence and female fear. I could accept. That would be dangerous. Foolish, necessary. I set down my cup. Mrs. Pembroke, I said, would you be so good as to walk with me to the back morning room? Her face changed by 1 degree. With pleasure. Doring looked both relieved and confused, which I found unsympathetic. Lady Haverley stood as well. She said, I shall remain precisely where I am, in case anyone later asks how much impropriety was attempted and by whom. That was from her, practically benediction. The back morning room lay beyond a narrow passage lined with family miniatures and one ghastly marble nymph who looked as if she regretted the house from birth. Mrs. Pembroke took my arm once we were out of the main dining room's hearing. You need not do this, she murmured. Wes, I said, I do. She squeezed my hand once. Then I shall remain at the door and look married enough to discourage nonsense. That is one of your greatest gifts. Among many. She stationed herself exactly where she promised, outside the half-open door. Within sight, beyond hearing if Belmer kept his voice properly pitched. The arrangement was not ideal. It was, however, sufficient to prevent him later from claiming intimacy or secrecy. He was waiting by the unlit fireplace. He had dressed soberly today, in dark coat and restraint, as though he meant to look more like a solicitor's conscience than a suitor to trouble. That, too, was deliberate. His bow when I entered contained not a grain of his former proprietary ease. Lady Hartwell, thank you. I would not flatter yourself. You have 2 minutes. He smiled faintly. Marriage has sharpened your efficiency, da. That would imply you remember me from a period of leisure. His eyes rested on my face with a composure I disliked more than his earlier arrogance. Arrogance can be struck. Composure requires more art, he said. I have come, 'cause you are in danger of misunderstanding the shape of your position, da. No, I replied. I understand it rather too well. I wonder if you do. I remained standing. He did likewise. Good. Let him feel the interview as what it was, tolerated, timed, and one misstep from expulsion. You have been encouraged, he went on, to see me as a threat because that is the easiest narrative for Hartwell's side. I nearly smiled. What charitable self-erasure. I speak plainly. No. You speak usefully to yourself. Something colder entered his face then, though the voice remained smooth. Very well. Then let us be useful. The challenge to your aunts can still be checked. My pulse altered at once. By what miracle? Sudden piety. By a change in how the matter is handled. I said nothing. He took 1 step, then stopped. Perhaps because Mrs. Pembroke's shadows still fell across the doorway. He said, if the Hale papers are removed from Hartwell influence, the worst interpretations die at once. The packet's passage through veil retrieval files becomes an old legal confusion instead of a current motive. Your husband's enemies lose their neatest story. You lose the appearance of being held within a house whose interests cannot be distinguished from your own. Bah! There it was. Not concern, not apology. Bargain. And in exchange? I asked. He looked almost relieved that I had come to the ugly center so quickly. In exchange, I withdraw the active pressure on the will. I declare publicly that my concern was only for the regularity of your aunt's estate under unusual circumstances. Clara is placed for a time under neutral female protection, Lady Doring or another suitable matron, so that no one may say the girl is being formed under Hartwell direction. And the question of the papers is reviewed by counsel not tied to the title. Neutral female protection. I could have laughed in his face. Instead I heard only the pulse in my ears. You are proposing, I said slowly, that I step out from my husband's house, place my sister under another roof, surrender the papers into a line you influence, and call it independence. No. His expression remained infuriatingly calm. I am proposing that you separate your interests from Hartwell's before his become the means by which yours are permanently compromised. You speak as though I am lodged in a burning barn and ought to be found a respectable ditch. You are lodged in a structure where every legal husband can now bid, na hopen, and na resurned. And your answer is to remove me as to be read as his neckel fact, to serving your ditch. Och. You are grateful you have found effectable ditch, but not enough. He spread one hand slightly. Serving no one. Serving appearances, yes. Serving prudence, certainly. You would remain Lady Hartwell if you wished. No public breach need occur. Only a temporary separate residence on the grounds of your sister's comfort, your own wish for quiet, and the untangling of old estate confusion. The room seemed suddenly to tilt. There it was, in full shape now. Not merely a man threatening guardianship. A man weaponizing every respectable fiction available to women. Female retreat, moral delicacy, separate residence for health, matronly protection, legal untangling managed by gentlemen elsewhere. The whole neat apparatus by which society takes a woman's hand and leads her out of the center of her own life while assuring her she has chosen grace. And Clara? I asked. He did not blink. The girl's future matters. My sister is not the girl to me. No, but she is society, and society may yet matter more than your feelings if this is mishandled. The sentence was elegant. It was also the ugliest thing he had said to me yet. How quickly concern becomes discipline in men. His eyes sharpened. How quickly defiance becomes luxury in women protected from consequence. For one bright instant I almost struck him. Not from weakness. From clarity. Because no matter how polished, how careful, how legally phrased, it was all the same instrument. Belmere wanted control and called it order. Julian wanted safety and called it time. The difference between them was enormous in character, and terrifyingly small in method, whenever they began speaking of what women ought to bear, where girls ought to live, and which truths must wait for prudent arrangement. I said, very quietly. You mistake me if you think I have confused your class of man with consequence itself. Something shifted in him then. A crack in the polished concern. Irritation, perhaps, that I would not step into the role he had prepared. I am offering rescue from a narrative already being written over your head. No, I said. You are offering to hold the pen more gently. He exhaled once through his nose, almost a laugh and wholly without humor. Hartwell has taught you style. Pain has taught me precision. For the first time, he let the mask slip almost entirely, not rage, something colder. Run. Then hear me precisely. If you remain at Brook Street, while the packet's route through Vale files continues to surface, Hartwell's enemies will say he married you to recover or contain it. If you resist every softer remedy, harsher ones may follow. Petitions. Questions over guardianship. Motions regarding the influence surrounding Miss Hale. The girl will be discussed in rooms where her name ought never to enter. There it was. Clara wielded like a silk-wrapped blade. All the blood left my hands. You dare. I warn. You threaten. I describe. The room narrowed to the space between us. Mrs. Pembroke shifted outside the door. A deliberate sound. A reminder that I was not alone. Though in another sense I had never felt more so. I drew a breath. Listen to me very carefully, Mr. Belmere. If you ever again put my sister's future into your mouth as leverage, I shall forget every lesson society has ever attempted to teach me and answer in the only language even polished men understand. His gaze rested on me, unreadable for one moment too long. Then he bowed slightly. He said, "That is not a refusal." It took everything in me not to smile. "No," I said. "This is a refusal." I stepped toward the door myself and opened it wide. Mrs. Pembroke looked from me to Belmere, and needed only one instant to understand enough. "Mr. Belmere," I said in a clear voice pitched for the passage, "you have had your 2 minutes. You may keep your concern, your interpretations, and your remedies. None of them are wanted." Mrs. Pembroke added pleasantly, "How fortunate. I had begun to fear we might need a servant." Belmere came forward with all his composure restored, which told me I had at least wounded him somewhere worth hiding. As he passed me, he said low enough that only I could hear, "One Hartwell acts without asking you again. Remember that I offered you a door." My whole body went cold. Then he was gone down the passage with the smoothness of a man who had merely failed in courtesy, not overplayed his hand before witnesses. Mrs. Pembroke shut the door behind him and turned to me. She said, "My dear," far too gently, "you look as if you have just seen exactly how men expect the world to work." I laughed once because the alternative was something less social. "I had already met the principal," I said. "I merely did not know it came in so many coats." We did not return to the dining room at once. Doring fluttered in 3 minutes later, pale with the kind of produced only when kindness discovers its own stupidity after the fact. "My dear Lady Hartwell, I hope—" "No," I said, not loudly. "Do not hope, learn." To her credit, she did not cry. To Haverley's credit, when I re-entered the dining room, she did not rise, speak, or even look at me at once. She merely moved her cup 1 inch to the left, which in women like her is practically a standing ovation. I left soon after. The drive back to Brook Street was cold and too short. I had wanted time to settle my mind before crossing my own threshold. Instead, the horses seemed to fly, and within minutes the house rose before me, dark iron rails, bright windows, familiar stone. All of it suddenly more complex than it had ever looked on the day I first arrived. Julian was in the hall when I entered. He must have returned only moments earlier. His gloves were still in one hand. His coat had not yet been removed. He took one look at my face and every line in him went still. "Where is Clara?" I asked. "Upstairs with Pembroke's songbook and strict instructions not to come down until tea." "Good. Of course." I handed my cloak to the maid and stood in the center of the hall because, if he came nearer just then, I might either lean toward him or strike the nearest table. Neither was acceptable. "He was there," I said. Julian did not ask who. Doring let him in under kindness. Pembroke stood witness. My throat felt dry. He offered to withdraw pressure on the will if I stepped out of Brook Street, put Clara under neutral female protection, and allowed counsel not tied to Hartwell to review the papers. He meant Belmer's counsel, though he dressed it as independence. He says if I refuse softer remedies, harsher ones may follow, petitions, guardianship questions. Clara discussed in rooms where her name ought never to enter. By the time I finished, Julian had set his gloves down on the hall table without appearing to know he had done so. There are angers that flare. His did not. It went colder. "That was worse," he asked, very quietly. "He said that to you?" "About Clara." "Wes." A pause. Then Doring facilitated it. "I shall deal with Doring myself." His gaze had gone somewhere I could not follow and did not like. "Julian." He looked at me at once. The cold remained. "Do not," I said, hearing my own voice change with fear and fury both, "answer this by deciding the next 10 things before I finish taking off my gloves." 1 heartbeat. 2. Then he said with an evenness more frightening than if he had shouted, "Go upstairs. See Clara. Have tea there if you like." I stared at him. "Nope." His face did not alter. "Ludia." "No." I took 1 step toward him despite everything. "You do not send me upstairs like fragile china while you turn this into law and blood in the study. That is not what I am doing." "It is exactly what you are about to do." For 1 terrible second, no one in the hall moved. The maid had vanished. The butler was nowhere visible. Even the clock seemed to have considered silence prudent. Julian spoke at last, each word placed with lethal care. "Belmer will not use your sister's name again." The certainty in it ran through me like ice. That is not an answer. It is the only one I have at present. And there it was. The thing I feared, not Belmer's offer, not London's gossip, this. Julian at his coldest, most decisive, most protective. About to move pieces across the board without me because the threat had crossed from me to Clara, and in that territory he would become dangerous before he became reasonable. I knew it. He knew I knew it. "Do not do this without me," I said. His jaw tightened once. "Go upstairs." "No, then." From above, Clara's laughter drifted faintly over the stairwell. Bright and unguarded, and so heartbreakingly safe. For that one instant that I understood exactly why men like Julian begin by calling control protection, and only afterward realize what they have done. He heard it too. When he looked back at me, the cold had not left him. It had only become more precise. He said, "That," quietly, "is why I cannot promise you what you ask." Then he turned, crossed to the study door, and rang for the butler before he had even removed his coat. I stood in the hall with Belmere's bargain still like poison on my skin and knew, with a certainty so sharp it felt already like loss, that whatever Julian chose next he had already begun choosing before I could stop him. I did go upstairs. Not because Julian told me to. Because Clara was there, and in the last clean chamber of my heart no quarrel with any man, however loved, was ever going to outrank her. She was in the little sitting room off her chamber with Pembroke's songbook open across her knees, and a pencil tucked behind one ear, as though she meant to improve the world by annotating it. The sight of her so safely occupied, so entirely within the ordinary business of youth, struck me with almost physical force after Belmer's smooth little threats downstairs. She looked up and smiled. "Did Doring feed you anything dreadful?" "Only kindness," I said, taking the chair beside the fire. It was over-sauced. Clara studied me more closely. And Belmere. I had never lied to her well. He offered rescue. She made a face of such clean disgust that I nearly laughed. From what? From being me, apparently. And did you accept? No, Bow. She set aside the songbook at once. Lydia. It was not a question. Merely the beginning of whatever I might need. I looked at her and thought of Belmere's voice saying the girl in that cool, reasonable tone men use when they mean to turn a life into a category. I thought of Julian in the hall, gone cold enough to frighten me, not because I doubted his cause but because I knew the sort of force he could become when he stopped caring whether I approved of the method. Then I did the only sensible thing available to a woman surrounded by dangerous men and legal paper. I sat very still and said, "Nothing is to change for you tonight." Her eyes widened slightly. Which means everything is about to change. Not tonight. She came to kneel before me exactly as she had done before, hands warm over mine. "If he is going to do something impossible, you know I would rather know it than be petted into ignorance." I closed my fingers around hers. "I know." "Do you trust him?" There it was. The wrong question, perhaps, and the only one that mattered. "Not in the way he requires," I said quietly. "And not, just now, in the way I wish I could." She searched my face, too honest to pretend comfort she did not feel. "But you trust that he means to protect us?" "Yes." "That sounds exhausting." "It is." From below came the distant, softened sounds of Brook Street rearranging itself for crisis without ever admitting the word. The study door opening. The butler's measured tread. Another arrival perhaps, Fenwick, or Pembroke, or some clerkly instrument of Julian's coldest intentions. The house did not rattle. It tightened. She said, "I hate this." At last. "So do I," she said. "No. I mean I hate that the men who wish to own things and the men who wish to save things often begin by speaking the same language." The line was so precisely right that for a moment I could only stare at her. Then I touched her cheek. "You have become intolerably perceptive," she said. I had excellent instruction, and that did make me laugh, though it hurt. The study lamps burned late. That was the first sign to the household that something significant had crossed from talk into action. By 10 of the clock Mrs. Talbot had brought me, I had not a tea, for and gone away with the grave face of a woman who has decided not to permit the silver to tremble even if the foundations do. By 11 I heard Fenwick leave and another man arrive. By midnight the butler himself crossed the upper hall on some errand below, carrying not a tray but a locked document case. Julian did not come upstairs. That, too, told its own story. I slept little. At 7:30 the next morning I found the story finished and signed. Not in one blow. In several. The first came from Mrs. Talbot, who entered the breakfast room while I was still alone and laid a key upon the table beside my cup. "Small, brass, new cut," she said. "My lady, his lordship asked that this be given to you at once." I looked at it. "To what?" "The third lockbox at Child's. The Hartwell papers and the late Mrs. Hale's recovered originals were moved there before dawn under triple seal. One key to his lordship, one to Mr. Fenwick, and this one to your ladyship." The room seemed briefly to contract around that ridiculous scrap of brass. Moved before dawn. Not discussed. Not proposed. Moved. I lifted the key between finger and thumb. It was perfectly ordinary. That was the obscenity of such things. Control often arrives looking like practicality made metal. "All the originals?" I asked. "All that remained in the house, my lady. Copies were left in the study in the blue drawing room." Mrs. Talbot, to her eternal credit, did not look as though she expected gratitude. Only endurance. "Thank you," I said. She inclined her head. "There is more. Miss Hale's new allowance deed arrived from council at 6. His lordship has set a separate independent sum in trust for her, free of any future challenge tied to Mrs. Hale's estate or his own. The trustees are Lord Pembroke, Mrs. Pembroke, and Miss Fenwick." It was so generous, so sensible, so impeccably honorable that I nearly hated him for the beauty of the trap. Not because it trapped Clara. It did the opposite. It placed her future beyond Belmere, beyond Julian's own mortality, beyond the title, beyond even me if I proved incompetent or dead. It was exactly the sort of provision I would have begged heaven for if it had fallen from nowhere. Instead it had fallen from my husband's hand in the dark, without asking, while I slept in the room above him like a wife in a cautionary tale. Mrs. Talbot placed one more folded note beside the key. "His lordship also instructed that you were to see this before breakfast if you wished." When she had gone, I opened it. "Lydia, the papers are secured under joint seal. Clara's independent trust is executed pending final signatures this afternoon. Belmere has been served notice that any direct approach to you or Clara will be answered legally and publicly. Doring has received a civil explanation and will not repeat her kindness. I know you will dislike that I did not wait. I could not. Fenwick will be here at 10. Julian." I read it once, then set it down and laughed under my breath, because what else is a woman to do when even the handwriting is considerate? He had secured the papers and given me a key. He had protected Clara so thoroughly that not even his own title could swallow her future. He had answered Belmere. He had done every decent thing indecently. Clara came in a minute later and saw my face before she saw the note. "What has he done?" I handed her the page. She read quickly, then more slowly. When she looked up, her expression was almost painful in its complication. She said, "This is good." "Yes." "And awful." "Yes." "And you hate it." "Not cleanly enough," I said. She sat down opposite me and touched the new key where it lay on the cloth. "He gave you one?" "After moving the box." "Yes." She glanced up. "That matters." "It does not matter enough." "No." Her mouth tightened. "It does not." We heard Julian in the hall then. The measured step, the brief exchange with the butler, the quiet authority of a house resettling around his presence. My whole body knew it before he entered. He looked from the note to the key to my face and understood at once that I knew everything. He said, "Good morning." There are hours in marriage where civility becomes almost a form of bloodshed. "Is it?" I asked. His gaze shifted to Clara. "Would you give us a few minutes?" "No," I said before she could speak. "She stays if she wishes." Clara rose anyway, because mercy and discretion by side in the young more often than older people deserve. She said, "I wish coffee. And perhaps a revolution. One may begin with coffee." When she had gone, silence took her place. Julian came no farther into the room than the chair opposite mine. "You have the key." "Yes." A very moving symbol. Lydia. No. Let us do it properly. You removed my aunt's papers before dawn. You settled Clara's future in trust without asking me. You threatened Belmere legally. You chastened Doring. You arranged the whole field, while I was upstairs, being good enough not to interfere with your weather. His face remained still, but I saw the fatigue in it. He had slept as little as I had and used the wakefulness much better, which did not improve my temper. He said, I told you yesterday that I could not promise to wait where Clara was concerned, and so you proved it with admirable speed. The papers had to move. They had to be discussed. They were vulnerable in the house. They were mine to risk beside you. He said, no, and the quiet force of it made the room go cold. They were yours to know and mine to secure before Belmere's next move touched them. I stood. So that is the distinction now, is it? Knowledge for me, action for you. His expression altered by 1 degree. Enough. That is unjust, is it? Then help me improve it. At what exact hour between midnight and dawn did you intend to ask whether I consented to becoming the wife who receives a key after the strongbox is already gone? He took the blow without flinching. He said, I intended to spare you the possibility of stopping me. There was the truth, bright, hideous, and impossible to mistake. I looked at him and felt something inside me tear more cleanly than before. You speak as though that is courage. He replied, no. I speak as though it is necessity. And who appointed you its priest? For the first time, anger flashed visibly under his control. Not at me. At the entire shape of the world that required such questions and the fact that he deserved them. He said, Belmere put your sister's future into his mouth. He offered to use separation, rumor, and female delicacy as tools against you. I was not going to answer that at leisure. He offered those things. You enacted others. What others? I laughed once, utterly without humor. You secured the papers under your timing. You settled Clara under your structure. You answered society under your pen. You made every honorable move possible and made them all without me. His voice lowered. The trust is not under my structure. Pembroke, his wife, and Fenwick's sister stand between Clara and any man, myself included. That is exactly why it is so difficult to hate. You do not even dominate crudely. You dominate by doing the very thing any decent person would want done and doing it alone. The words hung between us. He absorbed them in silence. Then, Wes. I closed my eyes briefly because the honesty was unbearable. When I opened them again, he had not moved. He said, I bought Martian clear of any lion Belmere might have sniffed toward. Quietly, Clara's trust holds it beyond challenge. Your life interest remains. If I die, it stands. If the title falls, it stands. If we part in every way except law, it stands. I did not do this to diminish you. No, I said. You did it because you love us in the way you know by building walls before asking whether we wished for windows. That struck him. I knew it did. We stood in the wreck of that truth for several heartbeats. Then he said, with a tiredness that made him suddenly seem older than I had ever seen him, possibly. The breakfast room was too small, the table too domestic, the note and the key too neat. I turned away before I did something weak, like cry, or something worse like forgive him, because he looked tired. There is a dinner at Worsley's tonight, I said. Yes, I shall attend. A pause. Very well. You will not forbid it. No. You will not arrange the room for me, the carriage for me, the exits for me, the ladies for me, or the order in which I am spoken to. Another pause. At last, I can promise none of that entirely. I spun back toward him. Then hear me now. Protection without partnership is merely a prettier prison. I will not live in it. Something changed in his face then, not surrender, not agreement, but dawning knowledge that whatever good he had bought in the night, he had bought at exactly the price she could least bear. He said my name. I shook my head once. No. Not now. That evening Lady Worsley's dinner glowed exactly as every dangerous dinner in London glows. Too many candles, too much silver, too much lauder ripening over too many knives. I went because absence would have turned Julian's actions into my seclusion. I went because Belmer must not be permitted to claim I had vanished into domestic strategy. I went because pride, when cornered, often dresses beautifully. Julian and I arrived together and looked, I am told, entirely composed. This is one of society's lesser miracles. Two people may be bleeding invisibly and still enter a drawing room as though the only difficulty between them were whether the fish course might disappoint. Lady Worsley received us with one glance too intelligent to miss anything and too disciplined to reveal it. She said, "My dear Hartwell," to Julian, "you look as though Parliament has offended you personally. It often does. And Lady Hartwell," she added, taking my hands, "looks as though she intends to survive us all. Which is the more useful expression, bah? That depends on the menu." She laughed, but her fingers tightened once over mine. A question asked through pressure alone. I could not answer it. The room had already begun to turn. People knew enough to murmur. Not the whole of it, never the whole, but enough. One gentleman spoke to Julian about the admirable firmness required in delicate households. Another lady told me, with poisonous sympathy, that she had heard how, properly settled, Miss Hale's future now was. Haverley, drifting near the fire in bronze silk, looked at me once and understood everything that mattered from the fact that I smiled too well. That, perhaps, was the first public fracture. Not anything, I said. That I had ceased to look relieved by Julian's management and begun to look composed against it. Dinner was at a performance of perfect ruin. Julian did not speak for me. That was the cruelty. He gave me every outward freedom. Let me answer. Let me choose. Let me parry Haverley and sue the Worsley, and ignore a baronet's wife who asked whether country houses are safer for young unmarried girls. He did nothing visibly controlling. And because I knew what had happened before dawn, because I knew how much of the board had already been moved while I slept, every courtesy landed on me, like a polished remainder of the same act. Across the silver and candlelight he asked once, "Will you take wine?" Such an ordinary question. I answered, "I can manage the glass, thank you." Lady Worsley heard. Of course she did. Nothing in her dining room ever died unnoticed. Her eyes flickered once between us and away. There was the second fracture. After dinner, in the drawing room, Haverley cornered me, near the tea table with the elegance of a cat arriving, where it was always going. She said, "I hear the little Hale fortune has been splendidly secured." Hartwell can be magnificent when alarmed. I looked her full in the face. He can also be unilateral. Her brows rose almost imperceptibly there. The third fracture, not a scene, not a confession, merely one precise adjective dropped into the room between women who knew exactly what it meant. Haverley sipped tea. She said, "Ah," softly. "Then the weather in Brook Street is more interesting than the papers suggest." Before I could answer, Julian appeared at my side. Lady Haverley. Hartwell. His gaze moved to my untouched cup, then back to me. "The carriage is ready." I had not asked for it. The words fell into the room like a coin into deep water. Lady Haverley went very still with pleasure. Worsley, across the room, stopped speaking mid-sentence. I looked at Julian. Ordered it? Yes. Without asking whether I wished to leave. Something in his expression warned me that he knew, even now, even in this room, that the wrong answer would finish what the night had only threatened. He said, "Lydia." Quietly, "It is after 11. I almost laughed. Time, as if the hour were the issue. As if I were a child or carriage horse or feverish thing that must be removed at a proper interval. "No," I said. The room did not go silent. It changed temperature. Julian's voice lowered further. "This is not the place, "No," I replied, not loudly. "There never seems to be a place, does there? Only decisions already made." Haverley looked away in triumph, so civilized it almost counted as kindness. Worsley took one step forward, then stopped, because even hostesses know when intervention would turn crack into breakage. Julian stood utterly still. That stillness, once my anchor, now felt like the held edge of something far colder. He said, "The carriage can wait at last." "Wes," I answered. "It can." I set down my cup and crossed the room, not to him but to Lady Worsley. "Forgive me," I said clearly enough for anyone within proper distance to hear. "It seems Brook Street and I have different views on timing." Worsley's face, bless her terrible wisdom, showed nothing but social acceptance. "My dear, houses rarely keep perfect time with their mistresses, Doc." "Then I must recalibrate mine." I curtsied. "Not deeply." "Precisely." Then I turned not to Julian's arm but to Mrs. Pembroke, who had just entered from the card room and understood the scene in one horrified, immediate glance. "Will you take me home?" I asked. She did not hesitate. "Of course." There are scenes and there are exits. This was the second. Which is why it would do more damage by morning. Julian said nothing as I passed him. That was perhaps the greatest mercy he could have offered, and the one that wounded me most. Because if he had reached for me, commanded, pleaded, even argued, I might have hated him cleanly in front of witnesses. Instead he let me go. I felt the space of his touch like fire along my sleeve. Mrs. Pembroke gathered her wrap. Worsley rang for the carriage without blinking, and Haverly remained by the tea table, looking like a woman who has just been handed a priceless object she intends to describe, with perfect taste, to exactly the wrong people. The ride back through London was short and full of silence. Mrs. Pembroke said only once, "Do you wish me to speak of this as nothing?" "Yes." "And what shall I think of it?" I looked out at the lamp streaking gold over wet stone. "Whatever is most kind without being false." She touched my hand once. "That is an expensive request." "Wes." When I reached Brook Street, Julian was not yet home. Of course not. He had remained to preserve the room, the hostess, the title, the shape of the evening after his wife had left under another woman's escort. I went upstairs without speaking to anyone, and stood in the dark of my chamber for several minutes before ringing for the maid. Only then did I understand fully what had happened. The rupture was no longer private. Not because I had cried or shouted or accused him before the room. I had done none of that. Because I had refused his carriage. Because Lady Haverly had heard, unilateral. Because Lady Worsley had seen too much. Because Julian had let me leave rather than contain me publicly. By morning London would not know the facts. It would know enough. And that, in our world, was often worse. Julian did not come upstairs until nearly 3. I knew the hour not because I had watched the clock, though I had, with the low, great hatred one reserves for time, when it insists on continuing, but because Brook Street had long since settled into that unnatural stillness large houses acquire after midnight, when all the respectable noises are done and only the important ones remain. The study door had opened and shut 3 separate times below. Once for Fenwick. Once, I thought, for Pembroke, whose tread always carried more good humor than the hour deserved. And once for no one I could identify, only the brief murmur of a man's voice I did not know and the butler's lower answer. When at last Julian crossed the upper hall, his step was measured as ever and therefore more wary than, if he had stumbled. I was not asleep, he knew it. That, too, I felt before he spoke. "Lydia." The word came from the doorway, quiet enough not to wake a child and exact enough to wake every nerve in a grown woman. I sat up in the bed, the candlelight low and yellow, the room all half shadow and winter quiet. "Wes." He did not come farther in. I was grateful for that and injured by it in equal measure. He said, "Belmere has been answered." I gathered as much from the house sounding like a barracks. A pause. Then, with no visible reaction to the line, "He will not come near you or Clara again without consequence." That might have comforted me if it had been yesterday. Now, it only reminded me of the shape of everything he had chosen without me. I see. Another pause. Longer this time, he said. There is a second matter, at last. I waited. Fenwick believes the search in London has reached its limit for now. Pritchard sent word from Yorkshire this evening. In moving the remaining effects at Marsh End, he found reference in your aunt's late housekeeping book to a cedar trunk stored in the west attic after her final illness. It was marked in her own hand, not with the dispatch box. To be opened only if the red packet is not where it ought to be. For a moment I could not speak. The room, the candle, the cold outside the curtains, all seemed to thin around one simple phrase. The red packet, not paper in the abstract, not old Chambers' missing clerks and legal ambiguity. My aunt had named it. I pushed back the coverlet. When? He sent the note at dusk. It reached Fenwick at 10. And you are telling me now? Yes. The anger should have risen first. It did not. Something sharper than anger and older than love went through me, instead recognition. Aunt Eleanor, even at the edge of illness, had expected failure in the obvious place and concealed an answer elsewhere. Of course she had. She had trusted locks less than habits and men less than boxes no one thought worthy of inventory. I must go to Marsh End, I said. Yes. The answer came too quickly to quarrel with. I looked at him properly then. He stood in the doorway with one hand still resting on the frame, coat removed at last, cravat slightly loosened, face pale with exhaustion and too much thought. His stillness had changed, not softened. Thinned, perhaps, by the hour and by the fact that for once what he said next could not be decided wholly in his own direction. He said, I can have the carriage ready by 9. Pritchard will meet you there. Fenwick has prepared copies of everything current. The original key to the child's box remains with you. The practicality of it was so pure it almost made me laugh. You think I shall let you arrange the departure also? His eyes met mine. I think you are going. That, at least, was true. I rose and crossed to the fire because standing still felt impossible. The coals had sunk low. Their heat was more memory than comfort. Will Clara come? I do not think she should. I turned. Why? He answered at once. Because Belmere has already put too much attention upon her. Because Marsh End is cold, half-closed, and under observation. Because Pembroke and his wife have already offered to keep her for a week or two under the easy fiction of music, visits, and spring fabrics. Because if you go to search, you should be free to search rather than protect. There was not a selfish reason in it. That did not make hearing it easier. She will want to come. Wes. And you mean to persuade me she should stay? No. He was quiet for one beat. I mean to say I believe she is safer if she does. I looked into the fire again because if I kept looking at him, I might begin seeing not the man who had moved the papers before dawn, but the man standing in my doorway at 3 in the morning giving me, at last, the truth first while he still had the power to turn it into instruction, if he wished. And perhaps he knew that too. Will you come? I asked before I had decided whether I wanted the answer. He said, no. The word landed low and clean. I turned back startled despite myself. He said, I cannot. If I leave London now, Haverley's people will call it flight. Belmere will make of it panic. Fenwick needs me here. While we keep the line from becoming public narrative before we know what your aunt left in that trunk. There it was again. The title. The house. The 1,000 visible things that cling to a man like him whether he wishes them to or not. And under that, another truth I heard because he did not say it. If he came with me, Marsh End would cease to belong to my aunt's memory and become Hartwell territory in every watching eye. I see, I said. He inclined his head slightly, as though acknowledging a cost already paid in advance. For a moment, neither of us spoke. Then I said, I am not leaving to punish you. I know. I am leaving because Aunt Eleanor left me work to do. Yes. And because if I remain in Brook Street another 3 days, I shall either become ornamental to my own life or say something to you I cannot unsay. A shadow moved over his face then, pain, perhaps, and almost certainly recognition. He said, "Wes." Again. It ought to have ended there. Instead he said, more quietly, "You may take Talbot's cousin as maid and Pritchard besides. Not 2 Hartwell men in livery. Just those. Pembroke will see Clara settled with his wife before noon." The care and the arrangement was almost unbearable, because it was exactly the sort of half-step toward partnership we had both wanted, and he had learned too late to offer cleanly. "I did not ask for permission," I said. "No." His hand left the doorframe at last. "You did not. Yet you continue to sound as though I had," he said. "I continue." And there at last was a brief roughness in the perfect line of his voice. To sound like a man trying very hard to keep from speaking where he is not wanted. The words struck me harder than anger might have done. I looked down. That was my failure and my mercy both. Because if I had met his eyes just then, I am not certain what might have broken first. "9, then," I said. "None. He did not come to me. I did not ask him to." When he had gone, I stood for a long while in the half-cold room listening to the silence he left behind. Then I rang for my maid and began, with hands that shook only once, to pack for Yorkshire. Clara took the news badly, then bravely, then badly again. That, from her, was a form of love. She asked, "Why may I not come?" For the 3rd time, standing in the middle of my chamber with 2 ribbons in one hand, and a face too young for the expression she wore. "If there is a trunk, if there are papers, if Aunt Eleanor meant for us—" "For me," I said, more sharply than I intended. Then I softened it at once. "For me first, I think. For you if needed. But not this time." She flung the ribbons onto the bed. "This is because of him." "No. That is not a denial. It is not meant for one." I took her hands and held them. "Listen to me. If Belmer were merely greedy, I would take you. If Julian were merely overbearing, I would take you. If London were merely nosy, I would take you. But right now you are the center of too many people's arguments. Staying visible, settled, and impossible to tug at in the Pembroke circle is not surrender. It is strategy." She searched my face with a steadiness that nearly undid me. "Whose strategy?" There was the true question. After a moment I answered, "Mine." And because at least by then it was true, she believed me. She said, "I dislike it." "So do I, Ba." "Do you still love him?" The ribbons on the bed, the open trunk, the folded chemises, the maid moving quietly in the dressing room beyond, all of it went very still around the question. I could have refused. I did not. "Wes." She nodded once as though she had expected no other answer and found comfort in none. "Then go quickly before that becomes impossible." I laughed, helplessly and almost angrily, because from anyone else the sentence would have sounded theatrical. From Clara it was only plain. Impertinent girl. Hopelessly. By 8 of the clock Brook Street had divided itself into 2 distinct worlds. The visible household, where breakfast was set, trunks moved, and the butler announced ordinary things in an ordinary tone, and the hidden one beneath it, where everyone understood that Lady Hartwell was leaving for Yorkshire with no announced term of return, and every servant intended to forget having noticed until instructed otherwise. Julian and I met last in the hall. Perhaps he had intended it so. There are farewells one can survive better, if they occur in a public room with hats, servants, and movement to interrupt them. The carriage stood ready outside. The air beyond the open door looked brittle and painfully clear. Pritchard waited already mounted. Mrs. Talbot's cousin, stout and sensible as a second conscience, was settled beside the maid's basket. Clara had gone ahead to the Pembrokes with Pembroke himself, whose cheer on departure had been so determinedly ordinary I could have kissed him for it. My gloves were on. My bonnet tied. My aunt's copied accounts and Fenwick's packet sat in my reticule with enough paper to fortify a war. Julian stood by the console beneath the stairs, one hand resting lightly beside the silver tray, as though he had paused there only accidentally and not because the hall offered no intimacy at all except what one smuggled into it. He said, "I have written to Pritchard. The west attic remains sealed. No one has touched the trunk." I nodded. "And to the vicar at Marsh End. If Belmer sends inquiries there, they are to be answered only through Fenwick." "Good." He held out a folded document then. Not a letter. A small packet of sorts, sealed in plain wafer. "What is that?" "The final copy of Clara's trust deed once the signatures are completed this afternoon. Pembroke will keep the original until you return." I took it. Our fingers did not touch. That was perhaps the worst of it. "I do not need another symbol," I said quietly. "It is not one." "No." His gaze held mine. "No. It is proof that what I did last night cannot be undone by gossip this week." The answer was too exact to resist, and too painful to welcome. I looked down at the packet instead. "You always did prefer proofs." "I prefer things that hold when frightened people do not." I should not have smiled. I did faintly, because the line was so like him it hurt. He saw the smile, and did not move toward it. That restraint, that impossible, disciplined mercy, might have made me forgive him on the spot had it come sooner. Before the papers, before the carriage at Worsley's, before all the acts done rightly and alone. Now, it only reminded me how much I wanted and could not yet allow. "I will write from Marsh End when I know something," I said. "Not before, I know. And if you hear anything before I do, you hear it with me when I hear it, Bot." The repetition of the promise went through me like sunlight striking old glass. For one dangerous second the hall, the servants, the open door, the whole world of consequence fell outward from that line. Then the butler coughed discreetly from nowhere in particular, and civilization returned. Julian inclined his head slightly. "Safe journey." Such a small sentence. It nearly broke me. I answered with equal care. "Do not destroy London merely because I am out of it." No one else in the hall would have heard the plea inside the wit. He did. He said, "I will try." That was all. I turned before staying became an argument with my own body and went down the steps into the cold. The carriage door shut. The wheels moved. Brook Street began to slide backward in pale stone, black railings, polished windows, and the knowledge that the man I loved stood inside a house I'd not yet bare to share with him honestly. Only when we turned the corner did I let myself look back. He had not followed to the steps. Of course he had not. Julian, even now, would not make a farewell into a spectacle for the servants or the street. He would remain where the house required him, and let me go with the dignity he had so often failed to pair with consultation. I hated him a little for that. I loved him more for it. The road north out of London was grey-rutted, and full of the ordinary ugliness by which England maintains the fiction that all important things happen indoors. We changed horses twice before noon. Mrs. Talbot's cousin slept with her bonnet tilted alarmingly over one eye. Pritchard rode near enough to be useful and far enough not to crowd. At every posting in people stared exactly as much as they should at a titled lady traveling with more haste than display. By early afternoon my thoughts had settled into their ugliest rhythm. The trunk, Aunt Eleanor's hand, Belmer's offer, Julian's key, the child's box, Marsh End, and under it all, like a pulse one cannot will away, the expression in Julian's face, when I said I needed distance, not because I did not love him, but because I did. I had just begun, against every effort of discipline, to imagine what Marsh End might still contain beyond paper, memory, perhaps, or the smell of my aunt's cedar drawers, or the severe relief of rooms where no one called me my lady unless the village wished something, when Pritchard rapped at the carriage door from horseback. I lowered the glass. "A rider from London, madam. Caught us at the last toll." A groom approached, mud up to his boots and a leather case under one arm. "Hartwell colors." "No, thank God, Pembroke's." He handed up a sealed note. Not from Julian, from Fenwick. I broke the seal at once. My lady, you were right to leave when you did. Within the hour of your departure, Sir Lionel Cresset, acting with Lady Haverley's clear encouragement, and under colour of family concern, gave notice that he means to seek a formal review before council and trustees of the late succession proceedings. He will attempt to yoke the missing Hale packet, your temporary absence from Brook Street, and Belmore's insinuations into one argument, that Hartwell's household and claim alike have been conducted under a cloud of concealment and irregular influence. His lordship remains in town to answer it. Pembroke stands with him. So do I. Proceed to Marsh End without delay. What is in the attic may matter not only to your aunt's peace, but to Hartwell's right to his own name. Fenwick. I read it once. Then again, because language, when well made and badly meant, often takes 2 readings to finish its harm. Across from me the Talbot cousin stirred and woke. Bad news, madam. I folded the note carefully and looked out at the window road unspooling ahead, pale under a hard, unhelpful sky. Not bad, I said at last. Only expensive, because there it was. Not rumor now. Not paper malice and drawing-room weather. A formal attack. On his claim. On our house. On the whole fragile architecture beneath which he had tried, so wrongly and so earnestly, to shelter me. The carriage rolled on toward Yorkshire. And, for the first time since leaving Brook Street, I understood that Marsh End was no longer only the place where I might recover my aunt's truth. It was the place where I might yet save the man I had left behind. A source of file Chapter 4 A promise turns costly. Text chunks returned 75 files written 75 writer error 0. A source of file Chapter 4 A promise costly. Text chunk 75. Words 186 chars 1090 quota parity first line distance, once chosen, has a way of becoming visible in rooms one had thought too civilized. Words 181 chars 1082 quota parity to first line. The servants noticed enough to grow careful and not enough to become frightened. Words 192 cars 1096 quota parity first line. Then once more because poison if artfully made often improves on second acquaintance. Words 195 chars 106 quota parity first line. There are moments when a husband speaking in that tone might comfort a woman. Words 182 cars 1069 quota parity first line. I did so before breakfast, in case the item appeared. Words 189 chars 1088 quota parity first line. Every one of them, nevertheless, landed on me like another gate closed in a house where I. Words 207 chars 127 quota parity first line. There are answers one can strike cleanly and answers which leave the hand bruised. Words 213 chars 1230 quota parity to first line, and there is the core of it. Efficiency above all, even apparently above being consult. Words 180 chars 10 to 59 quota parity first line, that made it harder. Words 193 chars 1088 quota parity first line, he said, you may receive Haverley if you wish. Words 191 chars 101 quota parity first line. We were fighting the different shapes the same care takes in wounded people. Words 182 chars 1098 quota parity first line. My lord, my lady. Lord Pembroke's groom has brought a note. And Mr. Belmore's card. Words 182 chars 1059 quota parity first line. Doring hears Belmere means to cast himself as her ally against household management. Words 214 chars 1148 quota parity every first line with him. Every prohibition came from fear honest enough to feel, and every resistance in words 179 chars 1032 quota parity first line, which was enough to tell me this was not finished. Words 149 chars 941 quota parity first line. Lady Haverley arrived in dark green silk and amethyst drops, a combination which suggested. Words 165 chars 90 quota parity first line, she said, do not. Words 153 chart A99 quota parity first line, I said nothing. Words 191 chars 1096 quota parity first line, instead I asked, and what is he saying? Words 97 chars 5 and 98 quota parity first line. I dislike power when it grows clumsy, masculine, feminine, political, domestic. The adjective. Words 185 chars 1032 quota parity to first line, she said, no, and now the amusement had gone out of her face almost entirely. Wards 183 cars 1021 quota parody first line. He came into the blue room while I was writing a brief acceptance to Lady Doring that Lou. Wards 167 chine 2 quota parody first line. Take Clara. Wards 119 cars 716 quota parodier. First line. Lady Doring's luncheon the next day assembled exactly the sort of company I had expected. Ward 74 chars 985 quota parody first line. Clara had not come. Wards 193 cars 118 quota parodica first line. When the suite was removed and the servants withdrawn to a distance proper for ladies' cough. Wards 218 chars and 77 quota parody first line. Modern charity grows adventurous. Wards 189 chars leather 13 quota parodia first line. She said, I shall remain precisely where I am, in case anyone later asks how much imper. Wards 190 chars 1130 to 1 quota parody first line. His bow, when I entered, contained not a grain of his former proprietary ease. Wards 207 chars 1233 quota parody first line. My pulse altered at once. Wards 184 chars 189 quota parody first line. Instead I heard only the pulse in my ears. Wards 183 cars lemon 15 quota parody first line. There it was in full shape now. Wards 143 chars sweaty 37 quota parodica first line. The difference between them was enormous in character and terrifyingly small in method. Wards 193 chars will 25 quota parody first line. Then hear me precisely. If you remain at Brook Street, while the packets route through V. Wards 268 chars 1494 quota parody first line. It took everything in me not to smile. Wards 987 995 quota parody first line. No, I said not loudly. Wards 202 cars that 1138 quota parody pad first line. I handed my cloak to the maid and stood in the center of the hall because, if he came near. Wards 205 cars 106 quota parody first line. Julian. Wards 203 chars 1130 quota parody first line. Julian at his coldest, most decisive, most protective, about to move pieces across the bow. Wards 180 Charleston 29 quota parody first line. Not because Julian told me to. Wards 183 chars 985 quota parody first line. I looked at her and thought of Belmer's voice saying the girl in that cool, reasonable tea. Wards 157 chars 888 quota parody first line, and not just now, in the way I wish I could. Wards 195 cars 1040 quota parody first line. She said, I had excellent instruction. And that did make me laugh, though it hurt. Wards 181 chars 1079 quota parody first Lynn. The third lockbox at Child's. The Hartwell papers and the late Mrs. Hales recovered. Or Wards 131 char 77024 quota parody first line. It was so generous, so sensible, so impeccably honorable that I nearly hated him for the B. Wards 68 chars 400 quota parody first line. The papers are secured under joint seal. Wards 200 chars 93 quota parody first line. Read it once. Wards 186 chars 1049 quota parody first line. He looked from the note to the key to my face and understood at once that I knew everything. Wards 209 chars 1159 quota parody first line. He had slept as little as I had and used the wakefulness much better, which did not improve. Wards 194 cars slender 30 quota parody first line. He replied no. Wards 196 chars 1059 quota parody first line. I closed my eyes briefly because the honesty was unbearable. Wards 193 cars 102 quota parody first line. You will not arrange the room for me, the carriage for me, the exits for me, the ladies? Wards 190 chars will 1137 quota parody first line. Two people may be bleeding invisibly and still enter a drawing room as though the only diff. Wards 200 cars 1138 quota parody first line. That perhaps was the first public fracture. Wards 156 chars 9022 quota parody or first line. She said, I hear the little Hale fortune has been splendidly secured. Wards 162 chars 937 quota parody first line. Something in his expression warned me that he knew, even now, even in this room, that the Wards 162 chars 9 quota parody first line. Yes, I answered. Wards 216 chars 1143 quota parody first line. Because if he had reached for me, commanded, pleaded, even argued, I might have hated him. Wards 180 chars 1039 quota parody first line. Only then did I understand fully what had happened. Wards 204 cars 1072 quota parody first line, and once for no one I could identify, only the brief murmur of a man's voice I did not know. Wards 1 and 5336 quota parody first line awaited. Words 100A7 quota parody first line it did not. Words 255 third fifth 2 quota parody first line I think you are going. Words 2 and 8 Charsalon 3 quota parody first line he said, I cannot. Words 168 Chars 899 quota parodied our first line instead he said more quietly, you may take Talbot's cousin as maid and Pritchard besides. Words 125 Car 613 quota parody first line then I said. Words 203 Chars 1088 quota parody first line for me, I said, more sharply than I intended. Words Samosiwanchan 62 quota parody first line yes. Words 194 Chars 124 quota parody first line Mrs. Talbot's cousin, stout and sensible as a second conscience, was settled beside the words 182 Cars 968 quota parody first line our fingers did not touch. Words 195 Cars Harson 71 quota parody first line you hear it with me when I hear it. Words 192 Cars 1070 quota parody first line Julian even now would not make a farewell into a spectacle for the servants or the street. Words 112 Charsa 625 quota parody first line I had just begun, against every effort of discipline, to imagine what Martian might still. Words 130 Char 71 quota parody first line. You were right to leave when you did. Words 1 Persod 8036 quota parody first line I read it once. Marsh End looked smaller in March than it had in memory, which is one of the more unkind things grief and marriage do to a woman. As a girl I had thought it stern, sufficient, faintly indomitable in the way of houses kept standing more by female resolve than by architecture. In rain it had looked venerable. In frost, almost noble. Now, with the hedges bare and the last dirty patches of winter still lingering under the wall, it seemed what it had always been beneath my romance and anxiety both. A modest house that had survived because my aunt would not let it fail. The carriage stopped before the gate. Pritchard was down before the wheels had ceased turning. Mrs. Talbot's cousin crossed herself at the sight of the chimneys as if old houses might contain doctrines as well as draughts. I stood for one moment on the gravel with my gloved hand still on the carriage door, and let the place strike me fully. The smell of damp stone, the faint sweetness of rotted apples from the little orchard beyond the wall, the moss dark on the north side of the roof, and that particular silence country houses possess, when closed too long not true quiet, but the held breath of rooms waiting to be disturbed. Pritchard said, has not altered much, madam. No, I replied. Only enough to remind me it belongs to the dead, unless the living insist otherwise. He did not answer. That was another reason I trusted him. Inside, Marsh End received us with cold, dust, and memory. The front passage smelled of old beeswax, ash, and the trapped winter of shut rooms. Sheets covered the better chairs in the drawing-room like patient ghosts. Aunt Eleanor's clock on the mantel had stopped at some dignified hour no one had troubled to correct. In the little study off the back hall the dispatch box sat where I had last seen it, empty now and ridiculous in its honesty, like an old lyre grown too frail to matter. I did not go there first. Some instincts come from love, some from fear, and some from long acquaintance with the habits of the dead. Mine took me straight upstairs to my aunt's bedchamber. The room was exactly as she would have hated leaving it. Drawers labeled in her own square hand. The Bible by the bed with its ribbon still marking Judges. her work-basket under the chair, wool folded, so tightly one might imagine she had only gone to scold the maid about the parlor grate, and meant to resume knitting before supper. On the dressing table a little pot of violet salve, dried to cracked wax. Above the fireplace, the oval miniature of my mother as a girl. I stood in the center of the room, and had to put one hand to the bedpost, because suddenly the whole hard journey north, the weeks in London, Belmer's smiling threats, Julian's key, the title, the marriage, the distance, all of it seemed to fall outward from the simple fact that Aunt Eleanor had once breathed here, and no longer did. Pritchard waited in the doorway. "Shall I open the west attic, madame?" I turned. "Yes." The west attic lay above the old nursery, reached by a narrow servant's stair, so meanly built that one had to turn the shoulder to the wall in two places, and duck at the landing, whether one wished to or not. I had not been up there in years. The air changed as we climbed, growing colder, dustier, and sharper with cedar and old linen. Pritchard went first with the lamp. I followed with my skirts gathered, and my pulse too loud in my own ears. The attic door had indeed been sealed. Aunt Eleanor never trusted wax much in practical matters, but she trusted it enough to insult the curious. Pritchard broke the old impression with his penknife, and opened the door inward. The room beyond was low, beamed and crowded with the dead weight of respectable life, old nursery screens, a cracked warming pan, hatboxes tied with tape, 3 wooden trunks, 2 broken chairs, and enough rolled carpet to satisfy a bishop. Dust lay over everything in the thick gray democracy of neglect. Pritchard said, "There," lifting the lamp. Against the far wall beneath the western dormer stood a cedar trunk, broader than I expected, and bound with brass gone green at the edges. On the lid, beneath a skin of dust, Aunt Eleanor's hand had written in ink long faded to brown. Not with the dispatch box. Below it smaller. "If the red packet is not where it ought to be, begin here." My throat closed. I knelt before the trunk. The lock was stiff but not frozen. Pritchard offered the little ring of attic keys recovered from my aunt's sewing table. The second fitted. The lid rose with a slow cedar sigh. Within lay no treasure in the vulgar sense, no jewels, no family plate, no dramatic codicil tied in black ribbon. Aunt Eleanor would have considered such theatrics a sign of poor upbringing. Instead there were packets. Ordered, labeled, cross-reference packets. Household memoranda. Receipts, a small iron deed box, a ledger in her hand titled Things Men Call Confusing, and laid on top of everything else like the center of a wheel, a worn red Morocco portfolio tied with faded tape. The red packet. For one absurd instant I could not make myself touch it. Then I did. The Morocco was dry beneath my glove, the corners rubbed pale. I untied the tape and opened it on the trunk lid. Aunt Eleanor had made copies. Of course she had. The first sheet was her own memorandum, dated March 1814. "If Eleanor dies, before the Hale matter is settled, Lydia is not to trust any gentleman who speaks first of prudence and only second of justice." The question is not Hartwell's. It concerns Clara's mother's settlement, Belmere's conduct as acting adviser to its trustees, and the use made of old chambers to frighten women out of their rights. I sat back on my heels so hard the attic boards answered me. Pritchard shifted slightly. "Madam." "Nothing," I said. "Everything." Beneath that memorandum lay a letter copied in Chambers's clerkly hand, addressed to Aunt Eleanor and marked private opinion only. I read. Chambers stated, in that dry legal style by which men perform violence under the cover of Latin and margins, that a prior settlement executed at the time of my mother's second marriage appeared to secure a life interest in Marsh End and an independent trust for any daughters of that marriage, to be administered free of the interference of later male relations, including so-called advisors or guardians, not expressly named by the original trustees. One supplementary instruction, however, had gone missing from the principal deeds years earlier, and could not be safely certified without a packet of supporting correspondence, a packet my aunt had sent to Chambers for quiet opinion, because Belmere, though not a trustee in name, had grown too interested in the matter after my mother's death. There, in ink and law, was the shape of it. Belmere had never merely wanted Marsh End because it was useful. He had wanted it because it ought never to have been vulnerable to him at all. The next document was stranger. A note from Chambers to Aunt Eleanor written later, more hastily. The packet was mistakenly routed by a junior hand through one of the retrieval bundles attached to the Vale Succession Review, due to overlap in names and a confusion over Sutterby's standing instructions. I have ordered it removed and separately held. You are not to be alarmed by the temporary contact with the Hartwell file. The substance of your inquiry is unrelated to the title itself. Temporary contact. Unrelated to the title itself. My hands had begun to shake. Pritchard, I said, not looking up, fetch me the little writing table from the nursery if it still stands. And Mrs. Talbot's cousin. I want everything that comes out of this trunk laid flat in order and nothing spoken of below stairs but fires and tea. Wes. Madame. He left at once. I read on. There were further copies. Aunt Eleanor's own letters, dry as old thorns and twice as sharp, demanding Chambers explain how any packet of hers had touched any titled man's file, however briefly. Chambers's apology. A receipt signed by Robert Sutterby acknowledging temporary custody for retrieval and resealing. Another note, later and more alarming, indicating that Chambers fell ill before the packet's final disposition had been entered. Then, tucked between two household bills, as if my aunt mistrusted significance enough to hide it among coal and soap, I found the page that changed the whole shape of the world. It was not a letter. It was a copy of a note from Belmere to Sutterby. No signature at the end, only initials, but Aunt Eleanor had written across the top in her own hand Belmere's. Keene saw the original before it was taken. I read, if the Hale packet has indeed touched the Vale retrieval matter, leave the confusion undisturbed until we know what advantage may be made of it. Hartwell's people will be forced either to disclaim what they have touched or to recover it and look self-interested. In either event, the elder girl may be brought to reason more easily. The younger can be dealt with afterward. For 1 second the attic vanished. No title issue, no moral ambiguity, no vague social poisoning only. Belmere had known. Belmere had chosen to exploit the confusion between my mother's settlement and the Hartwell succession, because it served him twice, to pressure me and to darken Julian's claim if needed. The red packet trembled in my hands. A floorboard sounded behind me. I spun around, paper half raised like a weapon. It was not Pritchard. It was Martha Keene. I knew her at once despite the years, because some women carry service in the spine like rank, and never lose it. She had been my aunt's housekeeper for 12 years. I'd retired after the funeral to live with a married niece in the village, and had always moved as though other people's disorder were merely an untidiness she tolerated from Christian duty. Now she stood in the attic doorway, in a plain brown shawl and black bonnet, cheeks red from the cold, hands folded over a basket that probably contained cake, because women like Martha Keene do not arrive at crisis without provisions. She said, I heard you had come, miss. Pritchard sent the boy. Thought I would best not let you find the wrong half first. I stared at her. You knew. Not all of it. She came in, shut the door behind her with care, and looked once at the trunk. Enough to know your aunt meant for you to ask me if you ever opened that. Something in me steadied at once. Not calmed, steadied. There is a difference. I got on my feet. What did you see? She took no offense at the directness. The note, for one. Not the copy, the original. Mr. Belmere dropped it in the Blue Room 3 days after your aunt was buried, when he came pretending concern over the inventory. I brought in the lamp and saw his initials before he snatched it back. Later I found your aunt's copy tucked in the mending basket, where she would hidden it after he left. My mouth had gone dry. He came himself. Oh yes. Martha's face did not alter, but contempt warmed it by 1 degree. And not only himself. Sir Lionel Cresset's man came the day after. Though he waited outside like a footman who'd gone wrong in the breeding. They were interested in whether the red packet had gone to Chambers, come back from Chambers, or touched Hartwell business on the way. Mr. Belmer said, and I heard him with my own ears through the pantry door, that if Hartwell's name could be left near the thing, it would divide his strength where a newly titled man could least afford it. Those were the very words. Divide his strength. I thought of Julian in the morning room, in the study, in Brook Street's hall, forever turning from title to wife and wife to title as if the world had arranged itself precisely to hurt him, whichever way he moved. Martha Keene went on. Your aunt was not dead 2 days when Mr. Belmer asked twice where the packet was. Not the will, mind. Not the accounts. The packet. And when I told him I was housekeeper, not heaven, he said if women always knew where papers were, England would have fewer judges. Despite everything, a laugh escaped me, brittle, furious, unsteady. Yes, I said. That sounds like him. She drew something from the basket then, wrapped in a piece of old linen. A key impression. Wax, browned with age, bearing the shallow reverse of a dispatch box lock. She said, I kept that too. Found it near the back steps after the funeral. Your aunt's dispatch box was copied before it was emptied proper. I did not know by whom then. I know now well enough. I took it. My fingers had gone cold, but the wax felt colder. Between the copies, the Belmer note, Keene's witness, and the Chambers letters, the whole line stood visible at last. Belmer had used old legal confusion, misratting, and the veil retrieval file as opportunity. Julian had not invented the danger. He had been thrown into it. The attic door opened again. Pritchard returned with the small table, set it down, saw Martha, the papers, my face, and understood enough to say only, "There is a rider in the yard, madam." Every nerve in me sharpened. From London. Wes. Of course. I knew before he said the name. Hartwell. For one suspended instant no one in the attic moved at all. My first sensation was not relief. That came second. First came anger, then fear, then that dangerous fourth thing which sits beneath love when pride is already wounded, the body knowing before the mind decides that someone necessary has arrived. Martha Keene looked from me to the papers and back again. Shall I send him up? I should have said no. I should have sent him to the study below, the front parlour, the yard, the churchyard, or back to London if dignity still governed the world. Instead I heard myself say, Wes. He came up the servants' stair as one does not expect earls to do, ducking the low beam without complaint and arriving in the west attic with Yorkshire mud on his boots, rain darkening the shoulders of his coat, and exhaustion drawn so cleanly through him it had become almost another form of truth. Julian stopped in the doorway. His gaze moved first to me, then to the red packet on the trunk lid, the copy spread over the table, Martha Keene standing like judgment in brown wool, and finally to Belmer's note in my hand. He did not speak at once. That was wise. At last he said, You found it, Wes. He looked at the Belmer copy again. The smallest alteration passed through his face. Not surprise. Confirmation of an old suspicion, perhaps. And pain at the fact of it rendered concrete. He said, I came. And his voice was lower than usual from the cold or the road or lack of sleep. Because Fenwick sent his second letter after you had gone. I lifted my chin. The formal review. Wes. He stepped no farther into room than courtesy required. Not too near. Not claiming space that ought to be mine. Fresset has filed. Haverley encourages him. Belmer feeds him. They mean to argue that I benefited from suppressing or absorbing the Hale packet during the succession review. But you did not. No. The word struck with peculiar force in the attic air. Julian reached into his coat and withdrew a folded packet, damp only at the outer edge from the journey. I should have told you the full extent in London. Not only that my claim had become vulnerable. This is the line as Fenwick sees it now. He held the papers but did not advance. If Cresset succeeds, the title may not pass immediately, but it may be tied in review for months. Hartwell lands remain. The earldom may not. My standing in Parliament would alter. Every relation I have who smiles at me now would discover principle. None of that matters beside the truth. But it is the truth. I stared at him. There it was at last, not title evasion, not strategy half wrapped in tenderness, not caution disguised as benevolence. The whole cost. Martha Keene, bless her ancient discretion, said, "I will see to tea," and vanished with Pritchard so noiselessly that a less distracted woman might have thought she dissolved. Then we were alone in the attic with my aunt's trunk between us. Julian laid his packet down on the far corner of the table, still beyond my reach until I chose otherwise. He said, "I did not come to direct this, nor to urge you home. I came because if you found what I hoped and feared you would find, you should have every piece beside it. And because there is one truth I have delayed too long in every possible tone except the right one." My pulse turned over. I hated that it did. I loved that it did. There seemed little left in me not arranged around contradiction. He looked at the red packet, then back at me. He said, "What Belmer did, quietly, was exploit confusion I should have laid before you sooner. What I did was think I could protect you from the worst interpretations by taking too much on myself. I was wrong in the method, even where I was right about the danger. I know that. I may go on knowing it badly, but I know it." The attic seemed suddenly too small for breath. Julian's gaze did not waver. "If proving this cost me Hartwell, it cost me Hartwell. If the title stands, it stands. I am past pretending the distinction governs me more than it does. What governs me is you." He drew a breath, the first uncertain thing I had seen in him in what felt like a century. "I love you. Not because you steady the house. Not because the marriage bargain grew convenient. Not because you help my claim, protect my name, or complete any design. I love you in the most useless possible way, Lydia, in the way that has made strategy impossible and silence unforgivable. You owe me nothing for that, least of all forgiveness. It is only true. No man had ever said anything so devastatingly plain to me in my life." I stood with Belmer's note in one hand, and my aunt's red packet open before me, and felt the whole long road of the last months. Danger, bargain, marriage, distance, hurt gather itself at that one point and refuse either collapse or retreat. Below us the house creaked once in the wind. On the table lay the proof that could save him. In the attic stood the man I loved, stripped at last of every useful shield but honesty. And I, because fate had apparently not yet exhausted its appetite for exact cruelty, could not answer him with either anger or absolution. So I did the only true thing left to me. I took up the Chambers letter in one hand, Belmer's copied note in the other, and said, very quietly, "Then stay." His face changed, not into triumph, not even into relief, into something more fragile and far more dangerous. "Stay," I repeated, "and help me read every line before either of us decides what may still be saved." There are moments in life when a room changes not because anyone enters or leaves it, but because one sentence has made every previous arrangement inside it impossible. So, it was in the west attic. The wind still pressed softly at the dormer. The cedar trunk still stood open between us. Belmer's copied note remained under my hand. Julian stood exactly where he had stood when I told him to stay. Nothing visible had altered except the air itself, which had become charged with the sort of truth one cannot politely set aside in favor of better ordering the papers. I looked at him. He had not moved closer. That, perhaps, was the first mercy. Not because I did not want him near. That was precisely the danger. But because I needed, just then, The sight of a man I loved obeying the hardest instruction available to him, remaining where I placed him and waiting to see whether I would build a bridge or a wall with the distance between us. I lifted the Chambers letter slightly. You are very badly timed. His mouth altered by the smallest degree. I know. I had thought if you ever said it, the world might have the decency to provide better furniture. The attic did not consult me. No, I said. It seldom does. The line should have been absurd. It was absurd. It was also the only thing standing between us and the sort of immediate tenderness that would have destroyed what little discipline I still possessed. So I turned back to the papers. Read this, I said, and held out Chambers' note regarding the accidental passage of the packet through the veil retrieval file. Julian crossed the room then. Not quickly, not as a man coming toward the woman he has just finally confessed loving, as a man summoned to evidence. That difference mattered. He took the sheet from my hand. Our gloves brushed once. Nothing more. I hated how much that slight contact did to me. His eyes moved over the page, then back to Belmer's copy, still on the trunk lid. The attic light was poor enough that every line in his face sharpened rather than softened. He looked what he had become over the last weeks, more tired than his control allowed, more human than his title preferred, and more dangerous to my peace than any honest man ought to be. Julian said. He knew the confusion could be made to serve him. Quietly, Wes. And Keene heard him say as much. Wes. He wanted the packet left near my file long enough that whatever I did after would look compromised. Thier, at last, we agree on a villain. He looked at me then, properly, and for one instant the old dry current returned between us despite everything. He said, I have always agreed on Belmer. No, I replied. You have always agreed on danger. Belmer was only one of its names. That landed. He accepted it with the same stillness he had accepted worse. I was beginning to think that stillness was either his noblest quality, or the ruin of us both. I picked up Aunt Eleanor's memorandum again and read the opening line aloud, because if my aunt meant to rule us from the grave I saw no reason not to let her begin at once. If Eleanor dies before the Hale matter is settled, Lydia is not to trust any gentleman who speaks first of prudence and only second of justice. Julian closed his eyes briefly. Your aunt disliked me with admirable economy before meeting me. Do not flatter yourself. She distrusted categories, not persons. That is somehow worse. Wes, I said. She would have found you extremely promising and therefore more alarming than Belmer. At that, to my astonishment, he laughed once under his breath. It was gone almost at once. But it had been there, and the sight of any genuine ease crossing his face in that attic among proofs of treachery and old Cedar nearly undid me more thoroughly than his declaration had. I set Aunt Eleanor's memorandum carefully aside. Very well, I said. Let us attempt the one thing we have repeatedly failed to do. We will proceed in the correct order. Julian's attention sharpened. Meaning. Meaning truth first, strategy second. Speech before action. Evidence before protection. And no one moves so much as a page to London before both of us know precisely what we have. He did not answer at once. Then, Wes, I looked at him narrowly. Do not yes me if you mean to reinterpret the sentence by instinct in 10 minutes. I mean yes. Entirely. His gaze held mine. Entirely. There are some victories one does not recognize as victories, because they arrive looking too much like an ordinary answer. Still, I felt something in me ease, not enough to call it peace, but enough to admit breath. Good, I said. Then begin there. We spent the next hour on the floor of the attic like two highly literate burglars. Pritchard brought the small nursery table and 2 more lamps. Martha Keene brought tea, bread, cold ham, and a silence so capable it might have been a 4th witness. Then they left us again with instructions to ring the handbell if the ceiling fell or England ended. Paper by paper, the red packet gave up its architecture. Aunt Eleanor had not merely preserved copies. She had indexed them. Each cluster was tied with thread of a different color and marked in her hand: Chambers, Sutterby, Mrs. Hale Settlement, Belmer Presumptions. If Lydia has married badly, begin at blue. That last packet I set aside at once and refused to open in Julian's presence on grounds of self-preservation. He noticed. His mouth altered very slightly. I dread to ask what color I have been assigned. You may dread it in some comfort. I do not intend to satisfy your curiosity today. I deserve that. Wes. We found the legal core first. My mother's second marriage settlement, copied in full, with annotations by Chambers indicating the clauses Belmer had long hoped no one could easily certify. Marsh End was never meant to be absorbed into any later male oversight. The income attached to it, though modest, was to support the daughters of that marriage independently, if widowhood, legal challenge, or opportunistic guidance arose. Belmer's involvement had always been illegitimate in substance, however expertly he wrapped it in concern. Then we found the line that mattered most for Julian. Buried in Sutterby's memoranda was a second receipt, one not copied in the attic packet, but preserved as an original folded within an envelope marked, for use only if gentlemen become theatrical. I unfolded it and felt my pulse change at once. The receipt confirmed that the Hale packet had been removed from the Vale retrieval file before any final succession conclusions were entered, and resealed under Chambers's direct correction. Below that, in another hand, was a notation by Sutterby himself. No relevance to Hartwell claim except for confusion of wording. If later used as such, the mischief will be intentional. I looked up. Julian had gone completely still. "There," I said. My voice had dropped without permission. "There." He took the receipt from me with a care I felt in my own bones. He read it once, then a second time more slowly, as if the truth, now that it had finally come in his favor, required its own verification before being trusted. He said, "It severs the packet from the title, Wes. It shows the confusion was corrected before the succession settled. Wes. It shows any later use of the overlap as argument must be intentional. Wes." I repeated. Which means Cressett's review is not an inquiry. It is a performance. For one instant I thought Julian might sit down simply because standing had become impossible. Instead he lowered the paper carefully to the table, and put both hands flat beside it. The gesture was so familiar by then, his way of steadying himself beside important truths, that the sight of it made my chest ache. He did not look relieved. That was perhaps the thing I loved worst about him. Any smaller man would have seized instantly upon vindication for his title. Julian seemed first to measure the distance between the truth and the pain it had cost to reach it. He said, "Belmer meant to weaken two positions at once. Yours and mine." "Yes." "And he counted on me behaving in exactly the way I did." The attic quiet deepened. I said nothing. He went on, very low now. "He counted on secrecy from my side looking like guilt from the outside. He counted on caution becoming evidence." "Yes." Julian's eyes lifted to mine, and he was not entirely wrong. It was the wrong moment for tenderness. Unfortunately, truth rarely keeps civil hours. "No," I said quietly. "He was not. The receipt in Sutterby's hand might save his title. It did not erase what had happened between us. Julian knew that. I knew he knew it. The knowledge stood there with us like a third living thing. I picked up another group of papers to save us both. "Here," I said. "Aunt Eleanor's household notes for the week after the funeral." He came around the table enough to read over my shoulder without touching me. I felt the heat of him anyway, even through the ridiculous layers of cloth and caution that still stood between us. Aunt Eleanor's notes, as ever, were devastating in proportion and merciless in commentary. Tuesday, Belmer called. Took no tea. Asked after packet twice, will once, Lydia not at all. Conclusion Raven in gloves. Wednesday, Keen reports strange, fellow at gate asking whether old solicitor's chest had come back from town. Told him chest and conscience both unaccounted for. Thursday. Sent copy of Belmer note to nursery screen compartment until attic can be prepared. Men search desks, never nursery things, because they assume women misplace anything touched by children. Julian made a sound under his breath that was almost admiration and almost despair. He said, "Your aunt was operating 3 campaigns at once while insulting everyone involved. That was her recreation. And she still found time to dislike Prudence." I looked at him sidelong. "You are taking that very personally." How could I not? The line so soft and dry and exhausted all at once should not have undone me. It did. I set down the household notes before my hands betrayed me. "We need sequence," I said. "Not merely proof." Julian studied at once, though not in the old way. There was a new care now in how he re-entered planning when invited. Not less decisive. Just waiting, more than before, for the invitation. "Yes. We have the settlement clauses. Chambers's opinion. The correction of the routing. Sutterby's receipt. Belmer's note. Keene's witness DOS. And your aunt's index of dates. And her housekeeping book." He nodded once. "If we structure it properly, Belmer becomes the source of deliberate contamination and Cresset becomes either his fool or accomplice." I should prefer accomplice. You always did have a taste for clarity. I learned from the best and worst examples. Something moved in his face at that something to be called a smile and too warm to be mistaken, too tired, too firm to be mistaken for anything else. Then practicality returned. He drew Fenwick's packet toward us and opened it fully at last. Inside were the review terms filed by Sir Lionel Cresset, a draft of questions likely to be put before council, and a private note from Pembroke so brief it was almost insolent. "If Lydia finds truth before we do, for God's sake listen to her before arranging the kingdom around it." I read it, then handed it to Julian. He looked at the line and, to my astonishment, closed his eyes for one heartbeat as though enduring an arrow he could hardly complain of because it had landed exactly where aimed. "Pembroke grows wise when irritating." "No," I said. "He is irritating because he is wise." Julian set the note down. "That is intolerably likely. We worked then as we should perhaps have worked from the beginning. Not as strategist and protected wife, not as anxious husband and wounded woman, but as 2 minds standing inside the same fire at last. I built the chronology from Aunt Eleanor's books and memory. Julian aligned the legal relevance, the succession review implications, and which pieces could be laid before council without exposing Clara unnecessarily. Where I wanted to bring in every ugly phrase Belmer had ever breathed near a female relative. He asked which could be proved, and which would merely satisfy rage. Where he began to speak in terms of containing the narrative, I stopped him with one look, and he corrected himself to answering it. That mattered more than he perhaps knew. At one point we found ourselves both reaching for the same folded sheet, an unsent letter from Aunt Eleanor to me, begun and never finished. Our hands touched properly then, not glove to sleeve, not accidental brush to fabric, but palm against glove and fingers tightening from reflex before either of us meant to let them. Everything in me went still. So did he. The attic, the papers, the wind against the dormer, all of it seemed suddenly to recede from the single point of contact. Julian did not draw away first. He did not tighten either. He simply remained there, as he so often did in the moments between us, making stillness itself feel like a form of choice. When I finally slipped my hand free, it was not because the contact had become unwelcome. It was because it had become too welcome to survive honestly in that form. He lowered his eyes to the letter as though nothing had happened. That, too, was mercy. I unfolded Aunt Eleanor's unfinished page. It was only a fragment, no more than 6 lines. But one of them made me laugh aloud through the H in my throat. Lydia will likely marry a man she can argue with in full sentences. If so, she must insist he tell her bad news before breakfast, not after. Men are weaker before coffee and therefore more truthful. I laughed again, helplessly this time. Julian looked at the line over my shoulder and, despite everything, laughed too. The sound of it in that attic, warm, low, startled from both of us by a dead woman's practical tyranny, broke something open in me that had been held too rigidly for too long. Not forgiveness. Something gentler and more dangerous. Recognition, perhaps, that even our harm had always been built inside the outline of a life that fit too closely to deny. I laid the fragment down very carefully. "Aunt Eleanor," I said, would have despised how slowly we have managed to become sensible. Julian replied. She would have despised the delay, not the end. The sentence lay between us with a softness I did not dare answer directly. So I did what women in my family have always done at the edge of feeling. I reached for a practical question sharp enough to cut the cloth where it caught fire. "Clara." Julian straightened at once. "Wes. She remains with the Pembrokes for now. That part stands. Wes. But not merely because you arranged it in the night. Because Belmer named her as leverage, and Cressett's review makes every movement around her significant. If she stays publicly cheerful, visibly free, and under the protection of people too happily married to be manipulated, Belmer loses one hand." Agreed. I will not have her spoken of as fragile. No. Or as displaced. No, I met his eyes. Then when we return to London, she is not presented as hidden. She is presented as wanted in 3 houses at once, and choosing among them like a queen with too many cakes. There, unmistakably now, the smile appeared. Brief. Real. The one that always felt less like charm than surrender to pleasure he had not intended to show. He said, "Wes." Like a queen with too many cakes. For 1 second I almost loved him aloud. Instead I picked up the final relevant packet. Inside it lay the thing Aunt Eleanor had, with typical melodrama disguised as housekeeping, saved for the end. A sealed cover addressed in her own hand, for Lydia only, not to be opened if Belmer is dead and all men have become reasonable. Then it remains safe forever. Julian murmured. I should not have smiled. I did. I broke the seal. Inside was a short note, dated only by year. If you are reading this, the packet has mattered longer than I intended, and at least one gentleman has disappointed me by surviving into relevance. There is one thing not copied elsewhere, because copies can be taken in originals called mistakes. In the false bottom of my old walnut workbox in the Blue Room are the 2 witness signatures to your mother's supplementary instruction. One is the vicar's late wife. The other is Martha Keene, who was then only under housemaid and saw more than the proper people imagined. If the packet fails, the witnesses stand. If the witnesses stand, Belmer does not. I looked up at once. Martha. Julian had already turned toward the door. He checked himself so abruptly the movement hurt to watch. Then he looked back at me, not because he needed permission to call a witness. No sane world would have demanded it, but because we had, at last, reached the point where even necessity did not wholly outrank the promise we were trying to rebuild. May I? The question so simple late nearly broke my heart. Wes, I said. He opened the attic door and called for Keene. When she came, wiping her hands on her apron and prepared, I think, to discuss only tea, I asked, Did you witness my mother's supplementary instruction? She stared at me for 1 beat too long, then, slowly, Miss. Julian and I both went still. Martha Keene squared her shoulders, as though 30 years of service had finally been worth the keeping of one exact memory. Mrs. Hale had me and Mrs. Lenton sign, because the trustee's man had not arrived, and she said men were often late where women were expected to wait. I signed in the Blue Room. Mrs. Lenton after me. Belmer never knew, because he thought only gentlemen counted as witnesses. There it was, not merely evidence. Victory. The supplementary instruction could stand by living witness and deceased attestation even. If Belmer had somehow destroyed every clean original he could reach. I sat back slowly on the attic chair, suddenly lightheaded with the sheer violence of relief. Julian looked at Martha, then at the note in my hand, then at me. He said, "We have enough," quietly. "No," I replied, finding my voice again. "We have more than enough." Martha Keene drew herself up another inch. "Told your aunt no good ever came of men near papers." Julian inclined his head to her with a gravity so complete it bordered on reverence. "On that point, Mrs. Keene, I am not in a position to dispute her." She gave him one hard, measuring look which somehow contained decades of class, service, warning, and judgment in a single motion. Then, to my astonishment, she nodded once. She said, "Good. Then perhaps there is hope for you yet." When she had gone again, this time to make tea that mattered, the attic grew quiet around us. On the table lay the truth arranged at last in defensible order. The settlement. The corrected writing. Belmere's manipulation. Keene's witness. Aunt Eleanor's notes. The signatures in the walnut workbox below still to be fetched. Enough to save Marsh End. Enough to shield Clara. Enough to break Belmere. Enough, almost certainly, to save Julian's claim from Cressett's performance. I ought to have felt triumph. Instead I felt tired, grateful, heartsore, and perilously close to tenderness. Julian rested one hand on the cedar trunk lid. He said, "We return tonight." It was not a command. It was simply true. Yes. Fenwick should see the structure before morning. Yes. Crescett must not have another day with the room. Nope. He drew a breath. Lydia. I looked up. All the old caution was still in him, but something had altered. Not gone. Altered. The difference mattered because I had been waiting, without admitting it even to myself, to see whether truth shared under labor would make him revert to form or teach him another one. He asked, "What do you need from me before we go back?" There, I think, the last hard seam in me gave way. Not because the question was beautiful. It was not. It was practical, wary, and far too late. Which was precisely why it mattered. I answered honestly. No more moving the world in the dark and handing me a key at breakfast. His eyes held mine. No bow. No choosing my ignorance because you think fear will sit better on your shoulders than mine. No. No carriage ordered before I ask for it. At that, the faintest shadow of warmth crossed his face. Even at Lady Worsley's. Especially there. He nodded once. Greed. I stood. So did he. The papers lay between us, the red packet open, the attic air sharp with cedar and dust, and old battles finally named. I was close enough now to see the wear at the edge of his cuff. The road still dried pale on one boot, the sleeplessness under his eyes, and the restraint in his mouth that had become, over the months, as familiar to me as my own pulse. "I have not answered you," I said quietly. His expression did not alter, but I saw how still he became inside it. He said, "No. I know." Outside the dormer the late afternoon had gone silver over the bare orchard. Somewhere below, Pritchard crossed the yard. The house creaked like an old woman pretending not to listen. I took one breath. Do not ask me to answer in an attic over evidence and cedar splinters. Something softer than relief and more dangerous than hope entered his face. I would not dare. That, finally, made me smile. Not because things were mended. Because they were not. But because, for the first time, since our marriage ceased to be theoretical, we were standing on the same side of the truth, and neither of us was pretending that love erased the work still between us. "Good," I said. "Then help me carry Aunt Eleanor downstairs, before she begins directing us from the ceiling." And when he came around the trunk to gather the sorted packets at my side, he did not touch me. He did not need to. The space between us had changed again, not healed. Not yet. But no longer broken in the old way either. We returned to London under a sky the color of old pewter and a silence too full of purpose to be called quiet. No one slept. That is the truth of it. Pritchard rode ahead with the first packet of copies. Julian remained opposite me in the carriage through the whole miserable, jarring run south, neither trying to speak me into softness, nor retreating into the terrible courtesy of saying nothing at all. Between us on the seat lay the red packet wrapped again in oilcloth, Aunt Eleanor's notes, Martha Keene's signed statement taken in Fenwick's exact hand at Marsh End before dusk, and the little folded paper on which Keene had drawn for us the place in the blue room workbox where the witness' signatures still lay hidden. It was not romance. It was better and worse. It was work shared at last under the pressure of consequence. At one posting in after midnight, when the horses were changed and Mrs. Talbot's cousin had to be coaxed awake with tea and moral force, Julian stood in the yard with Fenwick's latest note open beneath the carriage lantern while I read over his shoulder. Cresset had fixed the review for the following afternoon at his chambers. Under color of family and trustee concern, Lady Haverley would attend, for propriety, which meant for blood. Belmere had not yet openly attached himself, but was said to be near the argument. A Pembroke had secured 2 men of standing who disliked Cresset's methods more than they disliked scandal. Worsley had sent word that if I did not appear, London would count me absent by force rather than prudence. I looked up from the note. Then I appear. Julian did not say yes immediately. That, perhaps, was the first sign that the old reflex had not vanished but had become something he now fought consciously in my sight instead of hiding behind timing. At last he said, "Yes. Only that." I took the note back and folded it. "Better." He gave me one brief glance in the lantern light, weary and dry and almost warm despite the cold. "I was not aware I was being graded. You are being retrained." "That sounds expensive." "It already has been." We drove on. By the time Brook Street received us again, dawn had only just begun to lift the black out of the windows. The house woke around us with the dignified alarm of a household that understands crisis may enter, but must never be permitted to drag mud across the parquet. Clara came down half-dressed and wholly furious at being left out of useful danger. She kissed me, glared at Julian, embraced the red packet as though it were an orphaned relative, and finally allowed herself to be sent back upstairs when I told her that the best service she could do us now was to remain splendid, visible, and impossible to recast as hidden or frightened. She said, "That is a vulgar use of me, Wes," I replied, "which is why you must do it brilliantly." She looked at Julian over my shoulder. "Do not order a carriage for her without asking." His mouth changed by the smallest fraction. "I have been instructed." "Good." Then she was gone again in a rustle of indignation and loyalty. The walnut workbox in the blue room yielded its secret with insulting ease. Aunt Eleanor had hidden the witness page in the false bottom beneath old silks, 2 broken crochet hooks, and a snuff box no one living admitted to owning. It was there exactly as she had promised the supplementary instruction to my mother's settlement, signed by her, by the vicar's late wife, and by Martha Keene in a younger, shakier hand but unmistakably hers. The paper had browned. The ink had not faded enough to matter. Belmer's whole careful architecture of uncertainty shuddered at the sight of it. Fenwick, when presented with the page, sat down without permission. "That was how I knew it mattered," he said, "my lord," after reading it once, then again with both hands flat to the table. "This is not merely sufficient. This is annihilating." Julian said, "I distrust enthusiasm in solicitors." Fenwick lifted his eyes. "Then allow me to phrase it professionally. Sir Lionel Cresset is about to suffer professionally, perhaps morally if he possesses any interior mechanism for that function." Pembroke laughed aloud. I did not. Not because I lacked the spirit for it. Because the packet in my hand, the witness page on the table, and Belmer's copied note with its line about bringing the elder girl to reason more easily, had together become something too great for triumph. Julian saw that. He had begun, over these past dreadful weeks, to see far too much. He said, "Please you answer with the whole of it." Fenwick looked up sharply. "The wholes. The Sutterby note as well." "Yes. And your earlier knowledge of the rutting confusion." There was the cost. Pembroke stopped smiling. Mrs. Pembroke, who had come in late and was taking off her gloves by the fire as if family reviews and entitled Joe party were no reason to spoil leather, went very still. Clara, at the door, looked from Fenwick to Julian with immediate understanding. I looked at Julian. He did not look back at me at once. He was looking at the papers, at the sequence we had built together, at the line where his vindication touched his fault and could not be cleanly separated from it. Then he said, in the same quiet voice with which he had admitted harsher things, "Wes, the whole." Fenwick removed his spectacles and polished them with the bleak care of a man preparing to watch people destroy one another with correct documents. "It will expose the delay in telling Lady Hartwell." "Yes. It will expose that you acted upon certain elements before laying them before her." "Yes. It may make you appear in exactly the way Belmer hoped." At that Julian looked up. He said, "No. It may make me appear in exactly the way I was." Silence fell. I have never loved him more painfully than I did in that moment. Not because he was right. He had been wrong in ways that still ached between us. But because he chose, finally and openly, not to buy his own safety by trimming the truth into a better shape. No more silences that benefited him. No more careful darkness in which he moved the world and handed me the key after. He would go into the room with the whole of it, and let the cost strike where it chose. That, I think, was the moment the last of my anger stopped being armor and became instead a wound capable, eventually, of healing. I said nothing. I did not trust my voice. Fenwick did, however, because men like him preserve themselves by treating feeling as whether to be documented and outlived. He said, "Very well. Then we proceed not as a family smoothing inconvenience, but as counsel presenting contamination, motive, correction, and witness. Lady Hartwell speaks to the Hale line. Your lordship speaks to the succession line and to your own delay. Keene confirms Belmer's conduct. I destroy Cresset's afternoon." "That sounds healthier," Pembroke observed. Mrs. Pembroke crossed the room to me and pressed my hand once with a warmth too brief to embarrass either of us. "You will speak first," she murmured. I looked at her. "Why?" "Because if the room hears him before it hears you, half the men in it will turn everything at once into title and law and forget the women entirely. If it hears you first, they are forced to remember whose life Belmer treated as negotiable. There are some women one ought to have been born sister to. Mrs. Pembroke was one." "Yes," I said. Julian heard. Of course he did. And he did not argue. The review took place at Cresset's chambers at 2 of the clock beneath a sky so pale, and flat London itself seemed unwilling to commit to whatever moral color the afternoon might require. The room was long, lined with books, and arranged in that distinctly male fashion which pretends furniture has no opinions while in fact every chair, table, and sightline has been chosen to decide in advance who will seem central and who merely present. Cresset sat at the far end beneath the windows, austere as a badly dried sermon. Haverly occupied a chair slightly behind and to the side, where she could claim concern while enjoying bloodshed in profile. Belmer stood near the mantel when we entered, one hand behind his back and the other gloved, as if he had come not to watch an ambush, but to lend tone to a room. He looked at me first. That was his error. Because I was no longer the woman he had tried to bring to reason through pressure, rescue, and arrangement. I had come north and back again through Cedar, witness, old grief, and too much truth to fit easily under any gentleman's hand. I did not smile, neither did he. Julian entered beside me, not before me. That mattered. It was a small thing. One of those ridiculous visual facts society uses to write whole paragraphs before anyone opens a mouth. But I felt the room register it. Not Hartwell leading in his countess. Hartwell arriving with his wife, who did not lag half a pace back. Fenwick placed the packets on Cresset's table with the air of a clergyman arranging communion for sinners he privately mistrusted. Pembroke nodded to two men near the far wall who inclined their heads in return. Mrs. Pembroke and Lady Worsley, God bless her appetite for impropriety in the service of justice, had secured their places under the excellent fiction that female concern over the disposition of Clara Hale's protection made their presence morally inevitable. Clara was not there. That too mattered. No one would point to her face and call it evidence of fragility. Cresset opened with gravity, which is to say with vanity disguised as burden. He said, "This review has been requested, not as accusation but as clarification in matters where the Hartwell succession, the late Mrs. Hale's papers, and the unusual rapidity of Lord Hartwell's marriage may have produced appearances requiring disentanglement." Fenwick moved as if to speak. I spoke first. "No," I said. The room shifted. Cresset looked at me, perhaps intending to look indulgent. Unfortunately for him, I have long practiced destroying indulgence before it settles fully on a man's face. This reviewed. I continued. "Has been requested because Mr. Belmer hoped to leverage a legal confusion touching my late mother's settlement into control over my home and my sister, and because when that failed, he and others found it useful to let the same confusion darken my husband's title. If there is to be disentanglement, let it begin where the contamination began." No one interrupted. Even Belmer, I think, had not expected to be named before the room had fully seated itself into process. I took the first paper from Fenwick's stack and laid it on Cresset's table myself. This is Chambers's private opinion on my mother's supplementary instruction, dated March 1814. It confirms that Marsh End and its income are to remain outside the interference of later male advisers, not named by the original trustees. Mr. Belmer was never such a trustee in substance, whatever language he later borrowed to suggest otherwise. The second paper followed. This is Chambers's later note acknowledging that the Hale packet was mistakenly routed by a junior hand through one of the Vale retrieval files owing to name confusion and Sutterby's standing instructions during the succession review. The note states explicitly that the Hale matter was unrelated to the title itself. I heard one of the men at the wall shift in his chair. "Good, let them move." Then I laid down Sutterby's receipt. This confirms the packet was removed from the Vale file before any final succession conclusions were entered and resealed under Chambers's correction. Below, in Sutterby's own hand, is the note that any later use of the overlap as argument would be intentional mischief. That landed. Not because men suddenly grow moral when handed proof, but because they hate finding themselves on the side of something called intentional mischief. Incorrect handwriting. Cresset's face had lost one layer of color. Haverly, to her credit, did not blink. Lady Worsley looked as though she might enjoy herself after all. Belmer still had not spoken. I saved him for last. "This," I said, and put his copied note on the table, "is a copy preserved by my late aunt after Mr. Belmer dropped the original in her blue room 3 days after her funeral. Our witness, Martha Keene, saw it, read enough of it to identify his initials, and later heard him say that if the Hale packet could be left near Hartwell's name, it would divide my husband's strength where a newly titled man could least afford it." Cresset looked up sharply. A servant's memory. Martha Keene stepped forward before he had fully insulted her. She had come in brown wool, black bonnet, and a moral certainty no titled man in England could have purchased at any price. She curtsied as if to the room's furniture rather than its occupants, then fixed Cresset with a look under which lesser species might have dried. "My memory, sir, is how houses continue when gentlemen mislay their own conduct." The room did not laugh. That was wise. I put down the final paper, the witness page from the walnut workbox. "This is my mother's supplementary instruction signed by 2 witnesses, one deceased, one living." Mrs. Keene was the second witness. Belmer never knew because, as my aunt observed, Gentlemen search desks and ignore nursery things. At that, Lady Worsley did laugh softly, one dangerous note of silver amusement that made half the men in the room suddenly remember women had ears, memory, and social reach of their own. Cresset looked from one paper to the next, then to Belmere. There is a particular stillness that comes over men when the structure they intended as inquiry reveals itself as someone's performance, and they discover the room has noticed. Cresset entered it. Not honorably, completely. Belmere, however, retained his composure. I had expected that. He bowed very slightly. Lady Hartwell has assembled a persuasive domestic narrative. Domestic narrative. The phrase hit the room like a whip laid over silk. Before I could answer, Julian, he said, "No. She has assembled the truth." Every head turned. Julian stepped forward then, into the part of the room men like him are trained from boyhood to occupy when title, responsibility, and consequence must speak in one voice. But he did not use it as I had once feared he always would. He said, "I will add only what concerns me directly." Roflu. When the routing confusion first hardened into memorandum, I knew enough to understand that the Hale packet had touched a veil retrieval channel during the period of succession review. I did not know the contents. I did know the appearance could be used against both Lady Hartwell and my claim. I acted too quickly in securing certain lines, and too slowly in laying the full extent before my wife. That was my error. The admission went through the room like a blade. Haverley inhaled softly, not in shock, in admiration perhaps, or the sharp pleasure of seeing courage when it finally chooses the most expensive available form. Julian continued. But the error was not fraud. It was caution exercised badly under pressure Belmere had already helped create. If any man here means to argue that my title benefited from absorbing or suppressing the Hale packet, he must do so against the corrected record, against Sutterby's receipt, against Chambers's own language, against Keane's witness, and against Belmere's documented attempt to exploit confusion after Mrs. Hale's death. He put one hand on the table beside the papers. And if my own delay in telling my wife all I knew is to be counted against me, count it fully. But do not count it as evidence of a false claim, when what the record shows is deliberate contamination from elsewhere. For one instant no one in the room spoke. I looked at him and knew, with a clarity so deep it hurt, that this was the proof I had needed more than any receipt or witness page. Not the proof that he loved me. I had known that. Not the proof that Belmere was villain enough. Of that there had never been shortage. No, that, when the moment came, Julian would not buy his own safety at the price of my silence, or by trimming his fault into a more flattering shape. That he would stand in a room full of men and power and title and say the whole of it even where it condemned him. Belmere recovered first. He always had been quick where self-preservation wore gloves. He said, "How noble, smoothly, how exquisitely arranged that Lord Hartwell now chooses frankness once the room is saturated with household copies, female witnesses, and the sentiment of injury. One wonders whether the title has not merely found better counsel than honesty." I would have answered. Julian did not let me need to. He turned to Belmere fully for the first time that afternoon. He said, "There has been arrangement here, yes. Yours. No heat. God help me, that was always when he was most frightening. You wanted the Hale packet left near my file, because if I disclaimed it, I looked cold, and if I secured it, I looked interested. You meant to compromise Lady Hartwell's position whichever direction either of us moved. You failed in one respect only." His voice lowered by 1 degree. "You mistook caution in women for weakness and strategy in me for appetite. You had no right to either." Belmere's face altered at last. Only slightly. Enough. Cresset cleared his throat, a foolish sound in a room no longer belonging to him. "This is becoming personal." "No," I said. "It has always been personal. You merely hope to call it structural." A Lady Worsley said softly, "Hear her." No one contradicted her. Martha Keene stepped forward one pace. "If it is structure you want, sir, I have one more thing." All eyes went to her. She drew from her reticule. Yes, Martha Keene owned a reticule and used it like contraband, the wax impression of the dispatch box lock she had kept since the funeral. Found near the back steps the week Mr. Belmere came asking after packets more than wills. Someone copied the lock. Not a proof of who, but a very pretty companion to a man suddenly overinterested in papers no one had named aloud to him. Cresset stared at the wax. Belmere did not. That, perhaps, was the truest thing he did all afternoon. Fenwick had been waiting like a patient executioner for his proper moment, now laid out the final legal structure with a completeness that would have cured weaker men of speech entirely. The supplementary instructions stood by witness and document. The settlement line survived. Marsh End and Clara's protection did not depend upon Belmere's interpretation. The packet's rotting confusion had been corrected before the succession settled. Any later attempt to yoke the Hale matter to Hartwell's title was, in Sutterby's own hand, intentional mischief. By the time he finished, Cresset looked less like a concerned relation than a man who has opened a drawer expecting linen and found someone else's pistol. Haverly rose. That from her was the signal the room had truly turned. She said, "Well," adjusting one glove, "this has been educational. Lionel, if you persist after this, you cease being cautious and become vulgar. I cannot support vulgarity in family matters. It encourages the servants." Cresset flushed. Belmere finally abandoned the pretense of gentlemanly sorrow and let something colder show through. This proves very little beyond the fact that women with enough boxes may bury anything for years and call it prudence when retrieved. I looked straight at him. "No," I said. "It proves that women forced to survive gentlemen, like you, learn to become better archivists than you are predators." Something like hatred entered his face then, clean and visible for the first time. Good. Let the room see what had always lived under the gloves. Pembroke stepped forward before Belmere could answer. "I think we are done here." Cresset made one last attempt at gravity. "The review, in light of these materials, must be adjourned for private examination." "No," said Julian. The word cut through the room. Cresset looked at him startled. Julian did not move. He said, "The review may be adjourned, but the correction will not be private." Belmere's insinuations have not been private. The pressure on Lady Hartwell has not been private. The talk around my claim has not been private. The answer will go where the injury went. I felt every nerve in me sharpen. This was the point. The place where he could still choose the title over exposure, the house over open cost. Quiet respectability over truth stated in rooms that would repeat it correctly enough to save us and scandalously enough to bruise him. Cresset heard it too. You would expose your own household arrangements to public repair. Julian looked at me then. Not for permission to speak, he had already chosen that. For witness, perhaps. For the right to let me see that he chose it knowing the cost. He said, "Yes," and turned back to the room. Entirely. There it was. No silencing. No sealing it away again under male management once the legal point had been made. He would let London know enough of his own failure in order to end Belmere's larger lie. I loved him so fiercely, in that instant it felt almost like grief. Because it was everything I had wanted and came only after all the damage required to teach it. Lady Worsley stood. Excellent. I dine tomorrow with 12 women and 3 men incapable of keeping their opinions in proper proportion. By supper the correction will have lungs. Mrs. Pembroke added, and I luncheon with 7 more. Haverly, who had remained standing by the window, said coolly, Belmere's future invitations may now be very short. He bowed to her. Madam. She did not bow back. That was, in our world, nearly excommunication. The room broke then, not into disorder, never that. but into the higher form of social collapse, in which a narrative dies in full daylight and everyone present begins to decide how best to have been on the right side of it from the beginning. Cresset gathered his dignity like spilled papers. Fenwick gathered the actual papers. Martha Keene stood like the patron saint of servants who remember too much. Pembroke murmured something to Julian about clubs and witnesses, and looking not too pleased. Lady Worsley took my arm and said in my ear, "Do not forgive him simply because he chose the expensive truth. Wait until he learns to choose it earlier." I almost laughed. I had not realized you could read minds now. My dear, I only read wife then. Because fate is vulgar where timing is concerned. Belmer stopped before me on his way out. Not close enough to breach propriety. Not far enough to count as retreat. He bowed. Lady Hartwell. I held his gaze. For the first time since knowing him, he had no usable tone left, not concern, not condescension, not smooth entitlement, only bitterness refined too long to remain wholly civilized. He said, "You have won this room." "No," I replied. "I have taken back my own." He looked as though he meant to say something crueler. Then his eye moved once to Julian, standing behind me and to the side, not interposing, not looming. Simply present in the full knowledge that I did not need saving this time, and that if Belmer overstepped, he would still answer. Belmer swallowed the line. That, more than any speech, was defeat. He left. The room emptied by degrees. At last only Fenwick, Pembroke Worsley, Mrs. Pembroke, Markeen, Julian, and I remained amid the chairs, the books, and the wreckage of a legal performance turned inside out. Fenwick closed his folio. "I shall draft the formal correction within the hour." Lady Worsley adjusted her cuffs. "I shall draft the informal one before tea." Pembroke clapped Julian once on the shoulder, and told me with cheerful solemnity that if I did not sleep that night, it was entirely the fault of the aristocracy. Then he removed his wife, who squeezed my fingers once and Julian's arm once and said nothing at all, which was wise. Martha Keene lingered only long enough to look from me to Julian with one eye narrowed in old house skepticism. She said, "Your aunt would have liked that he told the truth in the end." "The end," I echoed. She sniffed. "Do not be sentimental. No marriage worth keeping tells the whole truth early." Then she went out with Fenwick, leaving behind a silence suddenly large enough to be dangerous. Julie and I were alone in Cresset's chambers. The winter light had thinned to gold at the window edges. The table between us still bore the marks where papers had lain in accusation and defense both. For the first time in hours, there was no work requiring speech, which is exactly when feeling becomes most difficult. He took one step toward me and then stopped. "Not from uncertainty, I think. From care," he said. "You were magnificent." I almost smiled. That sounds alarmingly like praise from a man who once tried to organize my safety without asking. Yes. I distrust it. You may. He looked exhausted. That, perhaps, was why what I said next came out gentler than I intended. "So do you?" For one moment something gave way in his face, not control, but the effort of holding everything in its proper box, when boxes had become the very symbol of our trouble. He said, "Wes." Quietly, "I do." I looked at him in the failing afternoon light and knew the room had settled one question and left another entirely, exquisitely alive. Belmer was done. Cresset's review would collapse. The title would stand or, if it stagger on the truth rather than on slander. Clara was safe. Marsh Inn was mine. And the man before me my husband, my wound. Impossible Ali had chosen at last the full cost of honesty in front of everyone who mattered. That was not the end. It was the point after which an end became possible. I drew one breath. "Come home," I said. "Not forgiveness. Not peace. Not enough." His eyes met mine, and for the first time since the West Attic, I saw not caution or control there, but something quieter and more dangerous because it was no longer defended against hope. He said, "Wes." This time the word felt different. Not like agreement, like arrival. Home after danger has a way of looking either exactly as one left it or not at all. Brook Street was both. The house received us in candlelight and discretion. Mrs. Talbot had taken the wiser course and ordered dinner held rather than served, which meant that when Julian and I entered the blue drawing-room with the London damp still in our clothes and the afternoon's battle folded into Fenwick's locked case, there was warmth waiting, lamps already lit, and Clara standing in the middle of the rug with all the contained ferocity of a girl who has obeyed too long for one day. "Well," she demanded, "there are moments when younger sisters must be told the truth quickly or they will make one." So I crossed the room, took her face between my hands, and said, "Bellamer has lost." Her whole expression changed at once, not prettily, not with tears, but with that fierce young relief which makes laughter and violence seem near relations. She threw her arms around me hard enough to hurt and then, with no consistency whatever, turned and did the same to Julian before remembering that one does not usually assault earls in their own drawing-rooms. He caught her anyway. That too nearly undid me. She asked, "Is it done?" Drawing back. "Entirely done," Julian answered, because the answer required precision. "Entirely enough that he will not use your name again except at social cost and legal risk." Clara considered that. "Good. I hope both are expensive." "Thee will be," I said. Mrs. Talbot entered then with soup and the controlled expression of a woman who had already decided not to ask questions she could not improve. Dinner followed in a strange, bright calm. Clara spoke too fast, then tried to stop herself, and only became more transparent for the effort. Pembroke and his wife were spoken of as though they had been sent from Providence with excellent coats. Lady Worsley was described by Julian as morally alarming in useful directions, which made Clara laugh into her wine. Even Mrs. Talbot, while carving the fowl with ecclesiastical precision, permitted herself one small remark that could almost have been satisfaction. She said, "It is a comfort when papers eventually prefer the proper drawer." After dinner Clara kissed my cheek, kissed Julian's with less ceremony than rank strictly allows, and went upstairs with the red packet under her arm like a victorious standard, on the understanding that she would return it to the study table in the morning and not sleep on it like a dragon. The house grew quiet. Julian and I were left in the blue drawing-room with the fire low, the tea-tray untouched, and the long difficult stillness that follows public triumph when private reckonings remain. No one else interrupted. That, I think, was Lady Worsley's doing at a distance. She had likely instructed half London and all of Brook Street that, if the Hartwells survived the day, they must be allowed to fail or succeed by their own means after. I stood by the mantel. Julian remained near the window for a few moments, one hand in his pocket, the other resting lightly against the back of a chair, as though even now he preferred contact with furniture to presuming any with me. The fire shifted in the grate. At last he said, "Fenwick will have Belmer's formal withdrawal by tomorrow afternoon." I looked at the flames. "And Cresset?" "Embarrassed into principle. Which is the only kind he possesses." The line was dry enough to be old Julian and tired enough to be the newer, truer version of him I was still learning. I turned then. He looked older in lamplight after strain, not diminished. More human, perhaps. The kind of humanity titles do their best to sand smooth, and never quite manage where feeling gets in first. "Will the title stand?" I asked. He answered honestly. Course he did now. It had cost too much to arrive anywhere else. Yes. There may be muttering. There will certainly be retellings improved by people who were not in the room. But yes, it stands. And Hartwell. Hartwell always stood. That is the nuisance of land. It survives its owner's intelligence. I came a little nearer without fully meaning to. And Parliament. A shadow of amusement touched his mouth. More tiresome than ever, I imagine. But survivable. Then you are safe. He looked at me for one quiet beat too long. Safer, bah? There it was again. The truth kept exact even now, when a softer word would have been easier and probably kinder. I folded my hands because they had become suddenly unreliable. And Marsh and yours. And Clara. Secure beyond Belmere, beyond gossip, and beyond my own death or incompetence. I smiled faintly. You phrase romance very oddly. Do I? He glanced at the fire. I suppose I do. Silence settled again. Not the old silence this time. Not the defensive one. Nor the strained politeness of recent weeks, nor the unbearable nearness of half-healed things in empty rooms. This silence knew what had happened. It knew what had been said in Cressett's chambers, what had been found in the west attic, what it had cost to arrive back under the same roof with the worst lies broken, and the hardest truth still alive between us. I said at last, "Come here." That from me did what almost nothing else ever had to Julian. It took him half a second to hide the force of the effect. Then he came. Not quickly. Never quickly. But he crossed the room and stopped before me with such care that I could feel the restraint in the very air around him. I looked up at him and saw, with the sort of clarity that belongs only to earned endings, every version of the man he had been to me these last months. The Earl in the entrance hall returning my threatening letter unopened. The strategist in the morning room offering a bargain. The husband who knew too much and told too late. The protector whose kindness could wound as deeply as another man's greed, because it arrived without asking. The man in the west attic saying, he loved me in the most useless possible way. And the man in Cressett's chambers, who had chosen the whole truth over the safety of his own reputation. None of those selves canceled the others. That was perhaps what love finally requires, not improvement into fantasy, but recognition entire. You said, I began, and my voice sounded far steadier than I felt, that I owed you nothing for loving me. Yes. You were wrong. Something flickered low in his face, not hope exactly. The dangerous cousin of it. I went on before I lost the nerve that had got me this far. I owe you no gratitude for wounds. No forgiveness on demand. No graceful acceptance of silences chosen for me. But I do owe truth where truth is due. I drew one breath. I love you too. He did not move. That was one reason I could say it. Julian, at the edge of all things, always let stillness bear the first weight. I have loved you. I continued, because once begun it seemed cowardice to stop at half a sentence, for longer than I was willing to admit. Possibly from the moment you moved Belmere away from Clara at dinner without turning her into a spectacle. Certainly by the time you learned how much milk I prefer in tea, which I still think was unjust. And absolutely in the west attic, where I discovered that truth could stand between us and not kill what remained. For one moment he closed his eyes. When he opened them again, all the practiced discipline in him was still present. Yet beneath it lay something more exposed than I had ever seen before. Not merely joy, which would have been easier, but relief mixed with pain, with gratitude, with the disbelief of a man who has wanted too much and at last hears it returned. He said, Lydia. Only my name. It was enough. I held up one hand. Not to stop him. To keep the conversation where it belonged a little longer. No. Listen first. Because if I do not say this now, I shall become sentimental and Aunt Eleanor will rise through the floorboards to object. That, at least, gave him back one fragile thread of dry composure. Very well. Our marriage does not begin again by pretending the damage was decorative. You do not get a clean slate because you stood nobly in chambers this afternoon. No, bah. You do not choose what I can bear for me. Not from love. Not from fear. Not for my comfort, my dignity, my sister's nerves, the title, the weather, or the preservation of civilization. No. You tell me bad news before breakfast. This time his mouth changed unmistakably. Your aunt's clause. My aunt was wiser than bishops and more useful than solicitors. I have noticed. I swallowed once, because the next part mattered most, and therefore was hardest to say cleanly. We decide together where together is possible. Where speed is truly necessary, you say so and I hear why before, not after. No more moving boxes in the dark and calling the key a kindness. No. And no more carriages ordered before I ask for them. At that, despite everything, he laughed softly, tiredly, with genuine surrender somewhere beneath it. Especially not at Lady Worsley's. Especially there. The smile faded slowly from his face, not into coldness, but into something quieter and much more intimate. He said, I agree to all of it. Not because it wins me anything tonight. Because you are right. That ought to have been the moment. It was not. The moment came when he added, more quietly still, and because I would rather learn how to be married with you honestly than be admired by anyone else for governing my house alone. Ah, there it was. The true answer to Belmere, to Cresset, to Haverley, to every man who had ever confused possession with order, and to every woman forced to become archivist, strategist, witness, and survivor simply to keep her own life in view. I looked down because suddenly my eyes were burning and I disliked the weakness of that. It is extremely inconvenient, I said. To discover one's husband has become wise at the precise moment one is trying to remain impressive. I can become foolish again if it helps. It would not. A pause. Then very carefully he said, May I touch you? Nothing in all our months together had ever struck me more deeply. Not because of its delicacy. Because of its history. Because once I had asked him for warning. Later I had asked him for truth. Now, at the end of all our elegance, distance, hurt, and labor, he asked for me the way I had wanted from the beginning, not assuming love erased consent, not assuming marriage replaced invitation, not assuming that because I had said I love you the rest belonged to him by right. I looked up. Wes, I said. He lifted his hand slowly enough that I could have stopped him twice over. When his fingers touched my cheek, the contact was so gentle it nearly broke me. Not because it was timid. Julian had never been timid in his life. Because it was reverent in the exact proportion required by everything we had nearly destroyed and managed, somehow, to keep alive. I leaned into his hand. That was my answer before any other could be. His thumb moved once, lightly, just beneath my eye where the skin had gone traitorously warm. Then his other hand came to rest at my waist, not pulling, simply waiting to see whether nearness would be met or merely endured. I stepped closer. There are kisses which belong to hunger, and kisses which belong to triumph, and kisses which belong to long acquaintance, suddenly relieved of prohibition. Ours belonged first to recognition. He bent his head. I lifted mine. And when his mouth met mine it was not dramatic, not rushed, not even particularly skilled in the way novels like to boast of such things. It was better, it was careful, steady, and so full of restrained feeling that all the unlived versions of us seemed to gather for one instant at the edge of it and then fall away. No audience. No crisis. No bargain. Only the truth at last allowed a body. When the kiss deepened, not into scandal, never that, but into warmth unmistakably chosen by both of us, I felt the whole long tension of the past months change shape. Not vanish. Transform. The H remained. The memory remained. The work ahead certainly remained. But none of it stood now against us in the same way it had before. At length he drew back just enough that his forehead rested lightly against mine. We stayed there, breathing the same fire, warmed air, while the room held us and did not break. He said, I should have asked sooner. Quietly, for the kiss. For almost everything. I smiled with my eyes still closed. Yes, you should have. I know. Do not become proud of that sentence. It will ruin you. Too late. I laughed softly then, and he kissed me again, briefer this time, almost like a promise rather than a discovery. The clock in the hall struck 1. Somewhere upstairs, Clara dropped something with spectacular lack of stealth, and then ceased moving altogether, which told me she had either been awake with triumph, or had chosen this exact hour to become an accidental eavesdropper. I drew back just enough to look toward the ceiling. Julian said, "Your sister, with astonishing calm, has the tread of a cavalry exercise when emotionally invested. She gets that from no one respectable." I assumed as much. I rested one hand against his coat. The cloth was still cool in places from the journey and the day, though the rest of him no longer was. My wedding ring caught faintly in the lamplight between us. I looked at it then, not because I had forgotten it was there, but because for the first time it felt less like a beautiful legal fact and more like a chosen thing. Julian saw me looking. Very slowly, with the same care he had shown in everything since I told him to stay in the attic, he took my left hand in his. His thumb rested lightly over the ring. He said, "I do not want gratitude. No, nor absolution dressed as tenderness, nor peace purchased merely because we are tired and victorious and under one roof again." His gaze met mine fully. "I want the true beginning, however late it is." The words went through me like dawn. That, perhaps, was why the Frumter chapter had always belonged to a ring in an hour before morning. Not because marriage begins at the altar, or in the public naming of it, but because sometimes the true beginning comes later, when two people finally choose the meaning of what they have already vowed. I curled my fingers around his. "Then hear my terms, my lord." A shadow of that rare smile touched his mouth. "I tremble." "You should. They are severe." I expected no less. I lifted our joined hands slightly, enough for the ring to glimmer once between us. "The marriage stands." "Yes." "The bargain is dead." "Gladly." "The partnership is real." "Yes." "The honesty begins now." "Yes." "And if you ever again move the world before breakfast without warning me, I shall make you answer to Aunt Eleanor, Clara, Lady Worsley, and myself in that order." At that he laughed outright, not loudly, but with a warmth so unguarded it transformed him more than beauty ever could have done. "I accept all punitive structures." "Good." Then, because I had earned the right to say something softer at last, I added, "And because I am not made entirely of principles and excellent threats, yes." The true beginning, however late. The look that came into his face then was not triumph. It was wonder disciplined into tenderness. He kissed my hand first over the ring, and then me, and this time there was less caution in it because there was less fear. Still gentle, still wholly ours, but warmer now, steadier, as if the future had at last been granted admission to the room. We might have stayed there much longer if Brook Street had not, as ever, insisted on being a real house rather than a symbol. Mrs. Talbot tapped discreetly at the door and entered with a fresh coal scuttle and the expression of a woman who had seen enough in life to know when not to see. "My lady." "My lord." The fire was declining. How she kept her face so composed with her gaze fixed resolutely at shoulder height, I shall never know. "Thank you, Mrs. Talbot," I said. "Very good, my lady." She replenished the coals with the solemnity of a priestess tending a national shrine, and withdrew, without once looking directly at our joined hands. Julian waited until the door closed. Then, very quietly, "Do you think the entire house knows?" "The house knew before we did." "That seems probable." I laughed again and felt, to my astonishment, light. Not foolishly. Not as if the world had become simple overnight. Belmer still existed. London would gossip. Clara would certainly overmanage our privacy at breakfast and underplay it badly. Hartwell's relations would continue to resemble decorative weather systems. And there would be other decisions, other dangers, other mornings in which bad news must be told before coffee, and evenings in which one or both of us would fail elegance and have to do better the next day. But the center had changed. Not because everything painful had been erased. Because everything true had finally been allowed to stand. Later, when the fire had burned lower again, and we had moved to the sofa, not from impropriety but from comfort, and because standing forever would have been ridiculous, Clara came down in her wrapper on a pretext so weak it insulted invention. She said, "I thought," with appalling dignity, "that someone ought to know the red packet is safe." "It is 1 in the morning," I told her. "Wes, a dangerous hour for packets." Julian, to my intense betrayal, did not help. He merely said, "Is it?" Clara replied, "Entirely." Then she looked from one of us to the other, saw whatever she needed to see, and did something far more merciful than teasing. She smiled. Not wide, not triumphant. Just that small, fierce, relieved smile young people wear when the adults they love have finally stopped making endurance look like virtue. She said, "Good." I hated the weather. Then she kissed my cheek, Julian's shoulder, because even in victory she retained some sense of hierarchy, and went back upstairs before I could throw a cushion at her. We sat in silence after that. The fire settled. Dawn, slow and pale, began at last to think about entering the windows. Julian traced one finger lightly over the edge of my ring where my hand rested on his sleeve. He asked, "What are you thinking?" "That Aunt Eleanor would be insufferable about being right, Wes." "That Lady Worsley will know before breakfast, Ost." "Certainly." "That Belmer will discover very soon what social winter feels like." "I hope it lasts years." I turned my head to look at him. That did not sound especially Christian. I was never offered that expectation in full. I smiled, then let the smile soften because there was one last truth I wanted said in the hour before day could make everything brisk and civilized again. "And that," I said quietly, "I would like to go to Hartwell in spring when this is done. Not because I need shelter. Because I should like to see the place as mine without having to fight for air in it." His hand stilled over the ring. He said, "Was," and the word carried such depth of feeling that I had to look away for one instant simply to bear it. "Whenever you wish." I looked back at the paling windows. Outside, London was beginning again. Carts in the street. Early bells. The slow rude awakening of a city that thinks itself more important than any private happiness within it. Let it. We had earned ours the difficult way. And when the first true gray of dawn touched the room, Julian lifted my hand once more and kissed the ring before rising to draw the curtains wider, not shutting the morning out, but letting it in. That, I think, was the real ending. Not the defeat of Belmer, though he deserved it. Not the saving of the title, though it mattered. Not even the preservation of Marsh and Clara, or the truth Aunt Eleanor had packed into boxes against the failings of men. The real ending was simpler and therefore harder won. A marriage no longer built on bargain damage or elegant silence. A house no longer governed by one person's fear of disorder. A beginning chosen at last by both. And if London, by breakfast, chose to call it anything less romantic than that, London had always had a vulgar ear. Sources Philo Chapter 5 The Ring Before Dawn. Text chunks returned 90 Philus written 90 right of errors 0. Source Philo Chapter 5 The Ring Before Dawn. Text chunks 90. Words 142 chars 793 quote a parody first line Marsh and looked smaller in March than it had in memory, which is one of the more unkind T. Words 208 chars 1137 quote a parody first line stood for one moment on the gravel with my gloved hand still on the carriage door and leaked. Words 190 cars 1058 quote a parody first line some instincts come from love, some from fear, and some from long acquaintance with the Words 123 cars 669 quote a parody first line. The west attic lay above the old nursery reached by a narrow servant stair so meanly buoyed. Words 101 chars 582 quote a parody first line. The room beyond was low-beamed and crowded with the dead weight of respectable life old Words 200 chars 1149 quote a parody first line not with the dispatch box. Words 176 chars 1062 quote a parody first line if Eleanor dies, before the Hale matter is settled, Lydia is not to trust any gentleman who. Words 108 chars 631 quote a parody first line one supplementary instruction however, had gone missing from the principal deeds years e. Words 181 chars 1081 quote a parody first line. The packet was mistakenly rotted by a junior hand through one of the retrieval bundles at words 162 chars 918 quote a parody first line another note, later and more alarming, indicating that Chambers fell ill before the packet. Words 75 chars 4f1 quote a parody first line for 1 second the attic vanished. Words 203 chars 1095 a parody first line it was Martha Keene. Words 182 chars and 18 quote a parody first line, the note for 1. Not the copy, the original. Mr. Belmer dropped it in the blue rue. Words 190 chars 1041 quote a paratica first line I thought of Julian in the morning room, in the study, in Brook Street's hall, forever ter. Words 165 chars 962 quote a parody first line between the copies, the Belmer note, Keene's witness, and the Chambers letters, the whole. Words 180 chars 997 quote a parody first Lineca should have said no. Words 155 cars 857 quote a parody first line he said, I came. And his voice was lower than usual from the cold a road or lack o. Words 81 chars 465 quote a parody first line. If Cresset succeeds, the title may not pass immediately, but it may be tied in review for Words 212 cars 1127 quote a parody first line Martha Keene, bless her ancient discretion, said, I will see to T, and vanished with P. Words 129 chars 715 quote a parody of first line, the attic seemed suddenly too small for breath. Words 184 cars 1008 quote a parody first line, no man had ever said anything so devastatingly plain to me in my life. Words 189 chars 1053 quote a parody first line, there are moments in life, when a room changes not because anyone enters or leaves it, but, words 179 char 4 quote a parody first line I know. Words 192 chars 1045 quote a parody first line. He looked what he had become over the last weeks more tired than his control allowed, more. Words 194 chars 1149 quote a parody first line, if Eleanor dies before the Hale matter is settled. Lydia is not to trust any gentleman who, words on 90 chars 1098 quote a parody first line then Wes. Words 181 chars 1104 quote a parody first line, that last packet I set aside at once and refused to open in Julian's presence on grounds o. Words 251 chars 1454 quote a parody first line unfolded it and felt my pulse change at once. Words 196 chars 1103 quote a parody first line any smaller man would have seized instantly upon vindication for his title. Words 182 chars 1123 quote a parody first line I felt the heat of him anyway, even through the ridiculous layers of cloth and caution the. Words 152 chars 934 quote a parody first line I set down the household notes before my hands betrayed me. Words 163 cars 9016 quote a parody first line. He drew Fenwick's packet toward us and opened it fully at last. Inside were the review ter. Words 183 chars 1070 quote a parody first line, built the chronology from Aunt Eleanor's books and memory. Words 200 cars Horsto quote a parody first line, he did not tighten either. Words 226 chars 1314 quote a parody a first line recognition, perhaps that even our harm had always been built inside the outline of a lift. Words 70 cars 3089 quote a parody a first line, the one that always felt less like charm than surrender to pleasure, he had not intended to. Words 1972 quote a parody first line for Lydia only. Words 191 chars 1081 quote a parody first line, then he looked back at me. Not because he needed permission to call a witness, no sane woo. Words 194 chars 1139 quote a parody first line. The supplementary instruction could stand by living witness and deceased attestation even. Words 193 chars 17 quote a parody first line Keene's witness. Words 210 chars 149 quote a parody first line, which was precisely why it mattered. Words 185 chars 989 quote a parody their first line. Do not ask me to answer in an attic over evidence and cedar splinters. Words 182 cars 1068 quote a parody. First line Julian remained opposite me in the carriage through the whole miserable, jarring run south. Words 201 chars 1115 quote a parody. First line Belmer had not yet openly attached himself but was said to be near the argument. Words 213 chars 1148 quote a parody. First line Clara came down half dressed and wholly furious at being left out of useful danger. Word 66 chars 390 parody first line the paper had browned. Word 139 chars 831 quote a parody first line Julian said, I distrust enthusiasm in solicitors. Words 2 on Chars Len 26 quota parody first line Pembroke stopped smiling. Words 183 consti 6 quota parody first line not because he was right. Words 199 Chars 1099 quota parody first line. Mrs. Pembroke crossed the room to me and pressed my hand once with a warmth too brief to. Words 59 Chars 311 quota parody first line. Haverly occupied a chair slightly behind and to the side, where she could claim concern with. Words 101 Char 23 quota parody first line that was his error. Words 73 Cars 456 quota parody first line. No one would point to her face and call it evidence of fragility. Words 130-86 quota parody first line no, I said. Words 180 Chars 1127 quota parody first line. This is Chambers's private opinion on my mother's supplementary instruction, dated March. Words 148 Chars 855 quota parody first line. Not because men suddenly grow moral when handed proof, but because they hate finding them. Words 171 Chars 107 quota parody first line. Martha Keene stepped forward before he had fully insulted her. Words 138 Chars 8036 quota parody first line. There is a particular stillness that comes over men when the structure they intended as I. Words 185 Cars Welland 29 quota parody first line. When the roding confusion first hardened into memorandum, I knew enough to understand the. Words 163 Chars 827 quota parody first line. And if my own delay in telling my wife all I knew is to be counted against me, count if. Words 170 Chars 1006 quota parody first line. He always had been quick where self-preservation wore gloves. Words 2 on Chars 62 quota parody first line only slightly. Words 184 Chars 1119 quota parody first line. Any later attempt to yoke the Hale matter to Hartwell's title was in Sutterby's own hand. Words 192 Chars 1124 quota parody first line. Broke stepped forward before Belmer could answer. Words 106 Chars 6 and 2 quota parody first line, he said Wes, and turned back to the room. Words 194 Chars 1125 quota parody first line, Mrs. Pembroke added, and I luncheon with 7 more. Words 130 Cars 748 quota parody first line, not close enough to breach propriety. Words 189 Chars 1093 quota parody first line. The room emptied by degrees. Words 48 Chars 272 quota parody first line. The winter light had thinned to gold at the window edges. Words 203 Cars 1136 quota parody first line. He took one step toward me and then stopped. Words 201 Chars Lun 29 a parody first line. Come home, I said. Words 238 Chars 1448 quota parody first line. Her whole expression changed at once, not prettily, not with tears, but with that fierce. Words 270 Cars 1529 quota parody first line. After dinner Clara kissed my cheek, kissed Julian's with less ceremony than rank strictly. Words 179 Chars 1052 quota parody first line. Will the title stand, I ask. Words 209 Chars will 137 quota parody first line. Not the defensive one, nor the strained politeness of recent weeks, nor the unbearable need. Words 171 Chars 922 quota parody first line. The man in the west attic saying he loved me in the most useless possible way. Words 177 Chars 967 quota parody first line. I have loved you, I continued, because once begun it seemed cowardice to stop at half a. Words 148 Chars 8063 quota parody first line. No, listen first. Because if I do not say this now I shall become sentimental and Aunt E. Words 190 Cars 1099 quota parody first line. We decide together where together is possible, where speed is truly necessary, you say so. Words 196 Chars 1075 quota parody first line. I looked down, because suddenly my eyes were burning and I disliked the weakness of that. Words 189 Chars 1062 quota parody first line. Because it was reverent in the exact proportion required by everything we had nearly dester. Words 194 Chars 1121 quota parody first line. When the kiss deepened not into scandal, never that, but into warmth unmistakably chosen. Words 202 Chars 1100 quota parody of first line. I drew back just enough to look toward the ceiling. Words 171 Chars 995 parody first line. Chapter had always belonged to a ring and an hour before morning. Not because marriage beg. Words 190 Cars 1037 quota parody first line. Then, because I had earned the right to say something softer at last, I added, and because. Words 156 chars 962 quota parody first line, she replenished the coals with the solemnity of a priestess tending a national shrine, and words 88 chars 490 quota parody first line later, when the fire had burned lower again, and we had moved to the sofa not from improperi. Words 193 cars 1140 quota parody first line Clara replied, entirely. Words 209 chars 124 quota parody first line I smiled, then let the smile soften because there was one last truth I wanted said in the words 81 chars 458 quota parody first line not even the preservation of Marcia and Clara, or the truth Aunt Eleanor had packed into Boo.